each breath. Cut through my skin and blow winter wind. Give me time here in the silence and freeze bitter sky. You won't find me. You won't find me. Time refrains. Keep blowing winter wind. Keep blowing. You won't find me. Winter wind. You won't find me.
One day I got on my knees and I prayed, just looking up on my soul, saying, God, could you please guide the way? Show me peace I don't know. I felt trapped inside of my room, knowing that I can't leave. I can't face the world today, overwhelmed with anxiety. Lord, I am so sorry, this is not an excuse. I just wanna ask, can I cast my cares on you? I see you got a lot on your plate, oh yes I do. He told me, son, don't you worry, you know I got you. I just get so stumped on my own, these troubles take me home. I reach out to lean on you, give me strength that's not my own. How do I keep the fire alive inside the world that's so cold? He said put your ear to the ground, close your eyes, listen close. What it sounds like when the rocks cry out. I fell backing up and turned my head up to the sky. Even the stones proclaim your gospel, I can hear them cry. Find myself asking all these questions, often I wonder why. If I fall asleep in your arms, will I meet you in the sky? Lord, I am so sorry, this is not an excuse. I just wanna ask, can I cast my cares on you? I see you got a lot on your plate, oh yes I do. He told me, son, don't you worry, no I got you. Yeah, you're getting
Have you lost your mind? You really crossed the line. This time I'm save your breath, not here for lies. Time to write your alibi. Thanks for the step in the back. Don't think you have the chance in hell that I'll take you back. Hey, hey, you're gonna miss me. Hey, hey, you're gonna miss me. Hey, hey, you're gonna miss me. You're gonna miss me. You're gonna miss me late at night. You'll be all alone, telling yourself you've done nothing wrong until you realize you fucked it up this time. And that's when you miss me. You broke my heart, but I don't think I'll fall apart. Art, he treats you like a piece of glass. Let's see how long this one lasts. You can talk the talk, call love a game, but when he can't do you right, you want a piece of me. Hey, hey, you're gonna miss me. Hey, hey, you're gonna miss me. Hey, hey, you're gonna miss me. You're gonna miss me. You're gonna miss me late at night. You'll be all alone, telling yourself you've done nothing wrong until you realize you fucked it up this time. And that's when you'll miss me. Yeah, you're gonna, yeah, you're gonna, yeah, you're gonna miss me. Yeah, you're gonna, yeah, you're gonna, yeah, you're gonna miss me. Who we are, who will we be?
ASL 시즌 9 리프레션.
장윤철 선수의 이야기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
저는 프로토스 만나고 싶습니다.
24강 때 풋풋전 이렇게 한번 또 경기를 한번 보여줬거든요. 퍼플이 못 뽑을 것 같아요. 그리고 제가 CJ 때 좀 많이 팼거든요.
다 허위 사실이고요. 뭐
네.
맞았다는 기억 전혀 없고요.
푸푸전 송병구.
근데 약간 조지명식 흐름이 맛집이 먼저 뽑히는 느낌으로 가고 있어요. 근데 제가 경민이보다 먼저 뽑히면은
오.
좀 안 맞는 것 같아가지고.
일단 손 가는 대로
송병구
하겠어요.
뽑을 거예요?
손 가는 대로
예.
뽑겠다라는 이야기를
예,
했거든요.
부심.
그래도
진짜 송병. 아 진짜 송병구예요.
손 안 내요.
제가 여태 조지병식을 해보면서
네.
단꾀를 좀 많이 써봤어요. 결국에는 길게 가면은 안 좋게 가요.
다른 조에서 낚아채 가면 좀 아쉬운 인재긴 해요.
네.
경민이가.
근데 송병구 선수 제라툴 마스크 어디서 사셨어요?
작년에 선물 받은 건데
와.
유용하게 쓰고 있습니다.
송병구 선수가 지금 고려 시간이 됐어요.
일단 토스 2명 있는 조라서
네.
저그는 안 왔으면 좋겠고요.
이경민.
만약에 저 뽑으면 친구 한번 살려준다 치고 그냥 민철이 3토스조에 데리고 올게요. 동독전이 별로 안 땡기고 개인적으로 병구 형이랑 윤철이를 되게 좋아합니다. 좋아하면은 좀 도와주면 안 되니? 경민이 입장에서는 어느 조에 들어가도 2패 각이 약간씩은 다 나오는데
저도 제가 저 투토스조에 들어가면은 미철이 뽑을 것 같거든요. 제가 들어가도.
소신껏 그냥 저희
알겠습니다.
조만 생각해서 뽑기로 했거든요.
빙수
여러
협박. 진짜 들어가네요.
소신껏 하겠다.
제호보다는 그래도 경민이가 좀 더 저희한테는 좋은 상대이기 때문에
협박이 안 통해서 좀 되게 서글프고요.
친구는 버렸나요?
어차피 이미 망했어요, 제.
이경민 선수의 선택의 시간이 돌아왔습니다.
가토스 좀 하면
네.
살짝 좀 루즈한 감이 없잖아.
어.
그거 중에 좀 뽑아야 할 것 같아요. 한번 얘기해봐.
뭐 친구잖아.
친구 좋은 게 뭐야?
어?
홍구가 이제 저랑 붙으면 어떨지 한번 물어보고 싶거든요.
저 뽑으려면 뽑을 수 있어요.
2조의 리드머니를
그렇죠.
입금하느냐, 선택돼도
네.
괜찮다라는 임홍규냐.
선택은 와 임홍규예요. 친구는 친구를 없는 것도 친구죠.
여태까지 있었던 조들 중에서는 약간
네.
세상의 시나리오가 아닌가.
Today's matchup. 스노우 장윤철, 스톡 송병구, 빙수 이경민, 라바 임홍규. ASL 시즌 9 16강. 핫식스 아프리카 TV 콜로세오 라이브. ASL에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
퍼포먼스로 앞서가다 LG 울트라디오 그리고 넘버원 에너지 드링크 핫식스가 함께하는 ASL 시즌 9. 지난 일요일 테란 4명의 선수가 함께 16강의 문을 활짝 열어봤는데요. 오늘은 3명의 프로토스 그리고 1명의 저기 선수들과 함께하겠습니다. 16강 비조 경기를 앞두고 있는 4명의 선수 지금 바로 만나보시죠. 자, 이경민, 장윤철, 송병구, 임홍규 선수 나와주셨습니다. 안녕하세요.
Alright, our 4 players.
자, 먼저 인사 나눠볼 선수는 장윤철 선수입니다.
Our
안녕하세요.
first player.
네,
Hello,
지난
Snow.
시즌
Hello.
준우승의 아쉬움을 털어내고 자, 이번 시즌 우승을 향한 각오로
So
또
last
첫
season you made it to
경기를
the
앞두고
finals.
계신데요. 컨디션 어떠세요?
But you're unable to pull through the victory.
원래 잠을 좀
What does this mean today?
못
Be down
잤었는데 오늘은 좀 푹 자고 왔어요.
네.
그래서 좀 괜찮고요.
Yeah, usually I don't sleep that well before a big match like this, but last
새
night I
경기장
slept actually
와보니까
quite well, so
어떠세요?
I'm feeling pretty good.
근데 너무 깔끔하고
I'm pretty confident
너무
I'll be
좋고요.
advancing today.
진짜
So you're here in the new
무관중인 게
studio.
너무 아쉬운
How
그런
does it feel to be in a
시간인 것
different
같아요.
environment?
진짜
This
잘
place
맞은
is
것 같아요.
amazing,
이렇게
actually.
첫 경기를 앞두고는 느낌이 굉장히 중요하잖아요.
This really says that we can have a
세팅도
lot
그렇고
more fans
컨디션도
coming down here
그렇고
once we're
굉장히
done
좋으신
with
것 같은데
coronavirus.
이 대진에 대한 얘기를 또 안 해볼 수가 없습니다. 사실 장윤철 선수가 지난 시즌 4강에서 김성대 선수를 이기긴
So
했지만
obviously,
ASL 내에서의
these matches are all important, especially when it comes to the bracket. Last season, you defeated Action.
이번 시즌의
It
조에
seems like
대해서
you
좀
managed to
어떤
break your
느낌이신지
PBZ
듣고
curse.
싶어요.
But
일단 가장 좋은 거는
But
당연히
you have
테란이
another strong
오는 게
Zerg in your
가장
group.
좋은
What is your take on
시나리오인데
Larva
저는 이제
and his
거의
skills right now?
불가능했다고 보고
I would say
그래도
actually the best
뭐-
scenario for me would be to have a Terran in my group, but it looks like
홍구가 온
that's
게
impossible.
그나마 다행이에요.
김민철 선수가 온 거보다는
But I think having
좀 나은
Larva,
것 같으세요?
it's
네,
not bad for me.
그래도
I guess I'd
이제
put it like that.
아무래도 김민철 선수는
So you're happy to have Larva in your group?
좀
Yes.
모두가 힘들어하기 때문에 홍구도 물론
I would
힘들어요.
say
물론
better than having
힘들지만
Sulky.
그나마 조금 낫다.
A lot of players feel very
어,
uncomfortable
하면 될것 같아요.
fighting
객관적으로
Sulky.
좀 보고 계신 것 같은데 이 조에 대한
But just
평가를
slightly.
송병구 선수에게도 좀
I would
들어보고
say-
싶습니다. 삼토스도
Larva's just slightly better for me.
만족하실 것 같은데 좀 구체적으로 느낌이
Over to
어떠세요?
you, Stork.
저도
You got
윤철이랑 똑같이 뭐 테란이 오는
these are the products as your group. How do you feel?
그래도 이제
I guess I'm
공격전이
feeling the
많다
same as
보니까
Snow. I wouldn't mind
준비하는데도
having a Terran in my
수월했고,
group,
뭐 그래요.
but I
네.
guess since we've got so many
사실 송병구
Protosses right
선수는
now,
시즌 2
it's gonna be
이후에
important to be
계속해서
good
좀
at
8강의
PvP.
문턱에서 좌절했던 기억이 좀 오래 가고 계실 텐데요.
So since ASL
이번
season
시즌은
2,
좀 다른 느낌이 오실 것 같아요.
You had a hard time making it to the round of 8.
기억하기로는 프로토스한테
You must have a
제일
different
많이
feeling.
탈락을 했었는데 이번 16강에서
Yes, if I remember correctly,
8강을 가면
I was defeated by Protosses previously throughout the ASL.
그래서 이번 16강이 되게 중요한 것 같아요.
If I make it to the round of 8 today,
굉장히 보이시는데요. 자, 그럼
that'll be a
이번에는
big change for me.
이경민 선수와도 좀 인사를 나눠보겠습니다.
And I
안녕하세요.
should try to just do my best.
안녕하세요.
Over to you,
24강에서
Bingsu, formerly known as
김태경
Harangi.
선수를
Hello,
잡으면서
hello.
1위로 올라왔는데
So in the round of
사실
24,
조지명식에서 정말 많은
you
선수들의
managed to defeat Bingsu, getting out of the getting to the round of 24 first. You were receiving so much attention from other players for that incredible victory. What was going through your mind at those moments?
불려나가고 되게 좀 정신이 없었던 것 같아요.
Yeah, in the group nomination, I was getting a lot of attention from the other players.
그래도 괜찮은 조다 이런 생각을.
But after everything's done,
사실 이경민 선수가 한
When I
단계
went
한
home,
단계 올라가면
I went and looked at my group. I thought this isn't actually terrible for me.
예.
그렇잖아요.
네.
24강에서도 보여주셨잖아요.
그렇죠.
You always show some great
16강에서도 뭔가
games.
좀 한 방에 있는 모습 준비해 오셨나요?
Even in the round of 24, you really showed some very high level play.
기본적으로 탑재가 돼 있고요 한 방에. 그렇기 때문에 누가 맞을지는 일단 경기를 해봐야 될 거예요. 근데 제가 맞을 수도 있어요. 예.
누군가는 한 명은 맞는다.
누군가 무조건 한 명 맞는데 누군지는 모르겠어요. 예.
Yeah, he says he could have a big impact here, but it could go in the opposite direction as well.
자 마지막으로 이몽규 선수와도 인사 나눠보겠습니다.
Let's go to you now, Larva.
안녕하세요.
Hello, Larva. He says hello back.
병원에서도 정말 꾸준히 열심히
So you just recently got out of a surgery.
좀 봤는데요.
We understand that while you were in the hospital, you were still playing StarCraft.
좋은 느낌으로 좀 다가오나요?
You showed a lot of effort and commitment to this tournament to continue to train.
ASL을 참가하면서 준비를 다 열심히 하긴 했었는데 이번 시즌만큼 열심히 한 적은 없는 것 같아요. 그래서 진짜 최선을 다해서 준비했으니까.
I prepared very hard, especially for this season. I'm going to do my best today.
이몽규 선수는 조지명식에서도 마스크를 낀 채로 물을 마시는 장면이 굉장히 화제가 됐는데 오늘 마스크도 뭔가 굉장히 특별해 보여요.
It's like he's got a diaper on his face.
마스크 사이즈가 맞는 게 없어서 집에서.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what they said.
어떻게 만드셨는지.
Oh, she's even mentioning the big size mask. Oh, he says he made this mask.
저 유튜브 보고 만들어서.
아 정말요?
Do you have any tips on how to make this mask?
맞춤 제작한 그런 느낌이 들어요. 아 오늘 굉장히 또 좋은.
I found a clip on YouTube on how to make a mask.
알겠습니다. 같은 조에 세 명의 프로토스가 있는데요. 사실 프로토스에게 좀 많이 고전했던 기억들이
Okay, so you have 3 Protosses in your group.
느낌이 들어요. 조에 대한 생각은 어떠세요?
프로토스소에 걸리면
How do you feel about your
좋아하는
group?
게 맞긴 맞는 건데 요즘 프로토스들이 다
Recently,
대체적으로 잘하기
Protoss
때문에 방심하지 말자라는 생각으로
have been playing really well these days.
빌드도 좀 여러 개 깎아왔으니까.
사실 이 세 명의 프로토스 선수들이
I have to really focus in here and try to bring my best if I'm going to do well today.
상대하는 게 가장 좀 까다롭다고 느끼시나요?
All 3 of these Protoss players have very different styles and approaches to the PvZ matchup.
그런 스타일에 저는 되게 귀찮거든요.
He said he's most concerned about snow.
제일 까다로운 상대인 것 같아요.
자 그럼 이번에는 시청자분들이
He says his play is a little bit
질문을
dirty,
좀 전달해 드릴
hard to deal
텐데요.
with.
장은철 선수에게 질문 드리겠습니다.
Let's go to fan submitted
인터뷰
questions.
영상을 보셨다고 해요.
Snow.
비편성이 만족스럽다는 대답을 좀 들으셨던 것 같은데 자만하실까
So we were watching your interview clip.
이번 시즌 자만하지 않는 장윤철의 모습 볼 수 있나요? 라고
You
물어봐
seem
주셨는데요.
cocky, maybe a little bit overconfident. Or can you please not be overconfident?
자만한 경우는 전혀 없고요. 지금 이번 경기도
You know what? I've never been overconfident
자만하지 않고
in
끝까지
ASL.
집중해서 할 생각입니다.
And
그래도 오늘 1위로
same
올라갈
as
것
this season, I'm just
같은지
gonna try to
2위로 올라갈 것
focus in and do my
같은지
best.
좀 본인의 시나리오를 들어보고 싶은데요.
That's like the most
어떠세요?
overconfident statement. Is
저는
I've
늘
never been overconfident.
싶은데요.
Do you think you're gonna get out first or second?
제가 여태
My goal is always
16강을
first.
1위로 진출해 본 적이 한 번도 없어요.
정말요?
But I never.
늘
that never seems to happen to me.
늘 2대1로 이기고 그랬거든요.
I always end up playing in the decider match,
이번에만큼은 꼭 1위로 한번
and I always have a
올라가고
hard series.
알겠습니다. 자 다음은 송병구 선수에게
Because of
질문
that,
드리겠습니다.
I'm really eager to try to prove myself and make it out first today.
무대를 통해 데뷔한
Over to you, Stork. We have another question for you.
1일이라고 해요. 언더 게이머 생활한 지 15년이 되어가고 계신데 이 어린 선수들과 경쟁할 수 있는
You've been
원동력
a
어떤 게
pro
있을지
gamer
질문을
since
해주셨네요.
Well, for almost 15 years, you've been a big brother for a lot of these pro gamers. What is your motivation coming into ASL today as such a veteran?
그래서 좀 젊은 선수들과 경쟁한다는 느낌은 잘 안 들고 대신 이제
I don't really feel like
비교적 더 오랜 선수 생활을 하면서 더 롱런하는 느낌이 없지 않아 있는데 그냥
there's so many different players and so many different ages.
나이라는 것보다는
I think it's more about
누적
just being consistent and continuing to play and trying to focus and train.
그동안 꾸준하게 성실하게 또 해왔던
So it's all about
선수
just
생활
focusing and
15년이 또
working on
송병구
your
선수에게
craft.
원동력이 되실 것 같은데요. 자 다음은 이경민 선수에게 남겨주신 질문입니다.
We have another question now for
24강에서
Bingsu.
최고의 프로토스로 손꼽히는 김태경 선수를 제압하면서 A조 1위로 16강에
So you managed to defeat Bingsu in the round of 24 in an incredible upset.
3 프로토스조에 편성이 됐습니다. 본인이
But
생각하시기에 프로토스전
you
가장
have
잘하는
two other
프로토스
Protosses in your group.
본인을 포함해서
Who would you say is the best PvPer in this group?
이거는 근데
In your personal opinion,
상대에 따라 좀 다른 것
who's the
같아요.
PvP
누군-
best?
만약에 뭐
또
저는
선수들 사이에 상성이 또 있으니까요.
상성이 있기 때문에 이거는 딱히 누구라고
It really
표현하기는
depends
좀
on
너무
who you're
어려운
against.
문제인 것 같아요. 제가 하기에는
그럼 제가 질문을 조금 바꿔서 드려봐도 될까요?
네.
기경민 선수가 상대하기
It's very hard to
가장
say.
힘든 프로토스 어떤 선수일까요?
옆에 있는 친구.
아,
예.
장윤철 선수.
너무
We're
저는
getting
원래
pressure here to make him pick one.
좀
So who is the most
남자답게
difficult
싸우는 걸
Protoss to
좋아하는데
deal with?
약간 옆에서 약간 머리채 잡고.
I'd say the person
약간
next to me,
치사하게 하는
Snow.
것 같아, 게임을.
굉장히 노련하게 게임을
사람-
하는 장윤철 선수이기 때문에
네, 사람
I fight like a
짜증나게.
man.
이몽규 선수
But his play style is really weird.
장윤철 선수의 플레이 스타일이 좀
He's got some scummy
까다로워하시네요.
games.
자,
So
마지막으로
again, the
이몽규
DT into
선수에게
Bisu's
질문
base when he has
드리겠습니다.
observers
자,
is fighting
이몽규
like a
선수가
man.
ASL 상상
That's super sick
프로토스를
ring.
겪은
One more question over to Larva.
이몽규 선수에게 3 프로토스란 어떤 의미일까요?
You've struggled against Protoss in the past. So what do these 3 Protoss players mean to you?
프로토스라. 그냥 극복해 나가야 되는 하나의 숙제.
우승을 위해선
This is the
극복해야 할
homework that I needed. This is what I'm going to have to
알겠습니다. 자,
overcome.
오늘 네 분 선수들 모두 인터뷰 감사드리고요. 최고의 경기력 기대하겠습니다.
Thank you for the
고맙습니다.
interview, everybody. And thank you
자,
for
LG
joining us,
울트라기어와
wherever you
하스트가
are, viewer.
함께하는 ASL 시즌 9. 과연 오늘은 어떤
Now
선수들이
is
8강에
a better
진출하게
time
될지
than any to
진출자가
consume
확정되는 그
content.
시간까지 저희와 함께해 주시기 바랍니다.
That's when you're
지금까지
doing your part.
이영경이었습니다.
Well, it
Stay
just keeps
inside.
getting better and better to
Season
consume
9.
this content.
Refresh.
Yeah.
StarCraft just keeps getting better and better.
So wash your hands and join us as we go into the second day of the round of 16 here in the ASL Season 9.
See how long our screen is out there?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a CVS receipt made into a screen, you know?
Yeah, they do have very... Actually, I think American receipts in general are just ridiculously long.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, a lot of dead trees. We're here in the new studio. This is only our second day casting out of here. This studio is at Jomshil Station, which is actually not far from where our other studio is. I know when I put a photo of the studio on Instagram, a lot of people were saying, "Oh, that's too bad. We're going to miss the old studio." It's still there. We actually have 2 studios now.
Yeah,
So
we're going to have, just to make it clear, GSL is going to be in...
Super Tournament.
It's going to be in the other studio.
Correct.
That we normally have always broadcast from, and ASL is going to be here.
Right. So AfreecaTV continuing to expand their ability to make content for lots of different games. So when you do have a chance, though, definitely come down here. This area is absolutely awesome. There's a ton to do around here in Jomshil. You can come down here and make a whole day out of it, and then in the evening come here. When we're allowing people to come here, I should say. Nobody can actually come down yet with coronavirus, but when things finally do calm down, definitely come check it out.
Yeah, it's nice. It's very cool. You went to the PC bong that's connected to it today, right?
That's right. I love this. For someone who would be a spectator, the idea of coming down here and just playing StarCraft all day, and then when you're done, you literally just walk into our studio and watch games. And it's the AfreecaTV PC bong.
I know, and those are nice.
Yeah.
You and I have played at those before. They're
right.
Cool.
So anyways, here's what we've had so far for the round of 16. Very fittingly, Flash manages to move on first, and of course, Light, as we expected, would manage to overcome the likes of Mong and Barracks. Now today, we have 3 Protosses and a Zerg, and as we finish up today, we'll be halfway through the round of 16.
Yeah, you have any favorites for tonight getting out of here?
Well, you know, whenever Snow's playing, I'm always leaning towards him, right?
Yeah.
I would say Snow, and then the other 3, it's a toss-up, really. Stork sometimes really brings it.
Yeah.
Larva, even though, you know, it was even asked in the interview, you seem to struggle in ZVP. I think when you only have one race to practice against, that's always a little bit helpful. Bingsu seems to be doing better and better. I mean, he did beat Bisu. It was one of those PvP losses that it does happen if you're a Protoss player, where you get observers but somehow miss the DT and then lose too much.
You know what Bingsu is kind of like? Because he does kind of deliver on a more regular basis than you would think. He's kind of like a Protoss version of Action that I'm totally not rooting for.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bingsu might be the out of all the Protosses the most scumbaggy, actually.
I think he's
for the play style. I mean, he's got one of these things where he's constantly trying to circumvent anything normal play. He's always cutting corners. I mean, actually, it's a good way to play Protoss.
Snow.
Now, Snow is the player I think is supposed to move on, even though we normally are just celebrating this guy's PvT as probably the best PvT of all time.
He's good at everything. He is such a full player right now.
He smashed his way through Zergs to get here, and PvP has not seemed to be a problem unless it's against Rain.
Yeah.
And Rain's the most dominant player in any matchup right now, and that's PvP. So I think Snow is going to continue to just
I think
rocket,
Snow
man.
it has a possibility to win the season.
I really do think
I
so.
think he's just going to be at the top of tournaments.
I mean, it was too bad he didn't have a closer match against Flash in the ASL finals, but I don't think Snow's done. I think he's going to take those losses, come back, and try to bring something else here.
He destroyed everyone else. You can't really count matches against Flash because he's not even real. He's like some ephemeral idea of what StarCraft should be, and like he's the only one that can hit that. So
Stork's here as well. Now, we've had a lot of the all-time greats still competing here in the ASL as well as the KSL before, but we haven't seen Stork quite have the success we've wanted to see from him. You know, Stork was basically the 4th best player of all time, known for having incredible builds and a deep understanding of the game, and he's been around for a long time, so he's been in different eras of StarCraft where different maps were in play, when different metas were involved, and he's pretty much always been one of the very best, but he's not performing as well as he used to, let's say in the pre-StarCraft 2 era.
Yeah, but he's been in very good shape for like a year now, to be honest.
Yeah, he seems like he's really improving here.
When you see his games, you're like, yep, that's the Stork that I'm looking for.
Right.
You know, so he's definitely very strong and definitely has a shot in this group, I would say. I'm very surprised that Snow picked him. I just feel like if you're going to play some PvP, why would you be picking Stork?
Yeah, the thing is, Stork really knows how
I never think of him as weak in this matchup.
No, not at all. Also, he knows how to win. Even against a player who's better than him in a series or a best of one, he can definitely
like
pull
Snow's
something
better
on.
than him, but if Stork beats him, I'm not going to be surprised.
Right. That's why I'm really interested to see what's going to happen here in Game 1, which is loading up now. This is Snow versus Stork.
호라이즌 달기지에서 게임을 시작합니다.
Okay, we have both Protosses over here in the top left, and this is very close proximity.
Yes,
which is pretty significant in PvP.
That could be very good for Snow.
So, I mean, there's a couple ideas that we have to float here immediately before we get too far in this PvP. Obviously, a Shuttle and a Reaver is a very deadly combination in the game, but it's especially strong in PvP. It doesn't mean you have to get it, but you have to respect the idea that it could be a factor.
Yeah.
Not just for pushes, but for drops as well. And Shuttles with Reavers and speed, the Shuttle's incredibly fast and incredibly dangerous. So there's a couple different ways we see players play spawns like this, and sometimes they try to play into catching the Shuttle and the Reaver because that's obvious, and skipping it entirely. Other times we'll see players really lean into Shuttle Reaver play. And I don't know how these guys are going to play because it is a best of one, and the moment that they identify the situation, we're going to just see how this plays out.
Well, Snow specifically is probably the best in the world with Reaver Shuttle.
For sure.
So I feel like especially in these spawns, it's very likely we're going to see it out of him.
Yeah. Now, if you go for Shuttle Reaver and you were to lose the Shuttle and the Reaver early on, that's almost always a guaranteed loss. Or at least it's going to put you in such a bad position that you better have some other miracle happen to allow you to really get back into the game. Also, expanding really quickly can be dangerous in these spawns because of drop, right? The other player pressures you, they can drop the main, and so. So let's let this game bloom here, and then we're going to see where these two players try to bring it. But definitely in these spawns, you got to point that out.
Yeah. Looking forward to seeing if this game can actually get into like some speed shuttle craziness because of these spots. And don't forget, they do have that island behind. I have a hard time imagining anyone's going to take that island. It feels like that would be so hard to hold on to.
Yeah, well, actually, I don't know, man. I think the island could actually be a pretty good spot to try to take. I mean, if you're really committing with shuttles here, it's hard. But your Protoss is in a funny spot, right? Because you can only fit 2 Dragoons into a shuttle, right? You can fit 4 Zealots, which is a lot, but you can fit 2 Reavers into a shuttle as well.
You can fit 8 probes in a shuttle.
That's right. And you can fit
4 probes in a Reaver.
16 Zerglians? No.
16
But sometimes if you get an island and there's just a Reaver on the island, they can't do anything. Like, see, you have a Reaver and a cannon or a Reaver and a few Dragoons, they actually can't reclaim it.
Well, yeah, but let's not forget there's a bunch of unbuildable terrain around the expansion itself, so that's why I kind of feel like it would be hard, right? Because there's no way to cover all that with a small army. If it's like a tiny island, I could see Reaver like really holding it well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if and what role it plays.
If any.
It's also possible that it just gets ignored. Now, I don't know if we're going to have this today. Just like before, we didn't get very many long TVTs on Sunday, which was kind of surprising. It was actually a pretty short day considering.
Yeah, it was very...
How long?
I was robbed. It was really... It was disappointing.
But, you know, PvP can go into a long game as well. It's one of the matchups where, you know, once they both get a second base up, this is, I guess it's a rule in StarCraft 2 often as well, is if you both get a second base up, then the game can kind of... It can stretch out.
Yeah.
But a lot of times if you're both on one base, it can be very dicey. More so on maps where there's no ramps, where you start out on low ground. It really propels the game into a lot of fighting early on. So we'll see what happens in a macro game here, but I'd be very curious who's actually better, Stork or Snow, in a macro game PvP.
Yeah, yeah. It looks to me, based on these placements, like that robo placement from Snow seems like he wants to go for a shuttle and Reaver more quickly. Because of where it's placed, it's like kind of in the middle of his base, whereas Stork's is right next to his ramp, which feels like one of those crawling Reaver expands. A crawly expand, that's what we should call it,
A roly-poly expo?
Yeah. Where you crawl the little bug thing down the ramp and you just take the base.
You know, I feel like if you were to do a crawling Reaver expand, that could be dangerous, but just because if the other guy goes for Dragoons and a shuttle, and drops your main and, you know, and tries to harass you, it seems like that would be strong against it, but...
You just put Dragoons in your base.
Yeah, but then you get pushed in the front and you die.
No, you don't, because it's such a travel distance. See, Tasteless? I got this figured out, man.
Toes, I'm just shaking my head here, man.
You just don't get it, Tasteless. Oh my god.
Now, I don't know, did Snork actually get a robotic support bay? Because he might just be going for the defensive play where you try to catch the shuttle and expand and just sort of hold out against the push. Because 2-gate Goon OBS is fine with a slower expand. I mean, I think you are a little bit under threat if there's a push coming here.
Well, definitely we see Snow getting ready for that drop. He's got a Zealot already in that shuttle and waiting for the Reaver. This is where Snow really shines. I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm really wondering because it seems so predictable. I'm sorry, did he get observers?
Yeah, well, yeah, Stork did.
No, Snow did not, right?
Snow has not.
So, this was a play that actually became popular after Artosis and I came back to casting StarCraft 1, where it was almost unheard of to skip observers, but a lot of times if you just know they're going to be not DT rushing, which, by the way, DT rushing is very unlikely. Oh, my God.
Are you kidding me? Like, did he actually just fly into that? Oh my god, 6 hit points.
So this is...
Imagine if that had just popped right there.
Yeah.
If that had popped right there, I really would like to see Stork just type in, "Why did you choose me?"
Yeah. By the way, he did get an observer out here. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit surprised because this is like kind of StarCraft 101. You know, like, look, you're probably going to get dropped, so just have Dragoons there and try to catch it. And nearly one of the greatest Protosses of all time almost lost a shuttle in that fashion.
It's very, like, what was he doing? Did he have like 4 bases he needed to make probes at? Like,
I actually don't know. I mean,
he could see the observer trailing him back. Does he think that, like, what?
To be honest, it's one of the most disappointing plays I've seen. I mean, thank God he didn't lose his shuttle, but I don't know.
If he had lost a shuttle, that would be like
the rationale for
oh yeah,
or at least not just pull away quicker because you know that that's the one thing that you can do to die.
Yeah.
Now he's gonna dive in here.
Oh my God, he's just gonna go to the high ground.
This is funny.
This is hilarious. This is hilarious, Tasteless. Oh my God, he just ran by everything up. I'm glad that this happens in PvP as well. Protoss is running by bunkers, just run by the army up the ramp.
Yeah. Well, this is a really interesting spot now because the high ground area, he needs to be very careful again. He does not actually have a lot.
That's a lot of goons from Stor. Stork's just going to break this.
It is, but let's see how this trades. If the Reaver gets a few good shots off on the Dragoons.
Oh, he's got like no health on that shuttle, though. Shuttle goes down.
Okay, he's trying to kill the Reaver, but it looks like he's going to be able to pull that away. You know, this is actually not going terribly for Snow.
Is it not?
Well, it's definitely bad, but it's, you know, that could have been much worse. I feel, though, like Stork is now just in a really good spot. I mean, first of all, Stork didn't lose probes.
Yeah.
And if you're not losing probes and you fend off the Dragoons and Reavers, you're probably ahead.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. His Nexus is just kind of quicker. Like there's plenty of goons left over.
I'm really surprised that this is what. I guess the push in the front sort of makes sense, but
look, the fans tried to help Snow. They tried to tell him, "Don't be so overconfident."
He's like,
Snow.
"I've never been overconfident."
Yeah. Yet he thinks he's going to win the group, and he chooses a Protoss legend as his first opponent.
Yeah.
And here I'm watching him get bashed right now.
Okay, now on this map, it's actually quite hard to push with Dragoon Reavers. The area is pretty narrow.
Yeah, it really is.
And so I think we're going to have a drop. They're actually doubling down on shuttles here. So this is going to be a drop in the main.
You get shuttle speed with this, right?
I believe you do, yes. I think that's...
Oh my god, oh my god. Stork is just running into the natural right now, trying to push on top of all sorts of random things. His Dragoon
really,
shots are not being targeted.
This is immaculate splitting here. He is actually... This Reaver is still somehow in this game. And by the way, really good targeting with the Reaver, really hitting the center. I think Snow just gets toppled here.
It really feels like that. His main is not mining at this point. The Dragoons are winning for Stork out in the natural. Oh my god,
okay,
that was
GG.
just...
Wow, that was
a bash. Stork just... I don't even know. What do we even call this?
I mean, that was pretty brutal. The game started out really bad. I mean, when your shuttle takes that much damage and you still decide to push with it, I mean, I don't know what your game plan really is. I mean, the art of winning PvP pushes is really doing that balancing act of letting the shuttle take enough damage and the Reaver dodging shots, having it positioned in such a way. And the fact that he blindly flew the shuttle in there like this is your 12-year-old cousin who's never played the game before, StarCraft match, where you're like, oh, I'll just drop it here. You know, and you get there and he doesn't even have gas and you just kill everything. That's what that looked like.
It did.
You know, where it's like, I mean, I don't know. We usually have the greatest StarCraft games of all time here, and then sometimes things like that happen even with the best players.
Well, that was like you were saying the other night with Flashbang, where it just looked like a placement match gone wrong. It's like your first place match. You're like,
it's okay.
You get to his base and you're like, what are you doing?
You're going to be an E, and then we're going to play against people that are actually at your level. Up next, PVZ, Bingsu versus Larva. Don't go away.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
칠성 사이다. 우리 입맛엔 칠성 사이다가 좋아요.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
당신 뭐 핫식스 더킹 아세요?
핫식스 뭐요?
핫식스 더킹.
이거 정말로 맛있는데
제가 오늘 핫식스 더킹 먹으면 당신은 저한테 피 빨릴 거예요. 아세요?
이런 악마의 음료 이걸 빠시다니.
그리고 핫식스 더킹 그 빨간 제품 있거든요. 열대 과일 맛이 나요. 열대 과일 맛.
자신 있으세요?
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
Footsteps in the sand. Walk my fingers down your hand. Wind blows through your hair. Bright lights everywhere. It's hard to contain. Hope I don't seem uninvited, but your smile seems exciting. This moment slows as your day goes. Yeah, I hope you know that I hope you know you're more.
Does it seem upside down?
ASL 시즌 9 Refresh.
What's up, everybody? This is ASL Quarantine Edition. Join us.
Yeah.
This is the best time to consume content. You know that gif of Starship Troopers where the person turns to the camera and says, I'm doing my part?
Yeah,
if you're just sitting inside and you're watching this, you're doing your part.
Yeah. You guys generally do your parts, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so here is the pro gamer formerly known as Harangi.
Yeah,
with a
now
2 on the
Bing
and well, Harang 2 is what I first called him the first time I saw it, but 2 is E, which makes it Harangi, which makes it Tiger.
Korean, yeah.
And that's a cool name, but we changed it to a shaved ice treat for summer desserts for children.
That's what Bingsu is in Korean.
So that's a great ID change from him, and we're gonna see how far he can go in this ASL. Yeah, he did beat Bisu in that previous round. He got a DT into his base and killed a bunch of probes, and then Bisu kind of all-in him, and it didn't work. It's okay. Bisu came out second in the group. But he's going up against Larva.
And Larva today with the haircut of a kid who burned down a school. This is...
Oh, man.
No, I love Larva. He's a great, charming, charismatic guy. Excellent Zerg player here.
Yeah.
And
Footstar gamer.
Starfoot gamer.
Starfoot gamer.
Starfoot gamer,
that's it.
One of the most watched clips on Twitch ever.
Yeah. That was awesome.
We got to hang out with him in LA. His first time abroad for the Zotac Cup.
Yeah, he's a super cool guy.
Ago.
Very, very nice.
Right.
I spoke to him just briefly coming in. We got here at the same time. Didn't really know where to go, so I pointed him the way. Tasteless.
Look at that, Artosis.
So if he wins
You're
tonight,
doing your part.
that's both of us.
I like that mask he had that he made from home.
Oh my God, he's just so thrifty. Guys, if you have any balloons left over in your Afreeca accounts, please send them to Larva so he can get a real mask.
Okay, so we're going to be on the same map, Horizon Lunar Colony 1.1. And, let's see if it's going to be a long-distance matchup or if we're going to have, adjacent play here with the two Protosses spawning next to each other like our previous game. No matter what. Oh, what am I saying? This is not a PvP. Excuse me. This is a PvZ. Sorry, guys. I'm handing in my caster badge right now. I'm like...
It's all right. You're still not as bad as Snow.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I can always deflect to that. Anyways, guys, our PvZ is ready. Let's go.
시즌 9 게임 준비 완료. 호라이즌 달기지에서 게임을 시작합니다.
Okay, we've got Bingsu on the far left and Larva on the far right.
Cool.
Coolio.
So not close by air or anything like that. Should play out a little bit more normally because of that.
Yeah, PvZ if you're in adjacent spawns. Drops on both sides can be very scary.
Do you know much about Bingsu's PvZ style?
I don't know that much.
Okay.
We've had a limited amount of exposure to him. We've seen a lot of his PvT and PvP games. I feel like some of the PvZs we got to cast of him, he died pretty quickly to cheese.
Well, it's kind of like a very, like you were talking about, a very thin entryway into the natural. That makes it harder for Hydra cheese, right?
Much harder, yeah.
So
if you have a tight area and then it's a very wide berth, Hydras are much stronger.
Yeah.
Now, there's different types of Hydra play. I mean, you can do the 3-hatch Hydra cheese where you just try to come in there and kill the cannon immediately. That you don't really need a very big area to get in there. But if you're going to try to do like 6-hatch Hydra, try to go for a fight and keep them on 2 bases, that tends to be a little bit weaker. But we also need to see what kind of expansion rate we're going to have here from Zerg.
Yeah, well, Larva, I've seen so many of his CVPs.
Yeah, he's great.
There's 2 things that really stick out about him. Number 1 is he really does like to go Muta when he can as an opener.
Yeah, he leans more on that than Hydra openers, generally speaking.
Yeah, he really does like it, and I love that about him. I think it's a very exciting play style that he brings to the table quite often. But also, regardless of what style he chooses, he really likes the turtled 4-base play, where he takes another natural as his third
it's
and
very
then
hard to play
expands
against.
behind. Yeah, I would say I've seen he and Sulky do that so much. And in fact, I see Larva, I mean, I'm not a professional Larva ZVP watcher, but I've seen quite a few of them. And it really seems like that is his preferred expansion plan when he can do it.
Yeah, it's hard for the Protoss if the Zerg takes another natural that guarantees them a 4th base for free, basically. You get really scared. You know, a lot of times the way the Protosses will win in a PvZ, you know, as you're seeing the final moments of the game, it's the Protoss pushing the 4th base and closing it out, right? But if you take a natural and cover that and turtle up there, and then you get that main base for free, you're having to push a highly defended area, assuming that you're going to go for that kind of play. And generally speaking, it seems like Protosses want to end the game before it goes on too long, similar to how Terrans want to end the game against a Protoss before it gets to a ridiculously long game. You know, the Zergs, you know, when you're a Zerg against a Protoss, if you can just drag the game out to Defilers and crackling upgrades and I mean, there's a lot of very strong unit compositions. Not that Protoss doesn't have that, but I would say that if Protoss could avoid that phase of the game, it would be better, you know?
Yeah. Well, after all that talk, he takes just a very normal 3rd base, kind of just up a ramp. So it's not like blocking anything behind or anything like that.
And now we have to see what kind of game plan it's going to be. We want to see how many hatches are thrown down here, how quickly he techs. Now, the probe is a must to keep that alive here, to just confirm that you're not going to get all in, so that, you know, there's not massive amounts of lings being made. You can spot for that.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard either. I mean, it's only got a couple lings chasing it.
And when you see the layer go down like this, I mean, everything points to the Zerg is interested in playing, at least for now, a pretty honest game. There's other things you want to keep in mind, is you might get Muta all in later on, but you're not going to get Hydra busted. You're not going to get Lings trying to swarm you here. The probe, it did not go down and find that 3rd base though, right? Okay, so that's pretty important, because you need to have an idea. You know, we talked about how he's not going to probably, well, he can't, based off his expansion location, turtle up and get a free 4th base, but you know, the Protoss doesn't know that.
Yeah. Really want to point out what we just showed that Larva scouted, and that was a spinning forge. That is an extremely quick upgrade.
I believe that was before the Stargate.
Yeah, I believe it was. So what do you tell us about this type of strategy? This feels very old school.
Yeah, if we're seeing this correctly, we might be off here, because you actually, it almost happens all instantaneously. Is you get the Stargate, then the +1 attack, and then the air weapons. But if he did decide to get it earlier, it just means he wants to try to get that out as quickly as possible, because there's always a risk that the forge is shot down by Hydras later on.
But like, do you think that there's a possibility that he's going to do something like 1 Corsair into 4 gate +1 lots or something?
It's possible. Okay, this was an excellent pull by.
Yeah, that was a beautiful drill.
You know, when Bingsuit makes a play like this, it's, hold on, is that Ling going to get up? Well,
I guess so. Luckily, it's only 1, and he lost like 5 others trying to get it in there.
We're going to see if he actually tries to throw down a lot of gates and do some kind of pressure attack here. That's a Citadel over there.
Yeah. So
was he mining gas at his natural?
No. Oh, well, was he actually?
Sometimes with Protoss you take it, but if you're going to like throw down a bunch of gates, you just don't do anything from there.
Yeah, this Zergling getting in is actually very, very annoying.
I'm sorry, where's the first Corsair? Is it just coming out now?
Yeah, it's flying out now.
So this is the point of the game where the Protoss gets to slide through and just get a glimpse of what's going on. It's important you don't lose this to Scourge, so you have to you know, really micromanage that Corsair quite a bit. I'm seeing 5 hatches so far. Let's see if we have a 6th one that's sometimes made at the 3rd base, and then we know that it's going to be, you know, a mid-game, kind of like a battle Zerg. They're going to go for a fight in the middle of the map often. Or it's possible he techs into lurkers and tries to just go and defend and have the Protoss feed into him in a push.
Well, right now the Corsair doing its job, going to get rid of an Overlord, but Scourge are out, so he's got to get this out of there if he can.
Now, Larva's going to set up to catch this with the 2nd pair that's just to the left of our screen here. So let's see if Bingsu can juke and jive through this.
Yeah, look at that, the flanking Scourge
Yeah,
going in and hit. See,
really.
that's why I always turn around and hit the Scourge that are following me. So the flanking Scourge is like a waste of APM. He's made a lot of Zealots off that one gateway.
Yeah, he has.
Look at that. That's like constant production.
Second Corsair is going to come back here. By the way, he is getting +1 air weapons. And so from here, we're probably going to see a lot more Zealots come. And there's Mutas hatching.
I love it.
Now, sometimes they just make the Scourge to get rid of the Corsairs, but in this case, he's going to probably try to pounce here. We'll see how many more Mutalisks hatch. Because right now, 2 is not, like, or 3 or 4 even is not a real good number here. But if he has enough...
Well, it seems like between his SimCity and those Mutas, he should be able to erase these Zealots reasonably quickly.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to try to come in here and hit workers, but there's just almost no way if you have drones and lings and a sunken colony well turtled up that there's ever going to be a victory in the fight. So Bingsu's just going to try to target down drones, which is fine.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like that did what he needed it to do, though.
No, that was a pretty unimpactful attack there.
Yeah, this really feels like a good game for Larva right now. I quite like how he's played it out.
I want to see if he's going to try to dive bomb the main. You can send the Scourge and the Mutas in here and try to catch the Corsairs. Now, the Corsairs are trying to get up to a number of like 5 or 6 because with +1 attack, you can actually fight Scourge.
Well, it looks like he's going to harass the natural a little bit. The Corsairs are in the main. He's got 3 right now. 4th one is building.
Okay, this is a lot of damage being inflicted over here, and he actually even dive bombs one of those over there. Oh, that's a
Oh, sick pick off on that Eye Templar. You can see the juking jiving there of Bingsu. He's trying to make sure that it's harder to hit. Good splitting from Larva, my God.
Yeah, I love him even flipping that Muta around just to make sure everything can get out. And now we're getting, by the way, it's 6 hatches, so we're going to have mass Hydras come in here now. Now, even getting that 1 Templar is a pretty big deal. Every Storm is really important in this matchup. And also, we could see the next phase of this after there's enough Hydras out, because it looks like Bingsu's going to have to power on 2 bases. We could then see something like 11 Mutas made right at the end when the push comes out, and he's going to try to just murder all the Templars before they can storm and then overwhelm them. Because if you kill enough of the Templars, you actually can't fight the Hydras.
Yeah.
There's just too many.
The Muta's coming back for some more harassment. Of course, that's going to force those Corsairs to come down. He does have some Scourge waiting behind. Yeah, look at that. Nice
Okay, he's actually getting enough catches on these Corsairs that there's not going to be a lot of Templars here for Protoss because you have to keep spending 100 gas to get another Corsair out.
I gotta say, so far from A to Z, this looks like a Larva game.
Yeah, no, I mean,
like,
he's playing like a god here. By the way, at the Forge, we might be having the armor upgraded instead of +2 attack. That seems to be more popular now with modern players if it's against Hydras.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that, though. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not fighting Lings, you're already going to beat Lings with +1. It's better to have some armor so you're
and Zealots
take some more hits.
They start with 1 armor, and then also they're small against the explosive damage of Hydras, so that actually significantly reduces the damage that Hydras are doing.
I don't know what you're talking about, nerd, but I mean, anyways. Check out this virgin talking over here. Look at this. Wow, Artosis, get a life. Jeez. Oh, my God. You're embarrassing yourself here, my God. I can't believe me and everybody else who's watching this is cooler than you are, okay? Wow. Okay. No, but seriously, everything's going according to plan here for Larva. There's that armor upgrade. The fact that he's already spent a couple storms here.
Yeah.
And now it's going to be hard to push out. So let's see if you can do this. When you have about 12 Dragoons, that's usually the time when you have to start taking the fight to the Zerg.
Good first storm there, I would say.
Yeah.
His Zealots are getting eaten through pretty quickly.
That was a great one.
You're right, I am just such a nerd, man. Oh, God. Well, the Dragoon Templar is holding pretty well. Now, here's a question for you.
Yeah, please.
How many Dragoons are you actually looking to get against this type of army? Because it feels like you shouldn't get too many.
Yeah,
You're gonna have to reinforce the zealots instead.
Okay, if I understand correctly, it's about a dozen. It's about one control group.
A group. That sounds about right.
And then as the fights are going, if you're losing zealots and spending storms, you're getting more of that. If there's any moment where the dragoon count gets too low, you need to have enough dragoons with your army that if they ever move anywhere near your army, there's damage done to them.
Yeah,
you know, one thing about zealots and Templars is it's hard to stop Templars from being targeted. Uh-oh.
Oh, are you kidding me?
This looks like my games where
doesn't
by the
cast
time I come
storm?
back, all my Templars are gone. I'm like,
He was looking wherever the hell Snow was looking when he almost lost his shuttle.
I use my Templars to tank shots so that my zealots can do damage because they have +1 armor.
It's a great idea.
Yeah, Protoss is almost out at this point in time. He can't mine from his natural. I mean, basically Zerg's trying to buy time. And notice that 4th base at the very bottom that's being taken right now. If he just can hold out and keep taking these fights and Protoss can't push him, he should be in a very, very winnable position.
Yeah, Bingsu has a pretty decent army. He's actually lost a fair amount of probes, so when you look at these supplies, that's a very heavy army supply for Bingsu right now compared to a normal game of PvZ. But like Larva is matching him for supply, which is never good for Protoss.
Okay, he's going to try to push out now. And Bingsu's going to try to squeeze a 3rd base in over here. Now, this is a pretty big Protoss army. Oh, I love the egg there.
Yeah, that's
so
really
good.
Cool. Well, the egg was probably going to go down anyways since Storm Egg exists, right?
That's right. But he does kill the Nexus, which puts a much more pressure on Bingsu to succeed with a push. When you can't push, you just try to squeeze out a 3rd base, even if it's a mineral only. You can use those minerals to just expand again.
Yeah.
And
man, the Lurker's coming up. He actually doesn't have an observer.
Yeah, I think it was shot down by the Hydras. This is a common tactic when you get to this point in the game, is the weakest part of the Protoss' army is the observers. So if you just snipe the observers and then run away, or you just put Lurkers down, there's nothing you can do. And I think that is basically the killing blow here. GG.
Yeah, just smashes through GG, and Larva goes to that winner's match.
Yeah, Bingsu looking a little bit outclassed here, and assuming that game was a, the game that Snow had was an accident. I think Bingsu's still going to have a pretty hard time going up against Snow here.
Yeah, well, that's kind of a hard match, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bingsu versus Snow, but the way Snow was playing in the first game, I don't know. If Bingsu beats him at this point, I'm not even going to be surprised.
And Larva versus Stor coming up next.
That's a cool match.
I actually don't. That's a hard one to call too. I think either player could win. They're both so strong.
And Escalade is the starting map. I think that's actually good for Zerg against Protoss, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. But the thing about Stork, though, he always has some kind of a plan. No matter what kind of map it is for whatever matchup. Especially, I think out of all the players in the whole world, somebody like Stork just knows how to prep.
Well, you know his nickname, right? The Commander-in-Chief of No Mistakes or something like that.
Something you can never
Of
forget.
no weak points, that's it. The Commander-in-Chief of No Weak Points.
We got to go to a commercial. When we come back, we start the best of 3s here in our group.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
라벨 떼고 버려야 되는 건 알죠? 근데 귀찮아서 잘 안 해요.
라벨을 떼지 않아도 오키. 라벨을 없앤 아이시스 8.0 에코. 따는 순간 분리배출까지. 지구에게 오키, 모두에게 에코. 라벨이 없는 아이시스 8.0 에코.
뭐야?
오빠가 맞춰.
핫식스잖아.
그냥 핫식스가 아니야. 핫식스 더킹이라고.
뭐야, 색깔이 하나 더 있네, 릴리야?
핫식스 더킹 펀치야.
이거 무슨 맛인데? 뭐 과일 맛 나는 거야, 이거?
이건 열대 과일 맛이 나서 여자들이 굉장히 좋아한다고.
이 과일 맛 나면서 되게 상큼한데?
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
경기 좀 끝났으면 첫 번째 대결을 시작하겠습니다.
지금 이영호 선수와 윤찬희 선수의 플레이 스타일은 똑같아요.
네.
전혀
그렇죠.
밀리지 않습니다.
거의
지금까지는
미러전이에요, 미러전.
네. 허를 찔렸죠. 갑자기 드랍십을 지상 병력에
네.
많이 투자를 안 하고 드랍십을 먼저 생산을 해서 지금은 데미지를 주는 거니까.
그래서 내기가
탱크만 살리면 돼요. STV는 한 기 정도밖에 안 잡혔던 걸로 보였거든요.
네. 아 그리고 드랍십을 또 제거를 하고 골리앗 한 마리도 안 잡혔고.
네. 실어서 이동할 준비 좀 하고 있는
이게
상황이고요.
지상으로 올지 드랍십을 타고 올지 여기에 대해서 빠르게 판단을 해야 되는데
중간에
자 그래서 궁금해서 나와봤죠. 센터 쪽에서 병력이 있으니까
많아요?
그냥
많아요?
드랍십이 맷집 역할 잘해줬고요.
네, 잡아먹는 판단.
이걸 추가 병력과 더불어서 지금 여기 내려서 드랍 공격으로 끊어먹었어요. 밥 뜸들이기도 전에 밥통을 엎어버리고 있어요.
그렇죠.
코맨드 먹기 위해서 코맨드를 지어놨는데 지금 보내지도 못하고 있습니다.
그 타이밍에 드랍시.
네, 3골리앗 아까 이제 섬에 있었던 것까지 태워가지고 와서 지금 드랍십 들어간 거죠.
깔끔하게 정리하고 있는데요. 이렇게 동안에는.
이랬던 부분들을 만회하려면은 기본적으로 추가적으로 가져간 상대의 확장을 무조건 부져놔야 그나마 따라잡는 거였기 때문에 모든 병력이 총출동할 수밖에 없었습니다.
그렇죠.
상대방이 지상으로
취재 두 번째 대결을 시작하겠습니다.
네, 공중상으로 가까운 부분들을 좀 활용을 해가면서 플레이를 하겠다라는 생각입니다.
들어가서 좀 확장 올리는 타이밍을 봤거든요. 이대호 선수 지금 투스타 올라갑니다. 컨트롤 싸움 걸고 있습니다.
대공 자체가 지금 현재까지는 없는 상황이라서 레이스에 그냥 문매를 맞을 수밖에 없는 상황이거든요.
그렇죠. 배를 잔뜩 불릴 생각을 좀 하고 있는 상황에서 여기서 태클을 좀 먼저 탄 이재호 선수가 투스타에서 나온 레이스로 계속 던져 공격하고 있습니다. 터렛 공사 자체가 지금 안 됩니다. 레이스가 계속 쌓여가고 있거든요.
오레이스.
네, 이거 완전히 당했네요.
달려도 좋아였었는데 이렇게 세게 때릴 줄은 상상도 못했다.
밀로 지금 들어갈 준비하고 있습니다. 황경현 선수.
이제는 탱크 배치가 꽤 좋았고요. 이재호 선수.
일자지는 펼쳐놓고 있고요.
골리앗이 홀드 상태로 지금 가만히 있었죠.
자, 이거 붙는 거.
나오면서 탱크 점사하면서 대처하기 시작을 했기 때문에 탱크의 양은 많이 줄었습니다.
드랍십을 모으고 있는 황경희 선수인데요.
드랍십을 좀 활용을 하기 위해서는 병력 머리 위쪽으로 지금은 내려야 되기 때문에 쪽 랠리 포인트에 모였었던 병력 실어가지고 본진 쪽 다시 정리하려고 나가는 그 찰나에 지금 이 병력이 한 번 더 들어왔죠. 이대호 선수의 병력이.
그렇죠.
공격을 쉬지 않습니다. 상대방에게 역습을 가할 시간조차 없네요.
취재 1사 대결을 시작하겠습니다. 센터 쪽으로 와서 베럭스 올리고 있어요.
좀 더 과감하게 지금 베럭스를 지었습니다. 이영호 선수가.
독이 일꾼까지 내려와서 여기 베럭스를 좀 장악하고 있거든요. 하나 나오는 거 먼저.
SCB가 툭 건드려주고.
자 여기도 때렸는데 하나 SCB 붙이고요.
자 탱크 점사당해요. 탱크.
회로가 벌처에 막혀 있었고요.
자 여기서 좀 독인데요.
탱크 둘이 먼저 탱크가 확보가 된 타이밍에 상대 탱크를 잡아먹었기 때문에 병력을 많이 남겼습니다. 이영호 선수가.
빠져나가고 여기 3개로
탱크를 점사를 먼저 투탱크가 해버렸기 때문에 탱크 숫자에서 좀 뒤처지는 상태에서는 데미지를 입을 수밖에 없었죠.
자 독이 좀 벌쳐가 좀 오면서 이 병력 걷어내려고 하고 있는데 무빙샷.
탱크 맷집으로 지금 버텨가면서 와 벌처가 추월될 때까지 아유
취재 1사 대결을 시작하겠습니다.
야, 본진 정찰 허용하고 전진 팩토리 하나 건설을 하네요. 수를 던졌습니다.
그렇죠. 가스 조절을 한쪽과 하지 않은 쪽의 그 차이죠. 이영호 선수는 거의 극단적으로 가스 채취를 중단했거든요. STV 하나 좀 빨리 대기를 시켜놨던.
이걸 찾아요? 이걸?
지어지기 전에 여기는 앞마당이 여기 이쪽이 사실 우범 지역이거든요.
벌써 다시 좀 들어갑니까? 비집고 지금 마인맷을 해놓고
대변이었었죠 이영호 선수. 틈 생기면 또 마인 마인 배수가 얼마나 더 중요하겠습니다.
이쪽이 또 뚫렸고 탱크를 또 잡아버리면서 벌처 숫자도 많이 지금은 살렸기 때문에
탱크가 엄청나게 쌓이기 이전에는 개체수 많은 게 더 나을 때가 있습니다.
서로 간에 이제 좀 자리를 바꿔가면서 빠르게 공격적인 플레이를 했을 때 이 벌처가 어쨌든 딜로스를 발생시키기 때문에 특히나 그런데 자 마인을 앞 탱크가 받았고 위쪽에 골리앗이 섞여져 있는 병력이 쏟아져 내려왔습니다.
이 병력 지금 끌어먹고 있습니다. 병력 살리고요.
언덕 위쪽에 자리를 미리 잡고 있는 싸움, 그러니까 수비적인 싸움에서는 탱크 숫자가 많은 것이 도움이 될 때가 있지만 서로 이렇게 마주쳤을 때는 갑자기 달려드는 벌처에 의해서 진영이 깨져버리거든요.
이거 구슬 몰아놨어요. 시제 1사 대결 10분 21초 만에 이영호 선수 승리 따내면서 8강에 진출합니다.
ASL 시즌 9 Refresher.
Hey, Artosis, you are right. Map 1 is on Escalade.
Yeah.
This is going to be a cool series, man. Larva or Stork. It's really hard to say who would come out on top. I'm actually leaning a little bit towards Stork here.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Really? I really like to, because I think most people would say Larva should take this, but
Yeah.
Stork is, especially in the, I guess last year in 2019, we really saw Stork plan very well, and you know that. First of all, PvP, a lot of times you can't decide way ahead of time what you're going to do. It kind of depends on when you scout what. Do they scout you? And then you kind of look at what your odds are and try to pick the best build. But I think PvZ, he's definitely got some big plans here on this map.
Okay, I'm excited to see what they are. It feels like a map where taking a third can be very difficult, so I'm a bit nervous for him against Larva. I don't know. I think he'll definitely put out a better game than
in a weird way, I think that might be okay if he just wants to try to push.
Like just two base play?
Yeah, I think. Anyways, guys, we are going to be...
ASL
starting
시즌
now.
9.
Okay.
게임 준비 완료.
Am I good at my job, Artosis?
No, you're not!
에스컬레이드에서 게임을 시작합니다.
Love this ID. Larva, one top Zerg. I know what he's going for with it, and he just didn't do it right.
Yeah, the order's out and the words are kind of wrong, but the idea is still there. That's part of the charm, though.
It is.
It's like Starfoot Gamer. It's like, oh, look at that. You kind of like, you made all these words together, and now, you know? It's almost better because of that.
That was the greatest ID ever. He still has that, I think, too.
So funny.
Whew. So, we have cross spawns here. That would actually, I would say that that's decent for Stor, right? It takes much longer for Hydras to get to his base to try to bust him. And the way Larva oftentimes plays, the way he likes to take another natural, that natural would be very close to Stork.
That's a good point.
So, yeah, I'm liking, maybe I'm completely wrong on it, but it feels like it's all right for Stork, these spawns.
So I think we're going to have gate first here. The probe mines and goes back. That's usually what that means.
That or the weird 11 Nexus thing.
Oh, yeah, that could be too. Actually, that wouldn't be a bad idea either on this map.
Absolutely.
Just
it's
blind
a
Nexus 11.
In fact, I think that is what it is, because he didn't send anything down.
So, for those of you guys who are watching, by the way, whether it's StarCraft 1 or StarCraft 2, it's never too late to try to pick up the game. I know a lot of people say it's too hard. It's like, it's actually going to be around for a very long time, guys.
Forever.
So, oh, and this is about to get very interesting. So, I got a couple ideas I want to point out here. Let's say that you're watching this and you're somebody trying to learn, and you would, I think all of you would look at this and say, but won't this just lose to a quick pool?
We thought so too.
Yeah, the answer is yes. The answer is just yes, but what this build is this is usually used specifically in best of 3s or best of 5s because you want to just squeeze out a Nexus, and if they don't have the opening that stops you, you are catapulted ahead.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it actually, I'm not sure exactly which pool number it stops, but it's amazingly resilient. Like, this is a build that Rain busted out, and it was the first time that we had seen it.
Yeah.
I remember there was at least one game where we're like, he's dead, right? And then he wasn't. He just had exactly the right timing to hold.
Yeah, well, we were talking about...
And you see this drone actually attacking a probe. He wants to delay cannons here.
Right.
He so badly wants to delay it.
Yeah,
He's doing a good job.
Okay.
Damn, that probe getting handled.
Now, I'm actually not clear on if the Lings get here in time or not. I mean, this is... Keep in mind, we were talking about cross spots and is this good or is this bad? It seems like this just barely stops the 2 Lings in time. Now, remember, if the 2 Lings actually get inside the main, there's a lot of...
to put 2 probes on.
He needs to get the probes over here. Okay, he sees them now.
Oh, he's not going to block it in time. Oh, he is.
Okay, and he will get...
Oh, 3 health!
I think the probes will just kill it, though. So...
Citizens arrest.
How funny. Okay, so that's really interesting. I guess this is an incredibly long travel distance, right? Links from the main all the way to the natural in cross spawn.
That's a funny thing about Escalade. The cross spawn is like 40 seconds. It's really far.
Yeah. So, I mean, Protoss is very comfortable. Keep in mind when you do a Nexus 11, it actually allows you to skip a pylon on this. That's why we see the cybernetics core made there and not in the main. Normally, it's in kind of an inconvenient place to try to put a cybernetics core. But you basically don't have to make that additional pylon. So your second pylon eventually is made right there in your main. But I mean, you're feeling pretty good about this. You're getting a lot of probes. When you do a really quick Nexus like this, you have 2 Nexuses cranking out probes at an incredible speed. So this is one of the best setups that Protoss can get into in the early game.
And he only lost like 1 probe, so pretty decent.
Now on the Zerg side, we should point out the Zerg didn't freak out and overmake Lings. And then I mean, he made the bare minimum, the 2 Lings, did what damage he could, and is going right back into making drones, which is why we see the Zealot being shot out on the map, is you need to force him to make some more Lings. And from here we have a layer.
Yeah, he's doing a little scout 2 checking. Is this the 3rd you have? No, it is not. It's closer to 12. Another Zealot coming out as well right now.
I mean, both sides are playing a really great game here.
Yeah, they're looking nice. So the 4th hatchery started here.
So with the Zealot, a lot of times you want to try to wedge it in between, let's say, a mineral patch or just some corner where they can't really be used the same way. And it's actually going to meet up with the 2nd Zealot here. Now, he might try to take this fight for a little bit and then run away.
Yeah.
I mean, both of them, actually. Yeah. So, Hydra Den coming down here.
No Spire at all. No Spire.
I think he's going to get one, though.
Oh, that's cool.
Maybe not. Let's see.
This is, okay, let me take just a really big stab in the dark because I'm never afraid of being wrong. I love to be wrong. I'm wrong all the time. But there is one style of ZVP where you actually skip Spire and you go Lurker Hydra, like much quicker lurkers than any build that has Spires in it. And maybe because Stork got such a nice start and he knows that Stork is going to pressure heavily, the quicker lurkers will actually just kind of put a stop to that.
Or, you know, it could be for Overlord's speed.
No, not that.
It could be, Artosis. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, again, right now, Stork is getting set up into a very comfortable position here. But yeah, a lot of times we just see the Spire thrown down and then Scourge to match the Corsairs that are out.
Oh, right now, does not have that going for him. The 3 Zealots start to move up. Evolution Chamber just popping. He's gonna see that quick Hydra.
So we're going to need to see a few more Hydras and Lings sent over here. You know, it's like Larva's going to handle this just fine.
Yeah, he'll be all right with that. Some good micro so far.
But I love what he's doing. He sent the Zealots across, but the Corsairs can still snipe Overlords. And this is one of the good tactics that Protoss has early on, is to force the Hydras, because they will automatically fire at the ground. They don't default fire the Corsairs. And you're more willing to lose Zealots in moments like this as long as you can kill Overlords. The Zealots are kind of like Zerglings a lot of time, where it's always fine if they go down as long as you get something else.
Sure. Well, the Corsairs continue to fly around. Yeah. And he is going to reconfirm here that there is, in fact, no Spire. So you'd probably stop your Corsair production, I would say. Yeah, he has done so. Are you just rushing into Psystorm from here?
I think you're rushing into Zealots with legs and Psystorm. I think you're doing both. I mean, you can actually kind of do it all, Artosis, when you pull this build off at the start. You're in a really good spot.
Well, looks like we're going up another hatchery, so going up to 6 hatch right now for Larva.
Yep. So Larva's going to be looking for a fight down the road here. Putting Zealots in spots like this, you're trying to monitor if and when they take the 4th, because that's going to be their weakest spot. This is also very standard. Putting a DT on the out on the map, a lot of times you don't want to use it right away, but when the game really begins to pick up and the Zerg is starting to try to take fights, sometimes third bases or naturals or even mains are very neglected. And so a DT can quietly move in there and kill all the drones.
Oh, I love this idea, right? The 4 Corsairs coming down, he has 2 DTs, so he could send those in.
Yeah, I think he might. Although, you know, it's hard for the Protoss to get a good read on, you know, where you can go. You don't know what's in the eggs, right?
Yeah, if there's an overlord in the eggs, suddenly you lose everything.
Yeah, it's just a terrible idea.
Yeah.
But I've seen really good pros do that. So there's a Spire coming down a little bit later on. We're getting to the point now where there's going to be a very big gateway explosion here. Protoss has got his 5 Corsairs with +1 air attack. He can continue to roam around the map here. And we're probably going to get Dragoons with the range upgrade, getting a Robo here as well.
Is this the type of game where you think that Stork should be going for like the 2 base really heavy, or do you think that he should be going into the 3rd more quickly?
Well, you know, I think Artosis, you're kind of trying to do both no matter what. You're trying to push out here, right? And then you're no matter what.
I feel like everything I've asked so far, you're like, no, he's doing everything. It's like he's doing all the things. I'm like, well, you know, I do always say Protoss can do whatever they want, so I guess they can both attack and defend and expand.
Well,
and
no matter what is,
that's
the,
cool.
The longer the game goes on, the more that Protoss just has to get an expansion, right? Because you actually mine out both your main and your natural really quickly when you do this. So you're trying to do both. I mean, the 3rd base isn't like the absolute thing you have to get up. The push is a little bit more important, I would say. But I mean, if the Zerg holds out and then you're just on 2 bases and the Zerg is 1, right?
Yeah.
By the way, this is a great play here. Just coming up here, taking some fights wherever he can.
Yeah, he's running around very nicely at the moment. But Larva hunting down some of these Zealots at least. So many Hydras being made, my God.
Yeah, 6 hatch is pretty crazy how many Hydras you can get out. And you know, one thing about Hydras is like, they're among the most responsive units in the game.
Yeah, they're very microable.
So yeah, you can micro them, and if you don't lose too many, I mean, you really start to get a lead here. So this was a good play by Larva. He cleaned up those Zealots out there. Now see the DT, it's not attacking. He actually wants that 4th base to finish. And he wants drones to be sent down where he can kill all of them. And that will give Stork a huge tempo advantage. And of course, that's going to feed in nicely to this big push that we know is coming.
Well, looks like it is going to be a really, really big push. His army's starting to look quite scary over there. I love the Corsairs, what they're getting done, by the way.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit shocked at how many Overlord kills they are, but I guess if you skip the Spire early on and never get the air dominance, all Overlords are fair game.
Yeah, there's really no fear. Look, he finally does have a few Scourge out here, but they're not even going to connect.
Yeah, that's why you want that number 5.
Yeah, 2 volleys from Corsairs.
It also makes it really difficult to ever succeed with mutas later on. That's one of the big plays tactically that the Zerg can do, is they can try to just come in and just kill your Templars and then win the fight with Hydras.
I can't tell you how many even pro games I've seen where that is the case. They lose extra Corsairs and just die to mutas.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, this is a lot of Hydras, but he has quite a bit of Psystorm here. Here come those Lurkers now.
Do we have an Observer with this? I don't see
He has a Robo, but I haven't seen an Observer as of yet.
Okay. Now, it seems like the Zerg wants to control this point right over here. Okay, now he needs to snipe the Observer. That's the play that keeps Protoss bending the knee to the Zerg here. So the Observer's pulled back.
This is not Stork's first rodeo, Tasteless. He's not letting that thing go down right now.
By the way, quick reminder, that DT is still hidden at the fresh 4th base.
Oh, I'm excited to see what it gets done. Oh, look, he's even hiding behind the minerals now.
He blends in with the blue minerals, his blue cape. And this is a big moment. I mean, although I think Larva's position is superior right now, there's going to be an attack that's going to come in here. We see these drones being transferred now. And, you know, you have to really be patient with this. He sees 3 drones. He says, you know what? It's Larva. I know there's going to be more here. And this could easily be... Oh, excuse me. I guess he's going to pull the trigger now.
Well, I think he sees everything kind of watching his Corsairs, so Larva probably a little bit more on guard. He's going to get out of here. Well,
by the way, this is +2 attack now. We don't have a Hive coming, right?
I don't think so.
Kind of like we had in Heart of the Swarm with StarCraft 2, and we still have it sometimes in Legacy of the Void, but you'll see players just sit on layer for a long time. They're just fine with this layer tech. And Hydra Lurker is very hard to fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to sit on layer. We don't have a Queen's Nest coming here. That might come when the 4th base really begins to kick in economically.
This kind of makes sense, though, too, because Stork is still on 2 base. You don't need Hive to finish a 2 base Protoss. All you need to do is deny the 3rd and live. Once he gets the 3rd, though, I think that would be a great time if he does get the 3rd.
Protoss is itching to push somewhere. And, you know, a lot of times one might say that you have to take out that fourth, but sometimes you see pushes into the natural that win the game. And other times we've seen it at the third where the 3 hatcheries are. That's a great way to completely just slam the production. Now, Protoss is taking a 4th base out of necessity, but again, it is up to the Protoss. He has to win this with a push usually.
His army looks really scary right now. He's got his observers still left alive here. Oh, he pushes up and gets both of them in a matter of seconds, though.
Yeah, and that means that the push stops. The lurkers are reign supreme here, and this is a great little counterattack here. So he's actually going to try to push the issue now. It's a little bit tricky when you're the Protoss in this spot because you don't always know how many lurkers there are. You know, there's a lot of, but you have to run. Now, can he at least keep control of this area right up here, where the 3rd is?
Yeah, I think he can hold it for now. Like, he's got quite an army over there right now, but the lack of detection is a little bit disturbing.
I always thought of this map as a very open map, but I guess actually when you look at PvZ fights, they're actually pretty narrow areas.
The middle is open, but yeah, around expansions it gets very tight.
There's enough to really win a fight if you have a few storms handy. You know, it's not like circuit breakers where it's literally just a plain field, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, I think there might be too many Hydras here. We need to get some storm over here. So he's actually...
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah, this might be...
That is a lot of Hydras.
Yeah, actually not a very great storm there. No. Kind of in the... He stormed into the gap of where the Hydras were not. Now, Protoss still can try to push out from here. Even the best players will say sometimes that the first time an attack doesn't work, you can try to play it out. But I think in this case, Stork identifies, all right, this is 4 bases to 3, and especially when he lost those observers, that's really where the game, there was a real opportunity for Larva to just end it. I actually think one of the hardest things in the game is to try to keep the observer alive in these fights. It dies. So we've seen some people try to incorporate observer speed.
Yeah.
But then that sometimes gets a little bit weird too, where it flies too far ahead too quickly.
It almost seems like they should be on their own control group for PvC.
I've tried stuff where one's in a control group with the Dragoons, another one is right-clicked on a Dragoon that's not in a control group, where you're just trying to make sure that there's something there.
Yeah, yeah.
It's kind of like, you know, in PvT when you're making mass carriers, but you know the Terran is going to make Wraiths?
Oh, yeah.
So it's like you need observers. I'll just have one that's literally like a screen to the right.
Yes,
So it's like when they come in there and kill it, I'm like, okay, they're going to kill it, but then I'll have one more observer that will come in.
I scan for that one.
Yeah, you need
that's
to.
Like that's a real tactic.
But the same thing with the observers is, you know, if you only need one, but you're going to have to make several because all the Zerg has to do is snipe those down, and then you're out of the game.
Yeah.
And that is why Hydra Lurker can be pretty tough. We're ready now for Game 2 on Inner Coven.
ASL 시즌
Yay! Let's make it weird.
All right.
Disruption Web Dance Hall. Let's do this.
이너코븐에서 게임을 시작합니다.
Okay, so bottom right we have Stor. And the left spawn we have Larva. Now I'm hoping that this is a good high quality PvZ. We've seen not that many PvZs here yet, and one of them was terribly disappointing. Wasn't that Bisu versus Beast where he beat him with one Reaver? You got one Reaver in the base and Beast left because he killed the Spire.
I forgot about that.
It was like really sad. And kind of, I believe we were theorizing that the map would be good for Zerg, but not sure of that. The metagame has changed on this map a lot.
Now, I actually think one of the best players to start out on a map like this is Stork.
Okay.
I mean,
Why?
because he has I think some of the best understanding of the game, and a lot of times those are the scariest players. When you get them on a new map, is they can look at it and just see. I mean, for instance, Stork was the first player that introduced the idea of just trying to take a fight in the middle PvP. Because he knows that Terran's going to try to push.
Oh, on this map. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about this map specifically. So
doesn't it look like the drone's hurting himself?
Yeah.
Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Yeah. Yeah. No, I get you though. It's kind of interesting.
So we should point out that this, those disruption webs are permanent. I know that this gets a little bit repetitious, guys, if you watch every game, but this map is weird enough that if somebody just stumbles upon our cast and has played StarCraft before, this is weird. The D-webs are permanent. There's plates underground at the natural expansion, so you need to have some detection to kill that. So occasionally we see what I call fugly fast expands from the Protoss, where the Nexus is off-center, but can still mine.
Yeah, that happens pretty often, unfortunately. Really?
Oh, my eyes! That's where you want to put it?
Why wouldn't you expand to the right side instead?
I don't know.
Because then the Nexus is at least close to some of the minerals instead of like... Why didn't he just put that Nexus in his main Nexus, other Nexus, and then mine from those minerals?
Why not there? At least that way there's something kind of aesthetically pleasing about it. By the way, the gas steal is pretty interesting. One thing about this map is that it makes the math a lot fuzzier for Artosis and I when we watch the game move on. I don't know really how many minerals you mine from an off-center Nexus. You know, I don't... Because one of the first things you learn when you're playing the game is to never not be where the Nexus needs to be, you know? Now, already, both these guys are throwing like monkey wrenches into the gears of the other person's build order. We have a gas stolen here, a manor pylon planted to deny the hatch being put where it needs to be. So, even for these guys, that was sick. Even for these guys, it's actually really hard to kind of know where the game is.
Yeah, this is...
Probes are mining, which excuse me, should have been mining, are now attacking the gas. So, like, I don't even know... I don't know where this goes. I don't know who's ahead. I don't know who's behind. I think Zerg maybe has a little bit of a lead with the gas steal.
It feels like the gas steal is pretty darn good. Would there be any sense in like putting a cannon at that
I was
base?
thinking about it, but that's so like a thing that I would say that people would make fun of me for. Like, oh, Taser's cannon rush. But that I just kind of decided not to say it because like
I've never actually seen you play Tasers.
I've never seen you take more Tasers, but I think you make cannons only. But
they're not wrong, but yeah.
Yeah. They're not wrong, but they're not right either, Artosis. Let me put it like that.
Okay.
So maybe, I don't know.
Well, it's too late now.
The thing is, whenever you make a cannon in a spot like that, you have to keep making cannons. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
One buys a little bit of time, but Zerg eventually just have enough to kill it. I don't know.
Make the Cybernex core here now.
Oh, gateway.
Yeah.
And
that's just for another block.
Yeah, that's just because a gateway actually has a lot of HP. It just takes a long time to kill.
Yeah.
Unlike StarCraft 2, a lot of the buildings are just very hard to kill in this game.
That's very true.
Yeah.
You ever try to kill Pylon in this game?
No,
not happening.
It's almost never the right move to kill the Pylon.
Yeah, it's...
that was one of the funny things about StarCraft 2 was having to learn to just target pylons now. The pylon is actually, I thought that was one of the things they did a good job with in StarCraft 2 is lowering the HP, so it's actually exciting to unpower buildings, you know?
Yeah. Well, I know what you mean because there's some excitement there, but the DPS is so much higher in StarCraft 2 that and being a Protoss player in that game, I'm like, no, screw this. You've heard of the Artosis pylon, right?
I know. That was
it's a painful thing.
That was one of your great marks.
Yeah.
In your life,
That's what I'll be truly remembered
that's
for.
going to go on your tombstone.
Can't wait.
So the game appears to be developing into what actually looks like a pretty normal PvZ as far as tech goes. Corsairs, upgrades for the ground for Protoss, Zealots being made.
That's interesting that he's getting the ground upgrade, so it doesn't look like it's as likely to be like a Reaver Corsair type
I think
fight.
what you actually want to do is just get High Templars, storm the eggs, and push. I think this map that we spent so much time early on saying it was like an island map, and do you want to get 2 Stargates instead of 1, and you know, Reaver or shuttle speed can be good here. I think actually,
you think Storm Egg was right all along?
Storm Egg was right all along. Is you just get a ground army and just push them.
Okay. I disagree.
I think it's going to happen, Artosis, because guys, you can cast Side Storm even with D-Web over you.
Well, you know what I would do? Just make a bunch of Sunkens at my base. Now what?
And
you're gonna storm those?
I think that's when you win the game. Is you're fine. I think though, I think actually what you want to do is push through the middle of the map as Protoss and just kill the main.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Let's watch this a little bit longer here. All right. So those are stacked on top of each other, in case you're wondering. I wish we had a different way to put this in maps, like a doodad that just, you destroy all the HP and then there's a different, slightly destroyed building under that. Do you know what I'm saying? There's a way we could have done this better.
Well, I think the stack thing makes it more interesting in a way, actually, because you can, there's like a decision there. Like, if you want to break it down with splash damage, it breaks really quickly.
But that's what I'm saying is that you can still just destroy it with splash damage, but we have a doodad where it's like, it's actually 10 stacked doodads on top of each other, but one looks more destroyed each time. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, if you kill it with splash damage, it just goes from hero to 0?
Yes, I guess, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
just,
no, I understand.
Just because, I've been meaning to email Blizzard about this, but I think they're probably pretty busy with Warcraft 3 right now, but you know, I decided I was going to hold out until that fire is put out. But yeah, I just feel like it's so hard to explain sometimes to viewers what this is, and then just saying it's 10 stacked things when we could just, I don't know, you know what I mean? There's like a, you know, I wonder if you could add in some doodads that would make the game more, the same ideas are being used with the map features.
Yeah, no, I understand what
but
you're saying.
it's not so like confusing.
Yeah, stuff like that does get confusing for newer players.
Even D-Web, like just get a different animation that's not D-Web over there where you can't attack in. Where
now you're going too far.
Now I've gone too far?
You've gone way too far with that. What's wrong with the animation of D-Web?
Well, just
you want bubulas in StarCraft 1.
Yeah, I want
That's
bubulas.
what you want. You want bubulas.
Yeah,
I get it.
I'm pro bubula.
Okay. I thought you just didn't like the graphics of it. I'm like, what? Just
it's
fine.
No, I like the graphics. It's just like, why don't we just keep D-Web that temporary ability and then just have another thing on the map?
Yeah. Bubulas.
Yeah, bubulas or something like that, you know?
Yeah. Here's a quick question for you, Tasteless, because you are a Protoss player. Can you mind control eggs?
I don't know. Why would you think a Protoss player knows what mind control does? I don't. Nobody. That's like about as far out.
It's your best spell. I mean,
yeah, that's right. You and every kid at my lunch table in middle school thought that. Like, no, I mean, I don't.
I just wonder if you could mind control the eggs and then cancel.
And then Ultralisk comes out. You're like, oh, it's so sick.
That would be so sick.
I don't think you can mind control eggs. I don't think so.
No.
But that wouldn't make any sense. It's a living thing. You can, for instance, mind control a dropship and you get everything inside.
Yeah.
That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, that's a sick mind control.
Yeah.
All right, Storm Egg is coming.
All right. Our old friend Storm Egg.
Those eggs don't know what's coming.
I know.
Right
They're
now.
like, we're eggs. You can't stop us. Yeah, right.
When this game's over, there's still going to be some of us on this map. We never lose.
We're the eggs that never hatch. Now, yeah, I mean, it's...
We're unfertilized eggs.
Okay, so here comes the push.
Look how he's making the Sunkens, like I said.
Look at you. Okay.
Look at the mutas come in, though.
Yeah.
They're just like,
Aren't you glad that these Corsairs appear under the D-Web? Doesn't that just...
That's how I want it to look.
Yeah.
But you're saying it doesn't affect them, even though it's
is
over
like,
them.
it's fine. You're like a kid who just plays Gary's mod all day. It's like,
what's that?
Oh, you know Gary's mod?
No.
Oh, it's like one of the... It's a very popular like a mod that's on Steam, but there's a lot of really weird games that you can play in there, you know? It's kind of like, think of it a lot like UMS games in StarCraft, but it's in like a Half-Life engine, basically.
Oh, okay.
Never mind. Sorry.
No, I get it. I get it. Use map is cool.
So Protoss is going to expand up and towards the right. Zerg actually has a really important, almost like a placeholder expansion there on the top right that you can mine from. You could soak up a lot of minerals and gas from. And that would, I guess if the game went on super late, that'd be a spot Protoss might need. Okay, here we go. Just like we've seen in many PvZs on ordinary maps, Muta sniping Templars is quite strong. And in this case, he's actually using some great counterattacks here to basically keep Protoss honest. So this base goes down, putting Protoss on 1, but he's going to try to push into the main. And if he wins the fight here in the main, it's very possible that he could win the game. I mean, all the tech infrastructure is right here.
Let's kill Sunkens quickly. That is a lot of mutas, though.
Yeah, I think actually Larva's going to win this.
Yeah.
I think even though that storm was basically perfect, there's just too many mutas.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. But the Zealot's going to get some real damage done. Unfortunately, Stork's sitting on one base.
Corsairs.
He's afraid. He's got very low hit point mutas. He's going to lose like 5 of them in 2 seconds.
Okay, these Zealots are actually beginning to tear through, and there's almost
Larva
no
has a bunch of other bases, so
Larva,
I
think he's probably going to win.
Yeah. Well, he made the mass sunkens against this stupid gateway idea that you and Stork had.
I know, me and Stork.
Me and Larva with our mass sunkens.
Let me tell you something. This is the proverbial egg on the face here, Artosis, for Stork and me. I mean,
yeah. And I got a storm for that egg on your face, you bimbo.
Actually, hold up here. Hold up. If he gets a few Templars, I mean, with the Dragoons here and the Archon together, actually is pretty strong against mutas. You really can't quite get close to it.
Yeah, very hard to engage that.
Okay, he needs to move this Archon up, though.
Yeah, he's like...
You actually just want to like have these Dragoons on hold position, and you just micro the Archon.
Every Archon hit is so much damage.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. Okay, he actually took that base out. Hold on a second.
Does Stork win?
Yeah, no, I think...
With his one base?
Yeah, that's a 12-kill Archon, by the way.
That's pretty sick. But he used to be 2 high Templars.
Yeah, that's true. Some storm kills there for sure. By the way, if he gets the spawning pool, actually, I think he just wins.
It looks like it right now.
You know that Dragoon thing where you just start to get enough ahead and you Dragoons actually will close this out?
I feel like it's the Archon that did that for those
Yeah,
Dragons.
but I mean, from here on out, the rest is just, it's easy. He can just close it out here.
But he can still make more Sunkens in the top right.
There is that, Artosis.
It's still a one-base Protoss. Should be fair.
Okay, well, does he know about the top right, by the way? I'm actually not entirely sure.
He might not. He might not.
Is the Protoss's main mind out? He really needs to get rid of the spawning pool immediately here. All tech is like...
Oh my god, I love this move. I love this move. Because Larva definitely knows that there's not more bases for Stork.
Here's the thing. He can absolutely just send his army back and expand. That's actually fine. Zerg is like on 2 hatches here. But has no tech.
He's got decent drone count, right? So it still could be a little bit
Maybe you're
scary.
right. Maybe this is where he wants to go.
Why doesn't he put 2 drones on hold position there and not let anything in?
That's a very
Because he'd
good point.
rather the drones come out to die in a fight instead. Or maybe he's luring them in so he can get the Archon. All right. Excellent.
Well, the Archon gone. These mutas are actually much more of a threat.
What are those Dragoons going to do now?
Okay, this is crazy because this is swung back and forth in both ways here. But I feel like that little attack in there, you can't do. Okay. Okay.
I like it.
I dig it. Maybe he has enough Dragoons to just barely hold this off. Even the one Corsair. Yeah, even the one Corsair is actually very, very helpful.
Yeah, it helps a ton.
You know, mutas, when they're bunched up, that was sick. When they're bunched up like this, even one Corsair shot's pretty scary.
Yeah, yeah.
By the way, Larva needs to haul ass and take this base out, because if Protoss just gets the second base up and running... By the way, Larva is going to go straight into more mutas, I think.
Yeah, well, I think there's no other option. You definitely can't counter this with the ground army at this point.
Right.
And he had 1,200 gas, so that's a lot of mutas.
So, we need to see more Corsairs here. There's a chance Larva has this Hail Mary play here where he just... Oh, that's so good. Use the mutas to just stop the probes.
So good. Look at that.
This is a great game, by the way.
You know, this map is
actually awesome. Yeah, I'm actually really happy.
All the trash we talked on this map.
I know.
What fools we are.
We were wrong. Okay, takes out the Templar.
Oh man, these mutas are so bruised.
Everybody, look at Stork's minerals really slowly moving. Same with Larva. Every Dragoon shot here. Oh my god.
There's like 2 mutas that are going to pop as soon as the Corsair sees them.
Going for the probes here. Ambitious play. One muta out of position will go down.
That's a flanking muta, Tasteless.
Oh, don't do it.
Oh! I can't even believe what I'm seeing here with the 1 Corsair and like 5 goons just fighting infinity mutas. Finally gets that. It's a lot of mutas now.
Thing is, a lot of these mutas are really low on HP, man.
He needs to get back to his cannons. Get back to your cannons.
He just needs to get the probes across. Stork's minerals are about to freeze here. By the way, those bottom mineral patches are not exactly safe.
That's true.
A few muta dives here, on the bottom patches, and those probes are gone.
Do you just go Corsairs from here?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah?
It's +1 armor mutas, which are actually much stronger against Corsairs than when they don't have the armor. But I think you're both actually locked into this right now. Because the Zerg lost all of his hatches except for the one here and the one that's the one that they're showing us now over here. I guess there is one that's also...
Yeah, he just made that.
But anyways, he's on 3 hatches, which is actually just not a lot of production.
He's gonna get Jedi Templar.
Oh my god. You know, the problem as well is that there's just not a lot of gas here. I would actually imagine the main is almost mined out of gas, if not already. And so, like, you really need to make sure every Templar is worth its weight in gold.
I feel like you should be leaving everything that you make in your main. You know?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Until you have enough to actually walk out.
By the way, you know, these glaives are hitting the Nexus.
Well, once that pylon goes down, he won't be able to hit anything. But maybe the gas?
Yeah, it's just one of these things you want to watch for. It's one of the reasons why Terrans get completely chewed up against these muta harasses, as the glaives a lot of times just...
It's one of the reasons I have to tell like 4 people every single day that no, I should not float a building above my minerals to see the mutas coming in. Like, no, the glaives will murder everything I have.
Yeah.
Oh, Zealot's actually getting in now.
Okay, this is actually pretty big. By the way, that's the best use of those Zealots you can get.
Yeah.
What? Okay, he gets it.
That would have been crazy. Hey, if you mind control a drone the second it's turning into a creep colony, do you get the creep colony?
Oh, that's a good question. I've never thought of that.
You don't use mind control enough, my friend.
No, I know. And it's the best ability, right? Because you can get a whole other army.
It literally can make any unit.
Yeah.
You think another ability is better? You just steal the unit that has that ability.
How do you stop 20 carriers in an Arbiter? Okay, how do you stop that?
With Dark Archons. Duh.
I texted you about this, right? I went to a computer cafe in Seoul like a week or 2 ago, and there was like the most epic game some guy was playing, where his like opponent had carriers and he was going Dark Archons, and it was like...
He knows.
And I was like, man, this is crazy.
Yeah.
I was secretly watching, was spying on him. Okay, so all the defense in the main is gone. I think this is going to be chased away. By the way, Archons are actually very hard to make them connect with the mutas when you're in a base like this. Whoa, 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 whoa.
But I just saw 2 DTs pop out. And if I am correct, he's going to make a Dark Archon with those. To mind control a muta! No, but seriously, Tasteless, a Maelstrom would be amazing here.
Oh, absolutely. I think Maelstrom would be a great play.
Yeah.
In fact, that might be what you need to do, is just Maelstrom and then win the fight.
Yeah.
We'll see if Stor goes for it. These are one of these. This is a game where we're so far out of a standard PvZ.
Oh, this base is wrecked.
Yep. Go, 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 go.
He better make an overlord there.
I think we're going to go to game 3.
This is the craziest game I've ever seen, man.
Yeah, this is a great game. I'm
can't
really having fun
even.
casting this. Oh my god,
he's losing
more
everything.
In the main.
You know how many times we flip-flopped on who's going to win this?
I know.
I have no idea is the real honest answer. But Larva for sure.
Well, hold on. Oh my god. That entire group of mutas is about 3 Archon shots from being gone.
Yeah. Oh.
If he loses those mutas, this turns into a Protoss versus Zerg single-player campaign level where he just has to get enough of his units and push across the map.
By the way, he was targeting the Protoss Robo, so maybe he's going Lurker right now. Because like that would be the only reason you focus on that when you mutas, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Because it's not like Stork has the money to remake a Robo.
But I think also it's just you're screwing them on gas anyways. They eventually have to remake the Robo, right? I mean,
not if they're fighting against mutas.
This is true. Gosh, this has been such a nail-biter of a game. Okay, so Stork is getting some very healthy mining done here. He has the main. I don't know where he wants to expand again. Let's keep in mind, Zerg has a lot of bases. That middle base, not main, excuse me, the center base will mine out eventually. Larva might want to bank on that as a way to win too. It's going to be very tough for Protoss to get more bases.
Yeah, no, it's definitely very tough, but I feel like as he mines more from there, Larva's getting into a much worse position. I don't know, though. Finally gets the Cape Boy.
Yep.
You do have to eliminate
Not
all the buildings.
boys wear capes.
Yeah.
So let's see here. What's a better spot to attack? You know, that natural in the bottom left is going to mine out pretty quickly, but it does have all of his tech there, right? So I'm not sure.
I don't think you attack that.
No?
Yeah, I think that what you're looking for here is to probably kill, either go for the main,
sick,
main base, or oh god, look at that. See, that's why he was attacking that Robo. Oh my god, this is like the craziest tactical game right now.
This is so sick.
He's just like, that's it. Stork's not mining minerals anymore.
So
2 lurkers.
He just spent the last of his minerals. He needs to push up here. Is there an observer? Oh,
I don't think so. But I mean, he has Archons. You can use those to hit splash onto these units. That is a real tactic.
Okay, he's gonna dive.
Oh, dude.
He's gonna dive bomb this other
yeah, this
base
is gone. 2 Archons, 4 Corsairs. What's gonna kill that?
This is, yeah, he's just gonna get this, man. This is insane. Dude, this game's so good. What is going on?
Yeah, this map has given some.
This has actually been a
crazy
great season of ASL so far, minus that game we had Snow play earlier today.
What about all those TVTs?
Yeah, they were short. It was a really good season, Artos. It's what the
You're
people
so
want.
wrong. You're
it's
so
what
wrong.
the people want. Okay, so the lurker goes down. That's one patch. I believe he's going to have to go just a little bit further up. But now, Larva's going to try to dive bomb over on this base. Everything coming down here now.
Oh my god, look at the amount of lurkers actually coming in. He's trying to bust all these cannons. It's so many cannons, though.
I think Protoss has enough, Artosis.
Oh my god.
What an insane game. Okay. Is that it? I mean, is there another option? Is there another play from here? I don't think so.
Well, he still has another base, but after throwing all that away?
Look at this, Protoss sneaking up into the upper left, Artosis. He's just going to take a base all the way to the top left, which Zerg might not look for in a moment like this.
Well, he doesn't have anything to look for with it, right? Oh, look at this. It's like, get to that base, you see that. There's like just a bunch of poorly placed Sunkens, and it's like one base Zerg with no tech and a Spore and Sunkens.
The Zerg's sitting there like, I thought I was in an early game 2v2 here, sorry. It's got 4 drones mining.
Not even. It's just like some guy that plays that doesn't know anything about the... He's like, what, there's a pro scene? What are you even talking about?
You mean people play this for a living? They don't do that. You'd be like, no, they do. They do it in Korea. And they go, no, I don't think they do.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't sound right. I'm like, yeah, you know what? You're right about that. It doesn't sound right at all.
It doesn't sound right, but I'm just telling you, I actually work it and I do it. They go, I don't think so.
And then he watches this game as his first pro game. He's like, yeah, I'm as good as this Zerg. That's what my base looks like every game.
Did I ever tell you about when I was in college? My first week, I was like playing StarCraft in my dorm room, and then this guy came by and he's like, I think I can beat you. And I'm like, okay. And I was like watching him play, like getting ready before he played me, and he like doesn't use the keyboard or anything.
Oh
I'm
my god.
It was just like, okay, this is gonna be this really awkward
people who think that StarCraft is Risk. This was a real thing.
Oh yeah, they're like, oh, I used to play SimCity and
I have
StarCraft.
a strategy.
Yeah.
I'm
also a really big Civilization guy. You're like, cool, man. That's, and then of course you don't have the heart to tell him, right? You go, oh, okay. I'm like,
oh yeah, you're really good.
That's cool. Yeah. I usually go for Hydras. You're like, you go for something in the game? Is that what you do? You go for?
Yeah, we had a PC cafe in my town for a few years.
Yeah.
And I went there and I played a lot of Magic tournaments and stuff.
Yeah.
And they all knew that I played StarCraft. And so I played like all the good Magic players at once. It was like 1 versus 6 on like BGH or something. I was Zerg. And I killed them. I made so many Zerglings that the network lagged. And I just sent them all through like Niduses that I made in their bases with like dropped overlords.
This is like Artosis' bedtime stories right now.
It's a great feeling.
How did you beat all of them? Well, that's not even my main race. Okay, Protoss, by the way, has the upper left. That's a funny spot to put the Robo, but I guess why not? It's like away from the cannons and towards the main.
This game is too crazy. How is this still going on? Larva suicided onto cannons, lost all his mutas, lurkers, and links.
Yep.
That was right after he lost his base that had the most mineral patches. Okay? And here we are, 8 minutes later, he's fighting the fight.
You know, this is one of those games that once you finish it, like you need to like get up and walk around.
You need to lay down.
You need to, you need to like.
You need a nap.
Get away from your computer. You don't.
Yeah.
You know, this is a game where you got, you know. By the way, whoever wins this is a replay you go back to.
You watch this replay?
You watch the replay. If you win it, you're like, yeah, you know
No,
what?
I feel like it would scramble my brain. I'd never want to even
No,
think about it.
Are you kidding me?
again.
I love that. When I go to bed just watching my best games, I'm like, I'm so sick. I love doing that, man.
Oh, that's awesome.
Except when I'm not in good shape and I go back and I'm like, I am so bad at this game.
Yeah, that's generally when I watch my
I look at it and I'm like, oh, I thought I played well, but...
This base that you liked?
Yeah. Oh, it's okay. The cannon's going to finish. You can kill it. He wins.
Look at that. He's just like the lurker's targeting whatever it
like,
feels
use
like.
the Mighty Duck flying V formation for your probes. Get him! Get him! Yes.
Ah, the probe's blocked!
Yes.
Probe's body blocking a lurker.
Yeah,
Love
man.
It. No help in sight. Only the cannon.
I feel like, how do I say this? I mean, Zerg's been in this game, but like just so barely, you know?
Yeah. Well, he's got
and Stork's basically like, he's a very solid pro gamer who's kind of like trying to feel his way through this really awkward game.
Yeah.
Like he had the edge once he got the main, but Larva's so good.
Yeah. If he had not suicided on the middle base, I think he thought he was going to break it, obviously, right?
Yeah, I think this is basically
If he had not done that, would he have won this game?
Right now, Stork is Batman, but he's trapped inside the Riddler's maze, and that's Larva here,
Yeah.
you know?
Okay.
He's like, riddle me this, Batman, and you just fly in.
And then Batman is like, I have Corsairs. He throws a Corsair out of his
throws
belt.
it like batarangs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 Archons in a shuttle! In the Bat Shuttle!
Yeah. He eventually beats Larva with a riddle that he can't answer. Okay, so this is a PvZ where the Protoss has cut the Zerg literally in half on the map.
Oh, that's funny.
This is so funny.
See, this is where you need Nidus.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're on
It's like
hatchery
two
tech.
Zerg broods trying to just reunite here.
Yeah.
Somehow the Protoss has become the Zerg.
Well, what Stork should probably do is kill the Jorgman brood first, right? Because they really like to use Hydras.
Yeah.
And then you...
Oh, dude.
Then you go after the Overmind.
Wait, what, is there no Overlord here?
Oh, my God.
Yep, that's
Don't
what,
worry.
that's what it looks like when I play.
Why are you and him so bad?
It happens at times. You're like, I guess I didn't get anything.
Yeah.
My idea was right, but I can't execute it.
Yep. Oh, this is so funny. Look at that slow Overlord.
Yeah, he never got Overlord speed.
This game
30-minute game,
is
no
so
Overlord
weird.
speed. So crazy, yeah. You'd think he would have just ran and hit it.
There's that Overlord.
Oh, there it
speed.
is.
Woo!
Really? All right. I'll just kill this group of 10 Hydras.
Oh my God! Look how many storms are on these things.
Yeah. Look at Larva. He wants to win so badly. it's like 8 Hydras splitting against 10 Protoss units. It's like Jesus, man.
And every Protoss unit beats a Hydra.
Yeah.
That's the funny part.
At this
and
point
there's
in time,
4 Psy Storms in that army too, by the way.
By the way, 3 shuttles. Huh? Your turn, Artosis.
Yeah?
How about 3 more pylon
Double
stasis.
Robo.
Yeah. Oh!
This is how you throw Tasis. Oh, never mind. Scourge.
More like Throwbo. Oh, that Archon splash on a drone!
Oh my God. Well, he gets
No,
most of
not
the drones
really.
out
Not
again.
so much, bro.
Loses the hatch.
Okay, so it's Zerg going to be knocked down to 3 bases.
It almost looks like Protoss has a base on the left side, but it's really just an army that's sitting next to the gas.
It's sitting next to the Zerg's old main. It's like,
Yeah, it's just sitting there. It's like, well, they took ire from us and sat there, so that's what we're doing now.
It's like, they just take it. Like, what do the Protoss do with the Zergland? Will they build parking lots there? It's probably going to be a Protoss.
They salt the fields.
There'll be a Protoss M&M store there, and, you know.
Yeah.
Okay. This is A push that's going to come up here, and actually this is a lot of sunks. Remember, Hydra's can just snipe the, oh dude.
Wow. Well, he's going to kill that base, but he might lose everything at home.
Hold on, let's see.
Oh yeah, he doesn't have anything here, man. All right, so we're going to be down to Larva in just the bottom left bases. But Stork is going to have only the middle base, but he is taking a right base. Yeah, this base is really, truly dead. Look at it, he's using Storm on 2 drones.
Okay, so he kills this, but
there's no tech here.
The main's going to be mined out. No, there's a Spire token.
Look at this, he's actually hitting the center now.
Okay. Oh, I think this is a bad idea.
Oh, well, he's got to do something tasteless.
No, he doesn't. He just has to kill that other left base and then drag the game out.
Wow, those Reavers did not want to die.
GG. Whoa.
That game was madness.
That was something else. That was an experience. That was like, wow.
Yeah,
that is what, okay, I'm sorry we ever made fun of your map, Intercoven. Intercoven's a badass map.
It's actually Freakling's map, too. It's the foreign map maker.
Damn right.
The guy from Germany.
Freakling did a good job with that map. That's a crazy game.
That was a crazy game.
Now let's watch Stork get bopped on a normal map.
Match Point is actually our next map. What's Match Point like, PPC?
It's called 2 gateways next to their natural.
Is that what it's called?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's how you say it in Latin, Artosis.
Gatewayness Maximus.
Maximus, two-ness, closeness, the Zerganus. Aurelius.
Wow.
That was just such a great game.
That was a great game.
All right, guys. Shh, quiet. We're going to start game 3.
ASL 시즌 9 게임 준비 완료. 매치 포인트에서 게임을 시작합니다.
I just want more games that look like that game.
This isn't Intercoven. What is this, a land map with its... Ah! Yeah!
I say we make a new tournament called ICSL,
Yeah.
Intercoven StarLeague.
That's right.
Where all the games are on Intercoven.
That's right.
And eventually we get it whittled down where it's just a bunch of Corsairs in PvPs going at it.
What a great game that was. No proxy, it looks like, from Stork, by the way.
Oh, you actually thought he was going to do that?
Yeah, I did. Why?
Why, though?
It's a one-on-one map.
Yeah.
I think it's a good build. I also feel like at the way game 1 went, I think Stork would want to play an unusual game and not a macro game, but I'm wrong.
But is this a good map for Stork? Because there's so few bases. So doesn't it seem like if Protoss gets 4 bases, like if they can control the high ground above the mineral base, that feels like a game-winning scenario, right? Because Zerg just can't get many bases.
I suppose. I don't know.
Is this straight up a 9 pool? Yeah, it is.
Oh, sick. This is the old build.
Yeah, but the probe is coming right across. So the 9
Here's
pooling
the
can
thing,
do
guys. Speedlings are fast.
Is he going to get gas? Yeah, I guess so. No, it's extractor trade.
Oh.
Slowlings are still fast.
Still better than most of the units in the game.
Yeah. Well.
So this is, I've seen this become a little bit more popular lately.
9 pool, no speed?
Yeah, the just a very earlier built, pool, excuse me.
Why?
I don't know, but maybe I've seen some good players do it. It probably just means that there's a pro that knows why that I don't have the answer to, but
yeah.
You know, people have been doing overpool for so long, this can kind of throw the Protoss off.
Yeah, well, that's for sure. One of the best ways to get victories on the ladder is to just change something slightly without people understanding what the difference that makes it.
If he gets a denial on that hatchery, it's pretty handy. People are getting so good at moving shot, by the way, with drones.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Everyone can do it.
Yeah. Okay, so he makes the pylon there. And this forces the Lings to...
yeah, it's only 2 Lings, though, just like on the...
So he'll just cancel it.
That's interesting that he does that twice.
So the second is made where the third is usually taken. And the response here is just, oh, wait a minute, that's funny. It's going to be a Nexus on 16. Huh.
I went for that cannon first.
Well, a lot of times we see cannon and then Nexus on 13. That's why I was interested.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Or
though?
maybe I'm doing that and everybody else is like knows how to play the game except
I
for
feel
me.
like you'd want the extra probes. Probes are good.
The thing about getting it earlier, though, is the Nexus can operate as a pylon and you're making double probes more quickly. Well, I'm actually not sure what, but maybe somebody who actually knows can tell me, not just people that...
Oh, don't worry. I'm
sure there's plenty of people that are also pretty sure
know.
that they know how to use Ghosts, but you know what I'm saying? Like, if there's somebody who actually knows, yeah, please let me know. So, it almost looked like he was going to try to make a den there for a second, but...
You know what? Actually, I think you might be right on that.
Yeah. But I don't think he's going to do... I mean, you can't make the den if they can see you.
Well, you can, but then you just drone behind, right? We've seen Sulky do that before, where he
Well,
makes the
he's
den
so
and then
good.
he makes 3 or 4 Hydras, and then he just makes drones.
Yeah, yeah. Meanwhile, the other player has 9 cannons back at home and 1 gateway. And
Sulky's coming to
oh,
get me!
God! Layer made over here. By the way, I've been asked before why people would ever not make the layer in the main. It's just even having a few seconds to buy time to confuse the Protoss and for them to confirm whether or not a layer is there is actually really good.
100%. When people make a layer right in front of my SCV, I'm like, just make it at the natural.
Yeah, I'm like, what are
or
you doing?
if I'm at the natural, make it the main. Like,
Yeah, just never make it where I'm
don't
at.
make it in my face. Like,
Use everything you can to get a lead here.
give me an opportunity to make a mistake.
Yeah.
But I guess it's probably better to make it on time than to try mind games when you're bad. Not that Larva's bad. Well, he made it somewhere else anyways.
Get ready. Here's a controversy, guys. Artosis said Larva's bad.
Plays with his feet, man.
I lost a lot of respect for Artosis's cast. So, we got the weapons upgrade coming here for Protoss. No air attack yet, but we're still about... We almost have 100 gas again to do that. But right now, this is your bread and butter PvZ build, you know? Your turn, Artosis, you go.
I'm good.
I know you love PvZ. Tell us about it.
Oh, double Hydra Den.
What?
Was that?
No, that can't be. That's a Hatch and Hydra, right?
Maybe, but maybe not.
I'll pull out this my trusty old build from 2003.
Double Hydra Den is a real build. People
it?
used to use it to, yeah, once upon a time.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say.
I've seen it once or twice in the past 3 years. But yeah, it's just to get speed and range at the same time.
Yeah, it just feels like that's a lot to spend on. I mean, those upgrades come out pretty fast. So that's what weirds me out about ever getting double is like, well, what are you getting?
Well, how
if
long
they have
does the
cannons,
upgrade take? It's probably like a 50-second upgrade. So, I mean, it's not nothing.
No, not nothing, but to have that much money to spend on 2 upgrades at once, that you're not going to have a lot of hiders. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, Overlord sniped. So far we have 5 hatches.
That was a hatchery and a Hydra's Den. That's dumb. He should have gone 2 Hydra's Den.
Where's the second den? What is he doing? I thought we were casting the best players play. I don't get it.
thought we were casting the best players play. I don't get it. It's amazing.
So he's hitting these overlords over here. This is actually pretty good. There's only 1 Hydra out. You could actually kill quite a bit here.
Yeah. It's kind of weird, by the way. Like, Larva has no chill in this matchup. He's like either mutas or no Spire.
Yeah.
He doesn't make a Spire for just Scourge. He thinks that's stupid.
Yeah, he's refusing to play anything that's like
the more normal builds.
Yeah, if you were teaching somebody how to play Zerg, these are not usually the builds you teach them.
Yeah.
Okay, the Lings come in. Now notice he didn't dive on the cannons. If they dive on the cannons sometimes, if they have enough, then it tells you that they're going to try to bust you.
That would have been hard with those Zealots there as well.
Right.
Sees everything that's going on. We'll do a little bit of harassment as well. It is hilarious how quickly Zerglings skill probes, truly.
He's actually going to counterattack, though. Sometimes it surprises the Zerg. I guess when you see one Zealot here, though, you kind of like, get him! All right.
There should be a fair amount of... Oh, look at that. +1 and leg stun.
So he's going to dive bomb these Zealots in here.
Well, I like that. You can get some Overlords, too, at the same time.
This is really
good.
good.
That's a lot of Hydras, though.
Yeah, this might be not a wise decision.
Yeah. I like that he pulls back. Doesn't overcommit.
Bisu was one of the first players to really show off the idea of just battering them with Zealots while the Corsairs get free kills on the Overlords. But Zergs are pretty good at handling it now.
Trick is to have enough Hydras that you kill everything and don't lose anything.
Yeah. So, Stork's doing a pretty good job. You know, when you get the Zealots with the speed, you kind of use them almost like vultures. You know, you can run around, you can hit other bases, you can actually kill buildings unlike vultures with Zealots. But I think it's time for Larva to push across the map. Now, this is 5 hatch, right? We don't have a 6 hatch somewhere?
Yeah, it's 5 hatch.
Okay.
But it should be 4 and 2 dens. We've been over that.
Yeah, I know. It's unfortunate he picked the wrong build, but I mean, whatever. I guess that's why we're the experts here talking about this, judging these guys. So, this counterattack is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I worry, though, because... Oh, I guess there's no suck in here. Excuse me. I thought there was some defense.
Look at that. Going to take out some of these drones. Hydra's coming in for that flank. Pretty good micro from Stork, I gotta say. Like, he's actually picked off quite a few drones there.
Now,
and he forced the whole army to come back, which is kind of nice.
That bought him time, but that was a lot of Zealots, okay? All right?
Okay. I'm cool with it. Are you cool with it?
Let's see if he's actually managed to muster up enough that he can then take a fight over here, because it's still 3 base at 2.
Gets an Overlord. A lot of Hydras. Oh, if he loses that group, gotta run those away.
Okay, he's gonna back up now. Oh, is he gonna get it? Oh, son.
Spire's on the way.
Spire time.
Yeah, and he's down to 1 Corsair.
So
Larva's gonna make mutas when that Spire pops.
Yeah, no, for sure. Also, I mean, there were some Corsairs picked off. I think that's Dragoon range being upgraded, not air weapons.
Yeah, 100%. You're right on that. You don't lose all your Corsairs and say, you know what?
You know, let's go back and make some more
+1 air weapons.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, making Corsairs here might be a good move, but I think he's just going to go for like a kill here. I don't think it's wrong, because when those mutas pop out, I think he'll have a very hard time keeping his High Templars alive. I think lots of things.
Let's see how this push goes. There is the 4th base being taken. Now the Zerg wants to just get the 4th out and hold the push. That's another hatch being made, right?
So Hydra's
there it is. He finally get that and then get the lurker upgrade while there's nothing being made in the other one. You know.
That way, if they randomly drop DTs to snipe that one before the lurker upgrade's made, you actually have it finished somewhere else.
Yeah. Then they attack and they're like, "How did you get all these lurkers?" And it's like, well. I'm playing 8-dimensional chess here, friend. Yeah. I love how we've known this game for so long that things like this are truly really funny to us. Like just things that don't make sense.
Yeah, well, things that don't make sense are some of the funniest things. My God. All right, so here come those mutt-mutts, and there's a fair amount of Dragoons here. But I think he's still gonna have to blow a lot of those High Templar.
Okay, he's coming out now. This is a little counterattack. Keep in mind he can actually snipe the probe here. Ooh!
Oh my God! Look at this move.
Sup?
Oh, those probes. They're having a bad day.
Okay, this is where Stork needs to get some big victory really quickly here, or he is out. This push is coming across the map now. I think it's a long shot, but maybe he pushes through. It does so much damage that he can even things out. Right now, 4 Dragoons is not going to cut it.
Oh my God, here we go. He's actually getting up here on top of these Hydras. The army of Larva is really quite split. He has a bunch of Hydras that are over there. The muta's finally coming home. Oh no, starting to pick off some of these High Templars.
Not bad, he's zoned him back. Oh, son. He's inside the base. There's 3 hatches here, the layers here. Oh, he might do it. Hold on. big counterattack coming down here.
Everything's coming home right now for Larva.
He's got to not lose that observer, by the way, in case lurkers start to come into play here.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of surface area coming up here, though.
Does he see out of storms? Okay, one more storm.
Dude, the mutas are back in the mineral line of Stork right now.
He needs to get those zealots up in the front. There we go. Oh my God, is he going to do it?
Well, there's mutas in his main, so he's actually taking a bunch of damage during all this, too.
He can just go through here and go all the way, dude. Just keep attacking. Take out those hatches. He's going to get the den, by the way. And like an idiot, Larva didn't get that second den we were talking about.
Dude, that's going to cost him.
No, he actually should really target that down, by the way. Because then there's not much you can do to stop this army from pushing forward. Is there sunks being made? I don't see him.
No, he's just making Hydras.
There he goes.
All right, the Hydra's coming down. And, I mean, if it's Hydras against just Goons, that can be okay. But these Zealots are going to push them back easily. Oh, no. Traps a whole bunch of them. Larva is in some trouble right now.
Okay, he's starting to close in. It's one sunk. That's not going to cut it. He's hitting the bottom. Oh, sick. I think he might actually be able to take this in this insane push. It's drones just trying to hold off. The last defense here, this one sunk. So many Dragoons.
Well, that sunk is not going to hold on against this many units.
Yeah.
And Larva, I think, processing right now that Stork is going to be taking him out.
Stork gets out of our group first. What?
He's killing like every probe. There's no money left for Stork.
Doesn't matter. There's no
Does
base
it not
left. There's
matter,
no
though?
base
Maybe it
left
matters.
There's no base
He has a
left.
Hydra here.
It's too many Dragoons. GG.
Whoa.
Wow.
What is Snow thinking about right now? He's like, I chose a legend.
He's like, I should have just let my shuttle be shot down when I flew it into Stork's base. Maybe that would let me win.
Well, it's just, it's funny that the guy that was picked first in the group wins it.
Womp. Look at Larva. He's like, yep.
Yeah.
I guess I should have had more sunks. He's like thinking about that second Hydra that he didn't make
Dude,
Kurtosis.
he could have had Lurker upgrade.
He's saying, I hope the caster didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Guess what?
I'll be a laughing stock.
Yeah.
Don't want that.
Too bad you're being casted by the goat. Yeah.
That's a sick win for Stork. I love Stork going out in first place.
Well, that was a beautiful end there.
That gives us some real hype potential, right? Flash won his group, Stork won his group. There are, I mean, that could be a round of 4 match. That could be a finals match.
Yeah.
Can you imagine seeing like a Stork Flash finals in
ASL
2020?
시즌 16강 비조 경기 함께하고 계십니다. 오늘은 첫 번째 8강 진출자가 탄생했습니다. 송병구 선수
Our first player to advance is Stork. Congratulations. He says thank you.
장기전도 있었고요. 정말 승자전은
Wow, what
쉽지
an
않은
incredible series.
경기였는데 역시
Very long games.
노련함으로 가장 먼저 8강 진출 확정 지으셨습니다. 소감부터 여쭤볼게요.
You put a lot of effort in today. How do you feel?
이제 8강 진출인 것 같은데
네.
너무 좋고요. 또 사실 오늘 좋은 결과가 있을 거라고 좀
I think it's been
생각을
almost 3 years for me to make it to the round of 8.
선수들도 잘하고 또 제가 요즘에 게임이 너무 안 돼가지고 그냥 한 명만
I've had a lot of strong players in my group, but recently a lot of my important matches didn't go as well as I was hoping.
이상하게
So
게임이
I was hoping to at least beat one player and then do my best in the final match.
연습
and maybe squeak through to the round of 8, but somehow I actually pulled through.
정도로 사실 오늘 첫 번째 장윤철 선수와의 경기에서 첫 번째
So let's talk about the game against Snow.
기가 막히게 견제하시면서 정말 좀 정답지가 많아졌잖아요. 선택권이 많아졌잖아요. 그때 오늘 좀 잘
So
풀리네요.
that was that first shuttle harassment came in and you deflected it very easily.
맵이 약간
Tell us what you were thinking at that moment.
그 좁은 길 때문에
So on that map,
좀 셔틀 플레이를 할 거라고 생각을 했는데
there's a very narrow
맞춤식으로 제가 잘 된 것 같고
entrance towards the natural.
좀 처음에 셔틀을
And I held it off pretty well.
나가지고
상대가
좀
I think I read into his plans pretty well.
불리하다는 생각에 그래서 그 뒤로는 이제 뭐 스무스하게 잘 풀린 것 같아요.
Snow plays a little
이몽규
bit
선수와의 승자전은 사실 두 번째 세트 얘기를 안 해볼 수 없을 것
after I won that
같습니다.
fight, everything went well.
정말 끈질기게 이몽규 선수가 버텨줬는데
Okay, we've got to talk about game 2 against Larva.
버티면서 승리를 가져가셨어요.
That was incredible.
사실 이제 센터 쪽으로 해서 9시를 갈
you were
계획은
hanging on
아니셨던
and hanging on
거죠.
and hanging on.
6시 멀티를 먹고 그쪽으로 가시.
그러니까 이게 커세어 리버가 너무 뻔한 맵인 것 같아가지고 그
Yeah,
스톰으로
it seems like the map
24강에서 나왔는데
forced
스톰을
me
뚫고
to go
옆쪽으로
into
가려고
Corsair
했는데
Reaver.
처음에 드론 서치에 원하는 방향 생더블도 방해당하고 가스러시도 당하고 하다 보니까 완전 즉흥적으로 게임을
When he
하게
sent a
된
drone
거예요.
scout,
온리뮤타를
he just scouted everything out. So I think
즉흥적으로
he saw what my
하다가
intentions were.
게임이 너무
So I decided to
지저분한데 안
change my
된다
build order.
싶어가지고 그냥 최종전을 위해서 손만
I
풀자고
was trying to play.
했는데
I think he's
생각보다
saying generally I
할만하더라고요.
play pretty
네.
spontaneously.
다 해봤습니다.
아칸이 계속해서 뮤타를
So I
흔들리면서
kind of
사실 좀 쉽지
improvised
않은
that build
경기가
and that strategy there at the
이어졌는데
end.
센터를 지켜내고
And
좀
strangely, it
언제든
actually
이
worked.
경기 이길 수도 있겠다는 확신이 좀 드셨나요?
So
계속
after you
졌다고
defended
생각했어요.
your
네.
expansion,
차례 누적 되게
when were you
이제
confident that you
많이
actually had the win?
했는데
I actually thought it was behind almost the whole game.
럴커로 크게 한번 센터 쪽 뚫으려고 했는데
네.
그때 이제 맞고
I guess when he sent his lurkers out,
그렇게
and I
생각 들었거든요.
fought back and
그래서
took
그런지
it
세
out.
번째 세트는 정말
That's when I was pretty confident maybe I'm probably going to win.
기가 없는 공격으로 끝내버리시더라고요.
네, 이게 제가 약간은 상대 선수에 따라서 그 성향 파악을 해놓은 게 있어요 머릿속에. 근데
네.
홍규가 분명 스파이어 플레이를 좋아하는데 안 하더라고요. 그 승자 1경기 때도 그렇고.
Excuse me, Larva usually tends to do spire play.
이제 최종전 있으니까 올인
So I
한번
kind
받고
of
가야 되겠다 했는데 올인이
got caught off guard
통하더라고요.
when the spire play didn't come.
워낙 경험이
But
많은
after
두
that,
선수의 대결이어서 보는 저희도
I
굉장히
decided to go for an
재밌게
all-in, and
봤는데요.
it somehow worked.
정말 오랜만에 8강에
Well, it was quite an entertaining series, Stor.
8점의 총사령관의 모습을 팬들도 정말 기쁘게 환영할
I'm
것
sure you have a lot
같습니다.
of fans that are
팬들에게
watching. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
3년이라는 시간 만에 8강이라는 게 좀
Yes.
옛날에는 흔하게 올라가서
So guys, it's taken a long time for me to get to the round of 8.
아프리카에서 개인 방송 시작하고 8강이
3 years in
두
fact.
번째다 보니까 좀
Since I've started,
뿌듯한 것 같기도 하고 이번에
I've been streaming.
좋은 성적을 내서 4강까지
I've been feeling kind of proud to bring these results to you guys.
네, 다시 한번 8강 진출
So I'm going to do my
축하드립니다.
best to make it to the semifinals. Congratulations
네,
again.
계속해서
Thank you.
ASL 시청자 여러분들을 위해
That's
준비된
it.
이벤트 안내해드리겠습니다.
Well,
자, 가장 먼저
That was quite a series.
Yeah,
a lot of
that
fun.
was really cool.
Yeah, they had
I had
some
a lot
great
of fun
games.
casting that. COVID, man, it's actually getting more and more interesting.
Yeah. I can't wait to see it again.
So we're far from finished for today. That's our first survivor. Big shock, by the way, that it was Stork. I thought it was
Didn't
probably going to be either
expect
Snow or Larva. So we have 3 players left. PvP coming up next. Snow versus Bingsu. But you know, Snow seemed a little bit off in that first game.
He did.
So hopefully he can pull it together. I think Snow is supposed to beat Bingsu, but
Yeah. Well, if Snow doesn't get out of the group, that's already a big upset. He's a finalist from last season.
that's right. We're going to go to a very short break, and when we come back, our PvP.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
마법의 음료 하식스를 마시게 되면은 엔돌핀이 확 돌면서 머리에 수분이 공급되고 그리고 뇌가 바로바로 한 모금만 마셔도 뭔가 알 거야. 100ml 더 늘어나고 마시게 되면 진짜 마법의 음료. 신제품 빨강색.
반칙 아닙니까? 그것은 전설의 음료 하식스.
올 때 하식스 많이 마시자. 진짜 괜찮지?
맛있다 이거.
파랑색, 빨강색 맛 여러분들 많이들 진짜 마셔주시고 진짜로 거짓말 안 치고 맛있습니다.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
너무 많이 마셨다.
청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
You look happy, so he deserves your heart. Do you remember that night when we danced at that bar? We were so amazing, and I was ready to be your man. But you told me there were things that I wouldn't understand. But I wish that I could show you a heart made of love, a heart made of promises. I'll never give you up. I wish that I could show you I'm not really scared. I wish we had the answers to all of your little prayers. Yeah, I wish. Sometimes I think about the night we had too much to drink. Carrying my guitar while I threw up in your sink. You said you really liked me, but you needed some time off. And that the kisses that you gave me weren't made of love. But I wish that I could show you a heart made of love, a heart made of promises I'll never give you up. I wish that I could show you I'm not really scared. I wish we had the answers to all of your little prayers. Oh, I did the month in 2 weeks' time. Try to act like you and make you mine. I guess the party lights have made us blind. Driven to the end of my consciousness. Let's drink and dance, you're the queen of bliss. Was it you or the wine I kissed? I wish that I could show you a heart made of love, a heart made of promises I'll never give you up. I wish that I could show you I'm not really scared. I wish we had the answers to all of your little prayers. But I wish that I could show you a heart made of love, a heart made of promises I'll never give you up. I wish that I could show you I'm not really scared. I wish we had the answers to all of your little prayers. Yeah, I wish.
ASL 시즌 9 Reflection.
Hot 6, Season 9. Nice.
Oh my
nice.
God. You're so funny.
We're going to go to Hitchhiker for our map.
Are we?
We are. We're going to do what sometimes people have done. Have you ever hitchhiked?
I thought, yeah.
You ever hitchhiked, Artosis?
No, of course not.
Yeah.
You?
I knew this guy in college who, I went to school in Colorado, and this guy it was in Denver, but this guy had lived in a city that was like 5 hours away. He would hitchhike home every spring break, and yeah, it was very weird. And he never ended up being eaten and killed and eaten. So I thought, wow,
that's pretty sick.
Anyways, this is gonna be on Hitchhiker.
It's like
PvP.
Uber but free.
Yeah. It's like Uber, but your driver's probably a serial killer. Somebody's a serial killer if there's hitchhiking going on. Actually, I did hitchhike once. That's not true.
Did you?
I got stuck somewhere in Vietnam. Yeah. I needed. Yeah, but it was like 45 minutes away.
Was it during the war or?
It was after the war. But
after the war.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Just wanted to check.
All right.
DT in his opponent's base, and then last round, now he's disconnecting.
Yeah.
He's just a ladder Protoss.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm excited that we're going to see Hitchhiker because everyone's vetoed it so far, and the fact that it's their first map really catches me off guard.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know PvP on this map very well.
Yeah, I was going to ask, did you veto this one?
I vetoed this map. I'm not.
I don't think you should. I think it's
no. I'm bad
Protoss.
enough. I'm bad enough at the game that I need to be on like
fighting
basic.
spirit only.
I need to be on maps that have training wheels, and
Yeah.
I've got my water wings on. You know.
No, it's a hard map to play. It's a very hard map to play.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like Protoss can have an advantage on it, but I'm not there yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's most maps, anyways. I don't know. I can't even remember seeing a PvP on this map, but breaking through the front seems very difficult.
Seems like that, right?
Because it's so thin. It's just
yeah.
It's such a tiny choke. Yeah, you're not going to be able to break through really. So
there's alternative push routes too, but it seems like you would be at risk of a counterattack.
Yeah, you
with
could
that
be.
as well. I'm not sure though. I really don't know what to expect on this map.
Yeah.
Our countdown
certainly
is starting.
shuttles. Certainly shuttles.
Right. Our countdown starting now. This is on the map Hitchhiker, Snow versus Bingsu. Snow losing in an upset to Stork early on. Let's see how he does now against Bingsu, who's been on a roll so far in ASL.
Right, there he is in the top left, and Snow in the bottom right.
So yeah, let's just see. I don't want to call anything too early. I don't want to risk trying to sound like a smart guy when I might end up sounding like a dumb guy.
Yeah, it's always a risk.
So with maps like this too, occasionally we have proxies. I guess people are probably not going to do it this time around. It's a weird map. Basically, you have this valley that goes down the middle, but it's very narrow. And then you have alternative routes on both sides. They're very long distance. So I would actually be pretty delighted if we had a long macro game here. Just to
definitely could see it.
Just to see kind of what sort of game that is.
It's very hard to kill someone on this map because, again, the frontal attack doesn't work well, and then you have to break down tons of buildings to actually get through.
Right.
Harassment is popular on the map, so, you know, I feel like this map might, actually end up playing out a little bit like Transistor, where we saw a lot of PvPs, where it's just like, well, you can't kill each other, so it's going to be a big macro game.
Yeah, it's just going to go on for a long time. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. For now, we also want to watch and see, are Robos going to be made? Will they be skipped? Are DTs a viable option? It's possible that we never get to see a long game on this map just because of tech choices, you know?
Yeah, that can happen. I'm hoping, though, that it turns into one of these epic games where there's just shuttles everywhere, and, you know, they break down all the buildings on the map.
The storm drops happening, and yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would certainly welcome that. By the way, Snow with 1 probe mining gas right now. Very interesting. Let me see if we have that same thing with Bingsu. Doesn't seem like it, as Bingsu's gas is rising a little bit more quickly. Yeah, 3 in gas there. So I'm curious about that 1 probe mining gas here. We'll see if Snow
looks
throws
like he
one.
put a second one on it.
Yeah, he's got 2, or I think he's got 3 now. Okay, first Manor Pylon coming down here. Now, if you took off workers from gas, you'd have to imagine that there's a Zealot rush coming or something. I mean, you need minerals for something. The only thing I can imagine is a Zealot. They'll probably cancel that one as well, by the way, the Manor Pylon.
Yeah, with the Zealot attacking, that would make sense.
Yeah, you're not gonna...
It's not
not gonna get much from that, yeah. But this does mean that Bingsu is now at home. No rush opportunities. I thought maybe Snow would try to rush or something, but I guess that's really kind of older PvP play, where you run in there with 1 Zealot and try to get a couple probes and then tech up from there. Seems like a lot of times if you're defending in PvP early game and you hold it off, you should have a lead if you didn't lose many probes.
Well, Dragoon's popping out. The probe is going to go out into the nether regions of the map where you basically, like, you have to chase it for 1,000 years to try to catch it. These Dragoons are going to meet in the center.
Uh-oh.
So funny.
Yeah.
Let's take most of each other's shields and then back away at the same time.
Snow, I thought he was going to do a fast expand for a second there, but he's sending a probe out through. What's weird about this map is that normally you have a ramp and then there's the rest of the map. Here you have the whole rest of the map that you're going to expand on in your main. You know what I'm saying? It's very odd.
Yeah.
Robo coming down right now, by the way. Signaling to us we're going to go into the territory of a normal PvP. I believe Bingsu has gotten his as well. I might be wrong, but I think so.
I'm very excited to see how this is going to turn out.
This is actually going to be just a quick expand here, which can be risky, but it doesn't look like there's any actual way to scout it. I guess this is one of the funny things about this map. You can't hide a probe in the valley.
Oh, yeah.
So I guess you just have no idea what's going on, so you can just pop a Nexus up over here.
Yeah, the 2 ways that you can kind of get a scout is, one is like we saw Snow try it, running his probe through the right side of the map up there. But you can chase it down. It just takes a long, long, long time.
Right.
It's kind of funny, though. He gets his Nexus up like way quicker than Bingsu.
But it's riskier, but it doesn't look like Bingsu is comfortable going for a punish. And this is really big brain play here from Snow.
Yeah, like Bingsu's probably just going to expand onto this side of the map, I guess. He's going to throw down that pylon. That pylon gives you a lot of vision.
You have to be very quick with the reactions here because you actually don't even have quite enough to defend here as Snow. So, I mean, even if this army comes in and attacks him, he could be in jeopardy. It's literally 3 Dragoons to the 4 and the Zealot, but Bingsu doesn't know what's going on over there.
He's not poking, he's not pressuring at all.
God, this really is so narrow in the middle. Look at that.
Oh, dude, it's so narrow that literally, like, I mean, you wouldn't do this with a gateway, but like a barracks, for instance, you can land a barracks and it'll block everything but Zerglings from coming through.
Oh, wow, yeah.
It's like...
It's crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
So we'll have a Reaver. Wait, he had a robotics facility, right? Or a support bay, right?
No, Bingsu went for Observer.
No, I mean Snow, though.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I
now,
believe
this is a pretty big catch here. They both go around each other here. Now, the moment that Bingsu sees that there's already mining happening here, which he's going to find out in a moment, he's going to realize he's behind. He might try to go for some kind of a push, but then, I mean, how? How would you push on a map like this?
Can't. Coming through that choke is just too brutal.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
Bingsu's not going to be happy with that.
You can see here, you can click on the minerals to see how much has been mined. He sees that there's just recently been probes sent here, but of course this Nexus isn't done. About halfway done over at the Natural. And so this is 2 players that did fairly similar builds, but one got the advantages of his build activated before the other.
Yeah, Snow's is definitely better, but this is a map where it's hard to kill each other, I think, so that should give Bingsu ample chance to come back. Well, not even that. Comeback is maybe too strong a word. It's not like he's dead. It's just
he's at a small disadvantage here.
Yeah.
And he's going to go for a push.
Well, it is Snow, so he knows he can out-micro most people with the Reaver.
Well, I think it's also that he knows that he's going to have, because he got his Robo out so fast, he's going to have a shuttle too, which is just better in the fight. And even though it's narrow and hard to push into this, I think... Oh, I never mind, actually. Maybe
Bingsu has that too.
Oh.
Yeah, this is not too surprising that he's faring up to the high ground. That's like such a powerful position over their natural side.
Yeah, and then I guess he could push from there. Meanwhile, there's going to be a shuttle drop coming up here, but this is a completely isolated shuttle. By the way, he gets the Observer. No.
Does he, though?
Does not. I stand corrected.
Yeah, look at this. The counter Reaver drop of Bingsu actually has some real potential here.
Yeah, the main is basically naked.
This is a wild game so far.
This is like, it seems like it would be
You see this? He's spreading his probes.
Yeah, well, he just knows there actually is nowhere he can really even run them.
Yeah.
So he has to, like, buy time. Is he actually coming back with his Dragoons?
A good chunk of them, all the ones he didn't bring up to the high ground. 6 kills.
Okay, so this is one Reaver that's out of the game.
Yeah, and the shuttle as well. Was that worth?
I don't actually know. I mean, here's the other thing, is that he can actually push right through the center. And Snow's just running with these Dragoons.
This is so funny. This is what happens, too. Like, you get stuck in certain places on the map.
I think that Snow might be able to come in here with a really devastating blow. It seems like there's not enough at the Natural, right? Is it, in fact, I don't think there's anything.
I guess he should have another Reaver by now, but not a shuttle.
Well, shuttle speed's done here, too.
Oh, man, yeah,
2 Reaver shots kill a Reaver, by the way. Okay, I think if Bingsu can't handle this, he might be dead. Oh, my God.
That was bait. Ooh.
Oh my God! The best Scarabs I've ever seen.
Yeah, ridiculously good shots.
He's gonna get that targeted.
Hey, that was a good hit.
He lost. Oh, I'm sorry. He actually kept one of them. Okay, good targeting here. He's still got a Reaver. He can still push through.
And look at this. He actually did not end up getting all the goons. And look at this. Snow starting to fight with the goons now because he knows his opponent has to bring units back.
So insane.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, it's basically a fight that Snow will eventually lose, but he's just buying time.
You know, this is one of those maps that gives you really interesting games. Sort of like my all-time favorite map, Inner Coven.
I mean, this is a really fun PvP we've got here. Now, notice he didn't overextend here. I think we're going to see Snow continue with shuttle Reaver Dragoon. Is there one Dragoon above the Natural? What is that purple thing up there?
Observer.
Oh, Observer. Okay. It's just so hard to ever push that.
Yeah, the AI in this area is terrible, too. You see goons keep shooting out to sides and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Edging in once more. Observer spots the shuttle. Big moment here. Giving Bingsu a little bit more time to react.
Is there a Reaver in that one?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's like a Reaver and a goon.
I think probably just a Reaver, but maybe a Reaver and a goon. Okay, look at that. Oh,
ooh, nice shot, nice shot.
One more. Oh my god, if this connects!
Yeah, it's not going to. That was going to be an insane scarab, though. Thank God the goons came up for Bingsu and glitched it out.
You know, there's not a lot you can do from keeping a shuttle from flying around in this big, like, empty area in the lower left, right? I mean, there's really...
It's very true.
Okay. Whoa, hold on. Did he pull? I think it's not going to connect.
Yeah. They are actually at very similar supplies right now.
That's right.
And eventually, they should hit a critical mass of units that pushing through the center doesn't make sense anymore, right?
Right. Well, we'll see. You know, it depends on how much you can draw their army away. I think, in theory, you're probably correct, but I don't know for sure.
Well, it's just like in every other matchup, well, maybe not ZBZ, but there, like, you do hit that critical mass where just attacking through it no longer makes sense because your opponent makes a concave that's just going to be, like, infinitely cost efficient against you.
Right.
And at that point, we should see the sides of the map start to get taken. And I think we're very close there. Like, look at this concave. Can you attack through that little choking at that?
No way.
Right? If you were maxed out, you would make it through, but similar supplies, no way. And the time for drawing your opponent out of position, like, how long is that going to work?
Well, here's the thing. He could actually push with the Reavers and the Dragoons up here.
Yeah.
And then just get above the Nat, you know. Oh my god!
Almost there.
Oh, what is he doing?
Okay, he's dropping Zealots there. That is
He's got to buy some time. Meanwhile, there's a big push going down the valley. I don't know what's back at home, though, for Snow.
I think he'll probably have enough. It's so hard to attack through these areas right now. Yeah,
it really is.
With the Reaver, you're not coming through there.
What is he doing? And
You're
why
not
are these
coming through there.
Okay, huge drop here.
What am I even looking at?
Wow, okay, that's pretty painful. But Bingsu's going to hold off the attack up here.
Yeah, I feel like Bingsu is tactically getting slightly outclassed.
Yeah, Bingsu's putting up a good fight, but it seems like Snow has a little bit of an edge.
Yeah, he's putting his units into smarter locations. Like, if Bingsu's big counterplay was to counterattack when all those units went on the high ground, it's like, well, I thought we just went over this. Like, you can't attack through there forever.
Sometimes in PvPs on weird maps, it's hard to tech past Shuttle and Reaver. Okay, here we go. This is multiple Reavers here. He needs to target down his opponent's Reavers, and he's doing that beautifully. Whoa!
Yeah, it looks like Snow is just going to bludgeon him now.
That should be game.
This does look that way.
A real brawl of a PvP, you know, 2 base versus 2 base. I really enjoyed this.
I think Bingsu is just suiciding a few too many Reavers into the main base.
Oh, jeez. GG.
All right, so Snow wins game number 1.
Look at this music. She's a devil. Oh, these are great lyrics.
Yeah.
Me, she's a devil.
All right. What was the second map?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Escalade.
Excellent. Well, PvP Escalade, I don't know.
I mean, this is a map where there's a lot of moments where you could see some interesting pushes coming out of here, PvP.
Yeah.
I do think that Snow definitely polished up his game since Shuttlegate in game 1.
Yeah. But it seems like he just keeps making gates and shuttles, so I'm not 100% on that.
Ooh, Artosis, that was really good.
Yeah, was it?
It was.
Well, one of these guys is about to be part of the Escalade.
ASL 시즌 9.
Remember we looked up Escalade?
Oh yeah, what did it mean again? I forgot.
It's like the thing that you climb up to get in a side of a castle.
Oh,
so,
that's
like,
right.
Dead bodies could be part of an Escalade.
It's not a car. It's a car, Artosis. It's a kind of car.
Okay, where's your flat brim baseball cap, Tasteless? Telling me about cars.
It's invisible. Looks like you're just getting owned all over the place there, Artosis.
Yeah, I am. I never thought you'd come back with it.
I know, yeah. Well, sometimes when I get cornered, that's when I strike back in my fiercest ways. Ooh, I got Artosis when he was drinking, too.
Oh, my God. It's invisible. I'm going to use that.
Yeah.
Definitely going to use that.
Oh. I say a cornered tasteless is the most dangerous kind of tasteless.
For sure.
Yeah.
Oh my God! When Tasteless's babies are in danger, his fangs really come out.
That's when I actually can pick a car up off my child.
Yeah.
So we have both players on the right.
Yeah, Snow in the top right, Bingsu in the bottom right.
Mm-hmm.
You would imagine that it would be like TVT where, because of the high ground placements, it's probably slightly favoring Snow in these positions.
Could be, yeah.
You know, by the way, eating Bingsu is basically like eating snow. It's like the same thing as shaved ice.
Oh my God, you were right.
Look at that.
Wow. Look what we did there. Well, it was really just you.
Yeah. I was grabbing on my coattails.
I just try to, take a little bit of that.
Yeah.
A little bit of that artosisness and put my name under it,
A little bit of that artosis magic.
Mm-hmm. So So again, we saw Bingsu basically get outclassed there by Snow. I thought Bingsu was doing a pretty good job, but I think we're seeing why Snow is a finalist and generally just gets a lot more attention on his play.
Mm-hmm. Well, he certainly looks better. Again, that game felt very tactical. Like Snow was making a lot of good and smart moves right in a row, and then Bingsu was just not. He was playing like... The thing is, he's good enough that would beat most players in the world. But when you get to this level, you have to make slightly better decisions.
Also, it was the opening as well was really important because what we saw is that he just got the Dragoons on the low ground early on, and he thought, okay, he doesn't know I'm going to take a Nexus. Because, by the way, if you want to just blind counter what Snow did, you just go 3 gates and just run with Dragoons and you just kill him. But because Bingsu didn't know, Snow saw this unique opportunity to just squeeze out a Nexus really fast, and that gave him the leg up to have more opportunities. Doesn't mean that, like we said, doesn't mean that Bingsu had lost the game at that point, but Snow really took those opportunities and then brought that to a really nice victory. I'm sorry, did Snow cross scout here?
Yeah, he Snow
did.
didn't.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did. Okay, so he's going to scout him last.
I'm actually, for greedy reasons, I'm curious to see how Snow plays this, because if you do cross spots and then you end up scouting them last, you have absolutely no idea what's going on.
Yeah, anytime anyone cross scouts and finds me first, I'm just like, no.
Yeah, right?
I'm like, what happens if you scout me last, cross scouting?
Yeah.
Like, you get there and you're like, he has 12 wraiths. Like, you would have no idea I could have anything.
Well, even for the Protoss, it's like...
He has 4 battle cruisers with Yamato.
It's like, he's probably not, but what if he has 2 gates? You know what I mean? You have no idea.
Look how late he's going to scout him. Look at this. He's literally going to scout him when he already has 2 goons. It's like, oh, it's crazy.
Because I've been doing a lot of cross-scouting, PvP, and when this happens, I'm like, I don't...
Yeah, why would you do that?
I guess I make a robo, and then, like, zealots rush me and kill me. I'm like, oh. Okay. Okay, advantage Bingsu here.
Yeah. Damage that goon, right?
Get him, yeah. That's how we're going to know who's going to come out on top. So,
I like that. That's what you should do. Just hide the probe in the back of the net.
Oh, no. Is he going to get away with this?
At this point, you got to assume that he's not going to scout you. This was a goon scout game.
I can't believe he didn't check for the probe there, though. There's no probe that came yet. You know there's a probe out on the map.
You don't know that. He didn't send a probe.
Oh, did he not send a probe?
No, dude. Protoss players don't scout. You've seen Flash's tutorials.
Yeah. Well, look at this. He's just going to come in here. It's like dum-dum-dum-dum.
Like, hey, are you going DTs? Oh, you're not? Okay.
Good to know.
Why is his gates up there?
Huh?
Why are his gates way the hell up there?
Why not?
Because it's really far from his ramp.
That's okay. This is empty space.
That's okay.
It's good for his base feng shui.
He just wants it to take longer to get his units out?
Yeah.
No, you're right. That is okay. That's totally fine.
He
does what he wants. He's a Protoss.
When a Reaver player comes, he just has Dragoons to pop out and kill it. It's really good. See, that's what you don't understand.
That's what I don't understand for sure.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah.
Now, this is
just relies on being lucky against the Reaver that comes in. It's like every 32 seconds, I'm going to have Reaver defense.
I'll have exactly enough Dragoons to not stop the Reaver, and then I lose my probes. By the way, there's no obs, right, for Snow?
I don't think so.
So he's just going to go...
Why would you ever go obs when your probe just went into his base in the mid-game?
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's a good point. So he's just going to Reaver push. Now, actually,
a Reaver drop.
Neither of these openings really counter each other because it's 3-gate goon obs.
The Reaver build has to be slightly better.
Well,
because you scouted what he's doing, so it's not
I guess
like
that's
you're
true.
afraid.
You do at least know. And since he saw it was 3-gate, he just stays back, gets a Reaver out, and techs up. He can get observers later. I'm not liking this for Bingsu. Or old Subing. By the way, that pylon there makes a huge difference when the fight comes. You'll have Dragoons in the back that are like, oh, a pylon, great, I'll kill that. Uh-oh. Oof. Look at this. He's just as close enough to the ramp he can escape. He can roly-poly his way back up there.
Yeah, this Reaver doing some work right now.
Okay, great targeting.
Beautiful scarabs.
You got to be careful, though.
Zealot did some serious work as well.
Yeah, it seems like
5 kills.
Get him. Okay, he holds. By the way, you know, in a lot of lower tier games, you'll see the player freak out and dive on the Reaver. It seems like at the higher level, they just fight the Dragoons and try to spread the Reaver. The Dragoon shots. They'll try to run away with the Dragoon when the Scarab shot comes in, and just over time maybe have more.
I never checked it, but it might be that the Goons have higher DPS. There's always some interesting math that you can look at in StarCraft to try to figure out why people do things.
So, I mean, this is getting worse. I mean, Bingsu's just trying to keep his head above water right now. I mean, there's no
look at this, though. Look at this. He could actually trap those Goons. If he gets those Goons... Oh,
dude,
whoa,
those Reavers are so sick.
How did that... What?
Because I guess if you have vision, you can fire from there. Scarabs can go an insane distance, right? The thing stays around for a while, so you just kind of keep him in that nook. It's hard to target him, but if you get vision of the high ground, he'll fire.
That's crazy, because they're technically close.
Well, this is... I mean,
even though that has to go around that far?
Snow's spirit animal is the Reaver.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Reaver's spirit animal is Snow.
Yeah, actually, that's more like it. Snow sleeps in a giant bed that's shaped like a Reaver. It's really bad for his back.
Yeah.
So
he only eats food that costs 15 minerals.
Nice. Yeah. So, I mean, already Snow has the lead. I'm actually surprised Snow's going to push now, but...
Yeah, it seems a little bit weird.
It seems like not necessary. It's like, well, how did you make this game difficult? It's like, well, send all your stuff out.
I could lose my Goons right here. All right, Snow, let's try that.
He's like, I'm Snow, I'm so good. Now, Bingsu is basically all in at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, for the younger people, I'm saying, like, YOLO.
Oh, yeah. That's the way to explain it to the younger people.
Ooh, gets the obs.
You're really expanding our audience with that YOLO.
That's right. Whole new bunch of young kids who are watching Minecraft videos just tuned in here.
The kids watching this on their Xbox are really getting excited.
Right. Yeah. Probably all these kids want to play Fortnite with me so badly. What?
Yeah, I have no
what
idea.
Was that?
I have no idea.
Can we have some more visual comedy here in ASL? The Dragoon slips on a banana peel. I'm like, thank you. All right, so all he has to do is hold this off.
What?
Okay, he actually might just get in there. You know, it's so
what
funny
was Snow doing?
Why does it take so long for Reavers to turn around? They're like the only the only units that are like Warcraft 3 units.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, did he get it hit? No, he didn't. Wow, I thought that one connected.
Oh!
Oh, what is this? Tank damage for me, shuttle.
Oh my God, those are gonna connect.
Okay.
All right.
Well, Bingsu unfortunately does get eliminated.
It's just one letter. You gotta say it twice. All right. GG.
Okay.
All right, Snow. Snow!
Snow moves on to fight Larva for
Yes.
the final spot in this group.
Let's do it. Bingsu, he did a good job. He got to the round of 16, but I think we kind of all knew that he was not going to advance.
Yeah, this group seemed like a tall order for him. And he definitely got outplayed. Like, his opponents both looked very much better than him. But it's a good result. I mean, top 16, that's if you're top 16 in ASL, you're basically top 16-ish in the world.
Yeah. Great play there by Snow, but look, he's not advanced yet. He's got to go up against Larva. Larva's a great player. Let's go to that final best of 3 after our very short break.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
취했나?
청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
아벨은 까나버리라고 했는데 우리 아빠는 맨날 까먹어요.
라벨을 떼지 않아도 오키. 라벨을 없앤 아이시스 8.0 에코. 따는 순간 분리배출까지. 지구에게 오키, 모두에게 에코. 라벨이 없는 아이시스 8.0 에코.
숙취 이제 탄산으로. 청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
1사 대결을 시작하겠습니다.
모으고 있었죠.
400.
황경영 선수는. 그런데 정찰 방향에
저게 야 저게
네.
그 옆구리 살이 조금만 더 쪘다면 보일 수도 있지만
공격을 받고 있습니다.
네.
베럭스가 근처에 있구나. 이제는 알 것 같은데.
이제 지어주고 있는 상황인데 여기
네.
일꾼 보내면서 어떻게든 사수를 해야 되는데 계속 와요. 여기서 자원 채취 문제가 발생하고요. 거기다가 일꾼이 터져나오고 있어요. 벌써 5킬이에요.
네. 리페어 해야 돼요.
오,
리페어.
갈 거예요.
야! 후진. 저 탱크
네.
죽어요. 저 탱크
여기도
죽습니다. 네.
아니 뭐 이런 싸움이 나오나요?
자신은 추가된 병력으로 뚫어야 되는데 워낙 고생을 많이 했기 때문에
모든 부분에서 다 밀리고 있어.
네. GJ 1사 대결을 시작하겠습니다. 여기 팩토리 올라가는 거 확인했어요. 배를 더 불리는 쪽은 윤찬이 마인매설하면서요. 위로 들어가서 일꾼이라도
그 무시하고 보다 안전한 위치에서 일꾼을 잡아주겠다라는 의미인데요.
스타포트도 갖고 있구나라는 것을 확인을 했습니다.
위치 잡고 있는 탱크 6기거든요.
네. 베럭스로 시야 밝혀주면서 지금은 탱크를 잡아야 되는데 오히려 자리를 잡고 있었던 상대였기 때문에
마인으로 여기 탱크
자 마인
대박 한번
매설
치나요? 대박 한번.
마인 매설
와 이걸
괴롭습니다.
GG 1사 대결을 시작하겠습니다.
지금 경력의 그 품질 자체는 이기호 선수가 더 좋습니다.
네. 위쪽에서 시즈 못하고 있는데 들어갑니다. 하나 점차.
네. 탱크 양으로 조금 더 많고 자 골리앗도 지금은 있고 탱크 하나 죽었는데 언덕 위 탱크 둘. 자 언덕 위를 자신의 것으로 만들었습니다. 11시가 아니라 그냥 12시 지역 쪽으로 바로 찔렀네요. 너무 많이 들어갔습니다.
요즘 올라오는데 시간 걸립니다. 일꾼 초토화돼요.
네, 그동안에 저 일꾼 따라가면서 죽일 수가 있기 때문에
좋은 길목들을 다 빼앗겨 버렸다는 것 때문에 마음이 급해질 수밖에 없는데 공
그렇죠.
2업이 일단 필수예요.
네.
자, 탱크 라인이 무너집니까? 탱크 숫자 중요하거든요.
업이 한참 지금은 계속 안 되고 있는 상황에서 5시 라인 쪽에 투드랍십 들어간 것도 별다른 이득 없이 모두 다 잡혀버렸거든요.
11시 지금 초토화되고 있어요.
좀 더 욕심 부리는 거죠. 지금 두 군데는 무조건 파괴가 되기 때문에 최소 두 군데는 공략을 해야 되는데 여기서부터 오른쪽 한자까지 다 밀어내면 낼 수만 있다면 싹 다 밀어내는 거잖아요.
자, 이게 멈추면 안 되는데요.
네.
지금 추가 변력 계속 나오고 있습니다.
언덕 위를 장악을 하고 그 위쪽에 있는 커맨드 센터를 파괴한 상태에서 자리를 잡고 그리고 5시 라인 쪽을 밀어야 되는데 자 언덕 위를 지금 빼앗기지 않았어요. 이재호 선수가.
저기 탱크만 있어가지고요. 이제 벌처가 빼고갔네요.
이게 언덕을 싹 다 좀 자신의 것으로 만들었어야 되는 부분에서 여기서 탱크 손실이 많았습니다.
여긴 정신이 남달라요 일꾼들이.
그러니까요. 여기는 진짜 일을 하면서도 전투에 소홀하지 않는.
그렇죠. GG 1사 대결을 시작하겠습니다. 방향쪽 들어갈 준비하고 있는데 여기 들어와서 보고 벙커 하나 완성되어 있습니다.
네, 드랍십의 양에서는 앞서니까 우선적으로 상대방이 기동력이 부족하다는 점을 활용을 해서 11시를 먼저 찔렀는데
그 여기 뚫어버릴 생각이에요?
더 좋은데 먹겠다.
네, 11시를 주고
센터 뺏어 먹겠다는
야,
거죠.
이거 여기 약해요. 여기.
네. 어차피 자원은 더 먼저 먹기 시작을 했기
네.
때문에 여기 그냥 자원은 먼저 먹기 시작을 했기 때문에 자원 활용도는 자신이 더
네.
높거든요.
그렇죠. 그리고 주요 거점인데
이거 뺏을 수 있습니다. 이걸.
여긴 내줬습니다.
윤찬희 선수예요.
네, 추가
근데
에너지 와요.
너무 이렇게 배치가 되면 골리앗이 안돼서
제대로 읽혔어요.
네, 기다리고 있었다라는 이야기를 떨어지면서 할 정도로
네.
그러면서
여기 확정기지까지.
예, 선멀티까지. 이게 대공 방어막이 왼쪽에 쳐져 있지 오른쪽에는
네.
자신의 멀티 방향 쪽이기 때문에 터렛을 안 세우거든요.
두 군데 취재. 이번 경기 승리 따내면서 이재우 선수가 ASL 시즌 9 8강에 진출합니다.
ASL 시즌 9 리프레시.
Looks like our camera's waking up, like, ugh, just getting out of bed. All right.
It's really
stretches, yeah. Okay.
Needs a glass of water
I know.
badly.
Get the body working. Okay, so we've got a PVZ. It is going to be on a Polypoid 1.22, excuse me.
Oh, thank you. I was wondering which version,
Which version
because I know the
is.
difference
It's like tasteless.
from the
Say
numbers.
the version. So, look, I think Snow, you know, in the past we would talk about how this was his weaker matchup. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think he's proven that this is not a problem matchup for him. I do think Snow is stronger than Larva. I know we got a lot of Larva fans watching, but
wow,
I'm very brave.
You are. You think Snow's going to take him down?
Yeah, I do.
Did you see Larva's games against Stor?
No, what happened?
Polypoid match point.
Escalade.
Look at that inner coven banned by Snow. He's like, I can't do that.
There's no way I'm going to play on that map. Okay, our game is ready. Let's do this. Snow vs. Larva starts now.
ASL 시즌 9 게임 준비 완료. 폴리포이드에서 게임을 시작합니다.
Okay, cross spawns. Snow in the lower right, and in the upper left is Larva. I'm excited to see what these guys are going to do.
Yeah.
We know that Larva, he tends to favor Mutaplay early on, which I think is actually harder to do than a lot of the other openers that Zerg have.
Yeah, but today he's been doing a lot of Spireless CBP.
Yeah, it seems like he's almost playing around his normal play style just to give his opponents a bit of a harder time.
Would make sense.
Well,
You know,
if he
he's
only had
known
to
for it.
he only had to practice for Protoss today, so why not come in here with a pretty unique approach?
Yeah, makes sense. Well, I hope we have some nice solid macro games coming up. No, you know what? I hope he 3-hatch Hydras twice and just that's it. Snow's like, oh, okay. I guess I'm
man.
going home.
Or he holds it, he's like, wow, 8 cannons for the win.
How many cannons do you need against 3-hat Hydra all-in?
Oh, maybe even up to like, you need a lot. You need a ridiculous amount.
Like, give me a, because I don't know, does that mean 5?
5 is not enough.
6?
I mean, you basically need to fill up the entire area. I think 3-hatch Hydra all-in is better against certain spawns. Like if you're a really like top tier Zerg, you just know which spots it's harder to fit cannons in. But I mean, yeah, the truth is I don't know the exact number, but it's quite high. The thing is there's different types of all-ins too, right? I mean, there's ones where they will shoot down, let's say, the gateway first and then dive in with everything, sometimes with Lings as well.
Yeah.
But it seems like that cheese has been phased out. I know when we first started
Not
casting
seen it nearly as
StarCraft Remastered, it was like everybody was doing it, and it was working too.
Yeah. Low effort wins. People love them.
Yep.
Casters hate them.
If you just get there, you know, and it's like, okay, I killed all his cannons, and now I shoot down the ones that are making. Because, you know, the strength of that attack is that they just do not. Once you kill the cannons, you can kill cannons making very easily. They die like quicker than almost anything in the game.
They die like as quickly as probes.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, was this 11-11? Yeah, it looks like.
I actually wasn't looking.
Yeah, I wasn't looking either. But yeah, it looks like it was an 11-11.
Yeah, or it could have been 11-13.
It was 11-11.
Okay. I'm like, or? I'm like, or he's 2 gating, and you're like, no.
Yeah. It turns out a forge takes longer to make than 1 probe, so it definitely wasn't 11-13. This was the 9 pull again, or?
I don't know.
Okay.
I was looking.
Yeah, I wasn't either. I don't know
we
why
were
I would
talking about
ask
that
you.
Hydra all in, and I come back, I'm like, what game is this?
I'm like, oh, it's a ZVP.
Yo, dude, did you see the remastering Command & Conquer?
Oh,
The
I heard
original?
about that.
Yeah.
I
I
never
just
really
looked at a
played.
trailer of it. Oh, you never played that, really?
I mean, I'm sure I must have like played it before, but I don't remember. You know what I mean?
It's so funny. You're like, I've never played it. I'm like, you never played it? You're like, I'm sure I must have played it
Like
before.
maybe at a friend's house or something,
Yeah.
or I watched someone play it or something.
That
I
came
don't
out
know.
before StarCraft even. That was,
Huh.
That might have been out before Warcraft 2. I'm not sure.
Blasphemy. You take it back.
It's a good game. It's fun. I never really played multiplayer, so I don't know if it's like actually playable in multiplayer or not, but it's coming back. All the old RTS games.
Well,
By the
everything
way,
just gets remastered
hey,
now.
entire universe, you're welcome to make another new good RTS too. Okay, it's not gonna kill you.
Try your hand at it.
It's okay.
But it won't make us $1 billion.
But how? What? Yeah. We can't sell hats in our game. Wow, great. I'm really glad the gaming industry is in the right spot here.
Yeah, you guys are great.
Have fun remaking garbage war games over and over again.
Yeah. That's exactly like the movie industry.
Yeah, no, games.
You know what we need more
games
of?
tend to suck.
Superhero movies.
What if we make more Marvel movies? Oh, yeah.
Do you know what else we need more of? Movies from stuff of my childhood where it gets ruined.
Let's make the same movie again, but worse.
Yes!
Yes!
Yes! Let me do the math on that. Oh, it makes a profit. Let's do that. It makes millions of dollars because people are stupid.
I'm like, maybe we can make the same game again and as good. They're like, no, we have to make the same other AAA game that every other company's making. This happens, man. Remember when everything was a zombie game? Like, every game was a zombie game?
Yeah, that's true.
You're like, well, let's just make... I'm like, I don't need any more zombie games right now. Like, we did it, okay? We did it as far as zombie games go. Next, it's going to be everything's a samurai game.
Yeah. Yeah, everything's a... What do you even call these games where you parachute in and look for weapons?
Seriously, you don't know what that's called?
It's called stupid is what it's called. What's it called?
No, those games are not that bad. The Battle Royale games.
Yeah, so every game's a Battle Royale.
But yeah,
now
now the problem is now every game's a Battle Royale.
Now
where I'm
everything's an auto-battler. Everything plays itself for you.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I wonder how much fun game designers actually have now. Trying to figure out, just look at everything that's kind of worked and then mix it
How do we
together into a
mash that?
soup
Yeah.
and just hope it works. And yeah. But yeah, a new RTS game would be welcome. And not a bad one, because most RTS games are bad. It's hard to get a good one
It's
out there.
really hard to get a good one.
Yeah. I think it's in part because
StarCraft's
we need to get
too
that
good.
bear out of the mineral patch, by the way. That's just making me crazy.
I like him there. He's gonna body block a DT later. You're gonna watch.
What we needed to do is have more indie RTS games come out. Just because the indie games
There's
now
been
are
some
better
good
than
ones,
ever.
man.
Indie games now.
Tooth and Tail was so legit.
Yeah,
it was
it's a good
great
game. I mean, They Are Billions was great just as a single-player game. Probably one of the funnest single-player RTS games ever.
It was good, but I was annoyed it let people pause and play during the pause.
But I mean, I'll take anything RTS at this point in time if it's well designed. You know,
that's true.
Get it back out there. It's like, imagine if they just didn't make fighting games. They're like, oh, we don't do that anymore. you're like, what? You just don't make this
Yeah, you don't
game?
make this genre that people love.
Yeah. And with Blizzard,
Well,
too,
you
they're
can't
like,
make $1 billion with it.
Blizzard, like, I know they're remastering the RTS as well, minus whatever Warcraft 3 is right now. But in general, they've been, putting out their old games again. But it's like, you guys have a monopoly on this entire thing. You don't want to, like, just do something with it. You know what I mean? You're like, you don't want to just, you're the only people that can make good RTS. You're the only people in the world that had this, and you're like, well, this won't make
$1 billion.
$6 billion. So that means it's worth less than garbage in the ocean. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like, really, Blizzard? Like, really? Is that where we're at now? Like, it can't make all the money in the world, so let's actually put it in the trash can and not do it anymore. You know? It's like jazz music isn't the most popular music in the world.
No more jazz.
So let's kill all the musicians. Let's never make jazz instruments again. Anyways, in this game, we're going to see, again, 5 Corsairs come out.
I love it. Hey, Mutas. All right. Larva back at it. Larva doing his thing. Unfortunately for him, there's a lot of Corsairs out right now.
Yes. Now he's going to try to come in here and kill some Overlords again. But young Larva may be ready, Artosis. I would be scared to fight this, to be honest. You need to be able to target the Scourge before... Oh! Okay, he's going to have to run for it. Or maybe he can actually turn around.
I think he's going to go home. That was like 6 Scourge. So if you lose 2, 3 Corsairs right now, that's where I think Larva starts really taking control.
Let's just stay quiet until this thing dies. I'm just like, is he going to get a drone again or not? So, you know, one of the things about when you go for this many Scourge and Mutas, and he has control of the map for the most part. He has to be careful. Both Corsairs and Mutas Scourge, you got to be careful how you actually engage. But, you do. Okay, he's going to go. He's going to go for the neck-breaking move here. He wants to just fly in on top of the Corsairs. Now, with Corsairs, you need to be ready to run. You got to lean in on your cannons here.
Yeah, that is for sure. He's actually very close to 75 energy. Does he have Storm done, do you think? Do you get Storm that early?
It would be right around now, yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. One good Storm? Like, Scourge don't live through Storm for very long.
Okay, here we go. He's going for it.
Larva's
oh, my God. Oh. Okay, but see, he showed him the Scourge.
He did show him the Scourge. Is this where you make an Archon?
No.
Is this where you make 2 Archons?
You're like, what about Carrier Stasis? I'm like, Artosis.
Dude, against like Ling Muta Scourge, an Archon does very well. If you fly your... Archon's one-shot Scourge, so if you fly your Corsairs over it...
Artosis, you do not want to do that here. You want to keep your Templars for Storm. Although I'm surprised he's moving out here. Snow is crazy. Snow is missing the part of his brain that tells him about fear. This is insane. He just moved out after that many Scourge are over here.
Doesn't see any Scourge right there.
He's
Look
like,
at how many Scourge.
He's like, I guess there's no more Scourge in this game then. They probably flew to another map. Maybe they're in game 3. Who knows?
Yeah.
And he goes,
maybe they ran into the Kakaroos.
Game 3. He goes, oh, that means I lose one of these games, and then the Scourge come in and hit him.
Self-fulfilling prophecy. That's so funny.
All right. Well, it's going to be 6-hatch again. You can always switch into 6-hatch from the Hydra play. I'm surprised Larva didn't go for it, but I guess he's just going to be patient. By the way, he's so ambitious expanding here.
Is he?
I think he is.
But it doesn't feel like he can attack. This is like a very hard to control army.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, should have had an Archon.
He can bait out some storms.
What's he doing over there with the Zealots? I'm going to put these on the corner of the map.
Looks like he might get his third base up here. We don't have that Nexus up just yet, by the way. Okay, he's killing off these Scourge. I really like what we're seeing from Snow here. And again, at this moment, you just got to absorb his attack. Storm the Hydras, control as best you can. The Zerg is going to run out of assets here. In fact, I don't even know if Larva should try to attack. That's upper ramp.
Well, it's a reverse ramp, so, I mean, let's not forget that there's low ground tiles on high ground and high ground tiles on low ground. Terran players know this very well.
What you just said melted my brain, Artosis.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's why your Dragoons can hit my Marines up the ramp without...
Oh! One Templar down. Baits out a Storm that's basically completely ineffective, storming the own Zealot. Uh-oh, but hold on. He's going to be up against a wall here. Those Hydras that can't get around.
Well, they're getting something done at least.
Yeah,
they walk
look at
forward
the
and get rid of
Templar.
that Templar.
Oh, my God. Great play.
Really reasonable splitting at first, but the second Psystorm really mops up a lot of Hydras.
And this is where Snow can start to bulldoze the Zerg. This is crazy.
I love that he keeps his Corsairs alive.
Yeah, well, that's when, you know, you start to get the edge, you fly the Corsairs in, they kill everything. Artosis, Snow's going to come in here. He's going to frack Larva. He's going to frack.
He's going to take all the oil out of the ground.
Yeah, he's going to cause an earthquake basically, and then take all the gas from there.
That's
and
amazing.
Poison the drinking water.
How many Protoss jobs are going to be provided for though?
None.
Oh damn. It's even worse.
Oh, the Protoss jobs? A lot, sorry.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I thought you said Zerg jobs.
Oh, no.
Okay, and there's a 4th base coming here. Qua? He knows that all the Zerg had was the hope to take a fight. By taking the 4th, he's going to pressure the Zerg even more into attacking into him.
You know, Snow looked super weak in game 1 of tonight. But right here, this looks amazing. Like, he is playing such a clean game. It feels like he just always knows what to do. I love that he took the mineral base and then took that 4th. You and I talk about that a lot from mineral bases, but we don't actually see it happen a lot, you know?
Yeah. I think it's because it's actually a good outpost to try to make the Zerg attack into him. What are you laughing at me for?
Just the fact that you went through puberty again on this cast for a moment.
You're absolutely right, Dan. All I'm saying is I hope there's no girls watching this. This isn't going to work.
No, there's no way
this
he's
is
gonna
just
break
like,
that.
you can see with the cannons of the Dragoons how many shots the Hydras eat.
Okay, here's the question, right?
Yes.
Because Snow is taking a 4th base. Are you trying to secure a 5th as Zerg, or are you just going to go up to Hive? Because there's no way to break him.
I'm not sure. I mean, I think you want to try to go to Defilers and use the tools that Zerg have in the late game to try to win.
And 4 base, 3 gas is enough for that in this matchup, or no?
I mean, it's not going to be easy, but it can be done. Thing is, this is where the Protoss has a way superior supply. But I don't think there's any way for the Zerg to, like, overwhelm the Protoss. I think you go for Plague. I think you go for maybe big drops. By the way, this is so good.
Oh, my God.
It's got to be so annoying for the Zerg when the DT gets in there, you know?
Well.
So I think we might see a push here, but I think the Defiler tech might be done by then. Wow,
I'm not sure. He'll probably have the crackling upgrade done, obviously. That's a super important one to get right away. Oh, he's going back into Mutas? Muta Lurker?
Oh, wow.
What?
I'm not sure.
There's still a lot of Corsairs around. Is he like, well, I haven't seen the Corsairs. I guess they're dead. I guess they're in game 3.
He's like, I guess they're in game 3, and he goes, that means I lose this game.
And then the Corsairs fly and kill all his Mutas.
I love his stupid joke.
Oh, I just don't know why he made all these Mutas right now. I feel like the Corsairs are just going to come back to the army, and the Mutas are going to be like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, he has Corsairs. They don't disappear because I haven't seen them.
Yeah. This is called StarCraft Object Permanence. So he's...
They're both star babies. They don't have
They're star babies, man,
yeah. It's like... When he burrows the lurkers, you just assume they aren't there and you run forward.
When they try to understand the map, they have to put the mouse in their mouth. I mean,
but Star Gamer, man, he discovered his feet. That's why he's so good.
Okay, he's pushing up. Now, this is a lot of lurkers. No sunks, though. You gotta be careful with your zealots here, because your zealots will be completely destroyed if you're not careful attacking into this.
Yeah, it's a good spread of lurkers, really. Some decent storms coming down. I think that one actually missed. Look at this, the Mutas out of nowhere. Come in from some funny angle. They come out of the 4th dimension to kill those 2 High Templars. Man, where'd the Corsairs go? I guess they did disappear.
They're in game 3. Okay, he takes out the Templars again.
Okay,
look at this.
Is that little white blob the Corsairs?
Where?
Like, kind of in the middle of the map towards the top. There's just like a white blob sitting out there, sitting at the other base. Okay.
I think that white blob at the top is zealots.
Why doesn't he use the Corsairs?
Wow, he shut you up pretty fast, huh?
Well, he heard me. Just listen to the stream.
He's stream sniping. Someone go DQ him.
He's like, oh, Artosis is right. Damn, I need to use those. And then the Mutas all die. He's like, whoa. I thought these were for scouting.
Yeah. I was trying to get Disruption Web. Okay. God, it's so annoying to try to get through lurkers. I think we're at the point where Snow can't die.
Snow? Yeah, he's maxed out.
He's just so
got a good army.
Yeah, he's got so much.
I think Larva is quickly approaching that same type of area, but I haven't seen a Defiler Mound yet. By the way, do you ever go Ultras in this matchup? Ever?
I mean,
I can't remember.
It has
ever
been
seeing
done.
any.
It has been done. I mean,
yeah.
there's a different.
People have made ghosts too, but that doesn't mean you ever go ghost in any matchup.
I mean, there's play where you go for very quick adrenalings, and then you can get ultras. I don't know. It doesn't seem like we see it very much though here. It seems like it's much more popular to try to go for mid-game control with Hydras and Mutas.
Seems like
but you know what?
Storm Zealot only for it to do anything.
Yeah, I mean the thing is that you can just get Archons, and the thing is Reavers actually could stop it quite well.
Yeah, well even Dragoons do really good damage against Ultras.
Well, what you do is you get Dark Swarm with it. Well, Snow is just this giant wrecking ball on the map. I mean, it's pretty hard for him to lose any of these fights. I mean, he's just got storms for days.
But hold on, you get flanked by Hydra Ling Lurker.
Yeah, you got a point, Artosis.
Yeah.
You're onto something.
Did you think you could be out on the map? You silly Protoss. Get back in your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bases.
Okay, the Hydras actually could come up here and take out this location. I don't know if the Zerg can, I mean, the Protoss can get over here in time to defend this.
Yeah, he has a few cannons and stuff. He's going to bring his whole army over. He's going to make eggs on the ramp, though. Not. Storm Egg has truly changed this game.
Yeah. This is crazy. Okay, actually, now Larva can possibly win this. I really thought, you know, this is one of the reasons why I actually think the reason why it might not have happened is because he's trying to sneak this expansion here, but really having cannons on the ramp is so strong.
So true.
Sometimes if you're going to take a fifth like this, make a pylon at the ramp, make the cannons and a gate or two first, and then get the Nexus there, because that is then yours. You know, you can make a DT or a Zealot and a Templar, of course, with the cannons at the ramp, but it's like, they just don't get up here. They need Dark Swarm to do it.
You know what's really interesting here? I think the only Hive tech that's actually occurred is the Adrenal upgrade.
Yeah, I don't see
Maybe is like +3 missiles on the way, that's really reasonable as well.
These Hydras are incredibly strong.
Yeah, 2/2 Hydras. It's sick upgrades. Look at this. He is just kind of having his way with Snow right now. Snow is unable to regain that expansion. Like, he was maxed out for a while against 150, and now we're about even supplies, and Larva is just swarming the map. But Larva's starting to run out of minerals at some of his bases too, so maybe there's some sort of comeback.
I think Protoss can lose this, and the game will go on. He is going to lose a lot of the probes that are over here, but we're starting to see the growth from Snow really slow down here.
Yeah. Ooh, great move right there. Going to knock out some of the economy here of Larva.
Okay, so let's dial it back here for a second. Can Protoss just try to expand again? Is that the game plan even? I actually don't know.
So wait, are you saying Snow is expanding again or Larva?
I was thinking Snow, but I guess Larva wants to do the same thing.
Yeah, well, he's going dry on 2 bases. He lost to DT all the drones at his 3rd. Snow definitely needs to take another base, I would say. They both need another base, which means they both need to attack each other as well. Defiler Mound is out. Oh, those Corsairs got wrecked.
You know, it's hard when you get this late. I'm kind of wondering what Snow's approach is to this. Because when you get a game that's gone on for this long, first of all, the Zerg is like fully upgraded. So these are armies that are just very hard to kill, you know? I don't see the Defiler out yet. I'm still a little bit surprised by that. I just would have thought you would have had like 1 or 2, right?
Yeah. Well, he has the Defiler Mountain now. Look at this, 3/1/2 upgrades, even gets a Plasma Shield upgrade. What do you think about that? Don't see that super often, but I think you probably do want it.
I think when the game's gone this long in this matchup, I'm kind of out of my depth. I'm actually
your cannon rush failed.
That's right, yeah. Usually at this point in the game, my 2 gates in the middle of the map haven't worked, and I'm like, oh man,
yeah.
Looks like he knows how to stop that, and then I just leave. I guess I'll have to find players who don't know how to stop this to get the rank I want to get.
I love that.
16 kills. What's happening? Kiss me. Now, we see a push coming across the map here. I don't know that Protoss can push anywhere. There's so many lurkers out now.
He's got a lot of Psystormers.
We're in the part of the game where the Zerg supply becomes just disgustingly high.
Yeah.
And when Zergs have insanely high supplies, it's like, it's insane what they can do.
It is.
What was that? Mad Hatter.
They have insanely high supplies. It's insane what they can do. Like, I'm gonna get you a thesaurus for your birthday. No, just Zerg units are so cheap on supplies. Zerglings are half the supply. Hydras are 1, so they have the most supply-efficient units in the game.
Lurkers are 2. Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy.
It's wild.
Yeah.
It's wild.
You know, it's so funny watching just Adrenalings just
how
much damage they do. You're like,
buildings.
Jesus. How much do those things cost? It's like, well, 2 for 50 minerals. What?
I know.
Like, well, how much does a Dragoon cost? It's like, don't worry about it.
I remember once upon a time, back in the day, as they say, a lot of ZVPs would actually end with just a Zergling drop in the main base. All the buildings would just vanish.
Oh, yeah.
It was like they got EMP'd and nuked at the same time, but it's really just like 16
I think
lanes.
out of all the matchups, like when you see Adrenalings inside of a Protoss's main, it's like, well, all of it's gone.
It's like
so by the time your army gets to the ramp, it's already like, well, maybe you'll save like 2 gates.
Yeah. You need to leave like 4 Archons and a group of Sauce in your base to deal with that. Oh, the first Darkstorm of the game.
Hell yeah.
Those Dragoons now, what are they gonna do?
Okay, more storms coming down here. Well, this is
some cost efficiency, is what I would call this. He needs to back up from under the storm.
Yeah, I know. This is kind of hard to watch here.
Archons only do splash
Look at all
damage.
these Dragoons and Templars at the bottom. Like, what's going on up there? Are we winning? should we go up there?
Are we winning? The Goons are like, we think so. I'm like, you really are the dumbest unit. You don't even hit things under that.
2 Dragoons like, you guys stay down here. We got this.
Yeah, they're still up there too. They're like, no problem. We're gonna get this hatchery. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah. We'll Dragoon shoot our way through the Dark Swarm. Then we'll take out all the hatcheries and the drones. You guys stay down here in case anybody comes from behind.
Oh, and those Dragoons are definitely B rank on the ladder. Oh my god.
Well, this is where the hard part for the Protoss is actually just fighting the adrenaline.
There's so many Lings.
The Lings are just so strong.
And look at this, these poor Archons, they're trying to morph so hard, and they just can't do it. The Lings are killing everything. My god! It's so stupid. Those units are so cheap, and they cost no supply. They're so fast. You get him right at the beginning of the game. He made 2 of them at like 2 minutes.
Artosis, you're speaking my language. I know that you hate Protoss. Now here's the thing, Artosis. I know that you are angry and biased against the Protoss race. As a Terran player, I understand, but I want you to know this is our plight. The Protoss people against the Zerg. When you get to this phase of the game and you're like, damn it. Now, again, we did not see the Reaver switch, by the way, which can happen, but you know, Reavers are kind of weird to use in the super late game where it's like, okay.
I like them later on, but I feel like this game has been, it's been too action-packed for that to come into play. I feel like that's more of a when the game slows down unit, you know? When your economies actually explode rather than you're fighting over every base the whole game.
One thing is that because the Zerg stayed on the Hydra attack.
Do you see how fast these things attack?
What, the Lings?
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous, yeah. Sometimes you'll see
like, I mean, Lings are good against Terran, but
hit, and the Lings are attacking. Sometimes you'll see the Zealot turn to attack, and then it dies.
Dude, you guys need some Marine Medic with 3/3 upgrades in here, man. I'll show you how to take care of those Lings.
Yeah, you know, it's funny, because Dark Swarm is so hard for the Protoss to deal with, because like Zealots are basically terrible against Lurkers anyways.
Listen, you have units that hit things under Darkstorm, so don't even talk to me about that. Okay.
Now, it seems like Snow's going to try to push through here. By the way, if you just see them going Ling and Lurker, you can do this thing where you just make Corsairs for a little bit and just attack across the map and kill the Overlords with DTs. But nowadays, Zergs kind of stay on Hydra for a long time, which mutes the ability for Corsairs to really do that much. I think Snow actually is going to
He's got a sick army, but there's still enough supply for Larva that I don't feel like he's dead.
I think he can actually break that.
He doesn't have any Psystorm left. He's only Archons. Like, he just has fighting units, you know?
Yeah.
Do fighting units beat the initial scout unit of Zerg? That's my question.
The Zergling is the best unit in the game. Thing is actually, you know, they do kill Hydras. It depends on whether or not they're going to get a good engagement with Lurkers. What are these Lurkers doing here? So the Lurkers sleepwalks over there. Okay, he's going to take this position. I love it.
God.
Wait a minute, does he have the Observer? Uh-oh.
I think it got picked off, but that's only one Lurker.
Artosis.
So it's like, I got to get out of here.
Famous last words. That's only one Lurker.
Yeah, don't I know it. At least it doesn't two-shot your whole army, Tasteless.
Oh my god, he's going to try to push back again. This is a lot of Lurker damage coming through here.
Oh, those Archons are super low. Where's his shield batteries? Now, in StarCraft 2, when they have this much Lurker, you normally go carriers. Like, are we going to see carriers in this game?
Let's see if we can go carriers this time around, Artosis. I think you'd have a better chance of just getting a Dark Archon and stealing a drone and going back and teching into mass mutas. Oh! Good Storm.
Hey. Those Dragoons think they're doing something.
This is a great game we have here.
Yeah, this is an insane one.
Oh, the Observer! He's going to have to get air armor +3.
This is map 1?
Yeah, this is
We are
map
so
1.
lucky. This is a great night of ASL.
Yeah, we've had some excellent games.
God.
This is insane. Okay, so he's pushing through.
Now, hold on. He has to run. I know he killed the army, but if he doesn't get reinforcements, these Lings are going to kill everything.
But he's got reinforcements here.
Does he have enough, though?
Well, that's what we're here to find out, Artosis.
It's really the question of StarCraft.
That's really the question of our time.
Look at that Archon. Oh, my God. You think that Archon Zealot, fully upgraded, counters Lings? You idiot! You idiot!
Yeah, StarCraft 2 Archons are a little bit better.
I think
StarCraft 1 Archon looks cooler, though.
I think StarCraft 1 Archon is actually a more powerful unit, but StarCraft 2 Archons are better.
What does it even mean? What just came out of your mouth?
So the Archon itself is actually a better, more fearsome unit, but just the way StarCraft 2 plays out, the Archon is like a better unit. Like, you just make it all game long.
Yeah, it's... Okay, I'll give you that. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Look at these zealots. They're angry. They're pissed. They got their running shoes on. They're pushing forward here. Now, this is all about Larva holding this base over here in the lower left.
Yes,
by the way,
plasma.
Yeah, look at that. Now, if an Observer has +3 armor, does a one Scourge still just kill it?
Yes.
GG.
It could be 3/3, and you could also, like, surround it with medics that don't actually heal it.
What if
like,
your ally shoots defensive matrix onto it? Does the one Scourge still kill it?
No, it doesn't.
Wow, are you sure? I think you're wrong. I think you've never used Observers before, Artosis. That's what I'm taking away from that.
If you think I haven't played Observer Defense Matrix Buster,
yeah,
that's a great use map, Tease. You don't even know.
Okay, Snow with really impressive play, by the way. You know, we don't get a lot of super late game PvZs.
Polypoid. It says in the map description, normally harmless, but has a chance to be carcinogenous or something like that.
Good to know.
That's the map description on it.
Wow. Well, at least that map didn't give us cancer this time, Artosis.
That was a great game. That was a fantastic game.
Okay. Match point for game 2, a one-on-one map. Not a lot of bases on this map. Will we go to a long game? I don't know. Protoss tend to want to win on this map with a push. We could have proxy gate.
You are really pulling for that proxy gate.
I need to know how to do it.
Put your gate somewhere near their base and kill them with Zealots. I'll show you later.
But can you like write that down for me so I don't forget it?
I'll wipe it on a napkin and then blow my nose into it and give it to you.
Thank you. They got to be pretty tired after that match. By the way, Larva looks visually disappointed. It's like he was really holding out against Snow there. I thought when he got that lower left base,
it felt like he was going to win, and then he started flooding with the Lings.
Yeah.
But Snow had some clutch moments. He killed a lot of drones with DTs. He kept rallying into his army, kept his upgrades up.
We're waiting for Snow to join.
Larva's just sitting there. He's like, but I got the upgrade that makes my initial scouting unit attack 20% faster. Like, how did I not win that game?
I gotta say, I mean, it was pretty crazy that Snow held that. He never teched into Reaver. He just stayed strong, was patient, you know, and Eventually, he wore the Zerg down. All right, Snow, come on. Snow.
Say no. Shut up, Tasteless. I'm taking my time.
We're going to go back to me on camera, so I have to put my jacket on?
No. Live riskily. What are you doing?
Riskily?
Yeah. You have to take risks where you can, Tasteless. Live a full life.
Hence putting illy on the end of risk. Now watch this. I'm going back on camera. Do I have my jacket on?
Or did he live riskily?
We're going to find out, because they're telling us we're going to go on camera. It's like some Hotline Miami music.
It's pretty good.
Dr. Disrespect, Miami Cop, you know.
A little bit.
End of Karate Kid.
Yeah.
Let's go do the 80s.
By the way, in Karate Kid, wouldn't Larva be the bad guy?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Is that
Did
why
you ever see this YouTube video where they explain that actually, if you look at the story of Karate Kid, technically the main character would be the bad guy? Like, he thinks he's owed the girl, and like...
Oh, really?
It's actually really funny. You should check it out.
I should rewatch that movie. Did you know that they made, and it's pretty good. Like I started watching, but then I like lost track of it because I'm a busy guy. But they actually made a new Karate Kid series where it's
on YouTube, right?
Yeah, it's focused on the bad guy, and he's a grown-up, and he's not very successful, and the Karate Kid is in it too, and he's very successful. He owns like a car dealership and stuff. It's actually really kind of cool.
Is it worth watching?
I liked the first few episodes that I saw.
I'll check it out. No better time to consume content. ASL Quarantine Edition.
매치 포인트에서 게임을 시작합니다.
Don't cough on me. Okay, so it's Snow here in the red in the bottom left and Larva in the upper right on our map point. It's a map without a lot of expansions. You can still have late game on it, but I mean, it does really come down to... It can get pretty close here at the end.
Yeah, just when you reduce expansion counts, it definitely does a lot of interesting things to a map. I was shocked to find that Terran actually has a winning record here against Protoss.
You're such a meme. You're such a persecuted nerd. I was shocked to find out that a Terran could ever...
Well, when you look at the map, all you can see is how Protoss favored it is, but it turns out at the end of the day, if they can't make 25 Nexuses to refill their idiot army, that Terran pro gamers can win games at that point.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's crazy, I know. You never thought it.
You are a meme. It's all you are, Joseph.
I'm not even a person.
I could sum you up on the back of a book. Joseph is just too much. Okay.
Sum me up on the back of a book. I want to be summed up on one of those bookmarks they give you at the bookstore in the airport that no one uses.
I could sum you up on a frame of a picture. Artosis, like... So, what's it going to be? It's going to be Nexus on 12.
Is it, though?
You did that, it's like a really late forge? I think it is a late forge, all right.
Yeah.
Sorry. I don't know. I'm trying. I mean, what? Don't judge me. I mean, it was like 300 minerals. I mean, I thought it was a safe call. Okay. So this is Forge, Nexus 13, and then Cannon 13.
I like how you just say buildings and numbers.
Yeah, that's my addition here. It's like me like out loud, like, remember this, Tasteless. You need to use this later on. Okay, so the probe's gonna keep orbiting here and just making sure there's no surprise tech. Pretty quick gas by Larva, but he is gonna get a third hatch over here.
Where's that drone going? To the bottom right?
I mean, apparently.
That's kind of interesting. We saw him in the previous game here take the mineral only as
Well,
his third.
you know, the gas is pretty early, which can make you a little bit uneasy as Protoss, where you're like, okay, what's What's coming? What you gonna do? But he will eventually. Now he's also he's scouting for a layer here, or a den, I guess. But you know what I'm saying. You just want to get confirmation. It's like when the Protoss checks and confirms there's a command center at the natural for the Terran. You're like, okay, it's not. I can eliminate several builds here that this might be now.
Yeah.
It's not too FAC or anything like that. I love this song. This song specifically, best song in the game. And I know you are Toes in and out. You're going to say the Terran song. I get it. That was also one of the lines for you on the back of the book. But this personally, I dig the Zerg soundtrack.
The Zerg soundtrack's good. All 3 of them are good.
Yeah. Is that it? They only have 3 songs.
Each race has 3 songs, yeah.
Wow, okay. I guess I thought it was more for some reason, but...
No, well, it seems like more because they're so good and diverse. You know? Switches it around. People ask me what my favorite one is. I don't even know.
So he doesn't see a den. I actually wasn't looking, but there was a layer made, right?
Yeah.
Moving shot with the drone. It's a song. Go watch. Moving shot drone.
You didn't say anything to this song.
So Stargate's coming. Everything looking pretty standard. There's not a lot of super creative play that Protoss can do.
When you scout a Zerg third like this instead of the mineral only, what do you think about it? Anything specific?
Well, I mean, you know, there's going to be a larger separation here between. I guess one thing I would note right away when I see this is it could be hard to push. Tiny ramp going up there.
Oh.
The other location, you're actually going to push down a hill.
Yeah, that's.
So it's usually very easy to set up Dragoons there and just kind of pelt the base and storm down there. You can also, with the normal third, so like this would be at I don't know, like 4 o'clock or something on the mini map here. You can get over that base and just storm the drones and they can't do anything. So it's like a really strong spot. So maybe this is actually where Zergs are supposed to expand.
It's interesting. Now Larva's going Spire, but will he actually make mutas with it? He did not get a second gas. So I lean towards he won't. That this will be a more standard opening with just some Scourge to push back Corsairs. That's something he hasn't really done today. You know? He's gone no Spire or Muta each game.
He's breaking from his mold.
Yeah. So we're up to 5 hatch. Creating 5 hatch at least.
You get the feeling our observer is a Zerg player by how much he's just watching the Zerg base the whole time. Have you ever noticed that? It's like
could be true. Actually, let me think.
I just
plays
feel like
Zerg in StarCraft 2, so it would stand to reason he'd be a Zerg player.
Yeah.
That would make sense. Yeah, that would be funny. That's like I would totally observe the Terran's base the whole time.
No, it's the same thing. Yeah, if I was watching, I'd probably be more over Snow's base, being like, all right, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Which upgrades do you get? In what order?
Scourge, trying to catch this Corsair.
Oh,
not
careful!
Not today.
To live another day.
They're going Overlord. No, that's your Overlord.
It's good to have you here in a non-Terran cast, Artosis. This is.
Well, I feel like I'm just as useful as I was during those terrible TVTs.
They were good games, Artosis. They were action-packed and fast.
Like here you see that Flash actually plays a different race than the other players. And in these ones, it's just some weird trying to catch each other.
I feel like whenever we have StarCraft 1, we get almost no TVTs or the entire day is TVT.
We've had some entire day TVTs in the past. I've missed all of them because I was traveling like each time randomly. It was so weird. And then I finally had that day.
OMG.
That was my day that I was supposed to have that was supposed to be special for me. Was it special for me, Tasis? No.
No.
When I got home around midnight, I was like, it was such a quick night to my wife. And she's like, why are you home so late? I'm like, well, quick for TVT.
Yeah. Snow's beginning to move out here. There's those classic Larva mutas.
Yeah,
muddy putties.
Woo! Those Corsairs out of here. His +1 error is not done, right?
It should be very close to finishing, though.
Oh,
it's done.
it is done. Because he has 5, so he can actually fight these Scourge.
Yeah, but you gotta build some distance. Yeah. So we're gonna have this again, the huge flock of Scourge.
Now, Tasteless, I asked you in that last game, do you just make an Archon?
I think I'm gonna go with yes.
Yes this time? Thank you!
No, look, I mean, he's looking for some kind of an opening here.
That's a lot of Corsairs.
Yeah, well, I think he's realized, especially from the last game, he's like, oh, I just make like 11 of these.
Yeah. Well, that's where you one-shot Scourge. 11 plus 1 Corsairs.
I think you can actually get an expansion up. I think this is smart.
Well, that's what he did in the previous game. He took the mineral base, then immediately took a 4th, and it seemed to work out for him. Like, Larva almost came back a few times, but it felt like Snow was like a little bit ahead through most of the game, so I wouldn't be surprised. It seems like they're doing very, very similar strategies to what we saw previously. Oh, we got the Carapace upgrade for the Scourge. That's definitely very
Okay,
helpful.
hold up. Oh my god. Now see, you can take a trade like that. You lose some Corsairs, but...
You got 3 Corsairs, was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, 4 Corsairs, that's not that many.
But it's a lot more gas. Here's the thing. It's a lot of gas to get Scourge and Mute up. The only thing you can really make along with this is Lings and then some Hydras for what you have, but the Protoss is going to have a better ground army.
But he does have 3 gases, which is not as common this early on in ZVP.
That's true, actually.
Do you go back into Mutas since you have that many gases?
Maybe, actually.
Oh, I wonder about that.
This one's a hard game on both sides, actually, when you get into this kind of style.
Yeah, yeah.
Because the Zerg is actually scared of the Corsairs. I mean, the Corsairs are basically supposed to be the answer for all the squishy air units in the game. But, you know, the Scourge get the connects.
Ooh.
Oh, look at that.
Well,
Does he get it?
He eats 4 storms up with those at least, right? That's something.
Yeah, I think he... Oh, okay, hold on. Actually, there's just... If you can just try...
Ooh. Wow, these Lings, they just... They tried to come and eat everything at the buffet, man.
Yeah, I know.
Didn't quite work out that way.
Try to take it to go. I feel like Snow is starting to get into a pretty safe spot. I mean, you're seeing how limited the ground army is right now for Zerg because it's such an investment. Look at this.
This is so funny watching him run up 1 lurker at a time.
So you can actually put 1 Zealot on hold position and then do this with an Archon.
Yeah, but he's actually not going to place correctly.
Yeah, this is me. This is what my games look like. I'm like,
you have to place it exactly on the middle.
This is where I'm going to lose like 8 Zealots in this process and the Archon and then leave the game without saying GG.
Yeah. There we go.
Get it.
Finally starting to hit it.
What is it? 5 again. So he's closing in here with these lurkers. Now this is actually, I guess we really see now why the Zerg always takes the bottom right. This expansion is just so terrible to try to hold.
He did it though against Stor. That's why I was so confused by it.
Well, who won that series, Artosis?
Oh, damn, Tasteless.
Wow, Tasteless drop in knowledge bombs.
Hey, look at that Archon.
That one's the leader. He's the captain of the whole army.
He's the biggest sell-off.
He's the biggest one. He's like, follow me. I'll use my splash damage. Am I doing it right? Am I doing it?
Yeah, totally.
All right, Artosis. Come on, prop me up here. Come on. Jeez.
You got it.
We're supposed to be like dancing here, Artosis, you know, jeez. Okay, I think Protoss might have, oh, actually, maybe he wanted to turn around. I didn't see the Templar in the back.
It's only 1, though.
Yeah,
like,
it's kind of weird that he's...
There's like, yeah, he gets rid of 1 of the observers. There is another one, but there's like 4 or 5 lurkers on that high ground, so I can't see him breaking through there.
Yeah,
it really feels like Larva's in control of this game.
The large platform up here is a key point that the Zerg can use to defend from.
Yeah.
I mean, it's true for Protoss as well, but I think lurkers, it's even more... You can put more emphasis on it.
That was a nasty storm.
Truly fearsome play, Artosis, would you say?
That was a nasty storm, Jesus. That's the only way to put it. That's the word. You look it up in the StarCraft dictionary and it has a picture of that storm. Nasty.
Nasty. Yeah. It's so funny. It's like, well, what was really nasty about it? It like didn't kill any of the lurkers.
You kidding me? That softened everything. That was a nasty.
It's just like
nasty.
It's gone on for too long on our toes. It's just like putting emphasis on like words that second graders know. Oh my God.
Sorry, I didn't almost get out of college like you, Tasteless.
I know.
With all of your expensive words
failed
from almost getting out of college, which is way worse than never going. Oh my God.
Oh, it's so funny. It's so true. Oh my God. Okay, so we have the push coming up here. And I don't know, man. This is quite a lot of lurkers. And for that many zealots, I think he's going to have to back off. You know what Zerg might want to try doing is just stopping the Protoss from getting the forward. If Zerg gets control of this platform, that's going to be pretty big.
Yeah, that would be gigantic. It's so hard to attack up there. What is it, Tasteless?
That was a nasty storm.
That was a nasty storm. I stand by it.
Go back, someone get the clip of it. Let's see if it really was nasty. Dude, oh God, this is so funny. I'm crying. It's just like...
It was all over the Hydra's lurkers, Tasteless. It was all over them. Like a swarm of bees. It was nasty.
It was just nasty. Oh, boy. Oh, my God, I'm crying. Oh. I'm crying now. That one of my eyelids is flipped inside out. Okay, here we go. I come to. I can get my vision again. I see that somehow the Zerg is completely dominating this here with very well spaced lurkers.
He needs a couple nasty storms to break this.
I know. Oh God. Oh, it's so funny. Okay, I don't think he can actually get out there. I think actually Larva might take this one. I mean, Zerg has actually so much supply. Yeah. It's such a good position. I think he's going to flush out the fourth base, and then it's just going to be this like game where the Protoss can't cost efficiently ever get up onto the high ground. Does it ever seem like there's just never enough cannons at this base? It's just been two the whole time.
And if he wins, I mean, what a crazy victory coming back from that storm we saw earlier, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nasty as it was. He's definitely not going to hold on to that top left. That gets knocked out. Still holding on to this mineral base, but...
I mean, the gases are not far from being depleted, by the way. And I mean, then you just have zealots against lurkers. You know, one thing about fighting lurkers is Dragoons are so terrible firing up ramps. Like, they're so awful.
They just shoot too slowly.
Yeah.
As soon as you miss a shot, it's over.
Yeah, basically. Okay, I mean, it seems like Snow has barely fought back enough. He's got to be very careful to not overextend here. One of the things that allows Protoss to recover in moments like this is that it's so hard for the Zergs to re-rally their army. You know, it's not like it's one of the matchups where the Zerg really just can't have his whole army on, you know, 3 or 4 control groups.
Yeah. Well, some nice storms there, keeping these Lings at bay. As Snow, you have to take top left, right? There's no way a counterattack would ever work.
Oh no, you don't counterattack.
Larva's on 5 bases right now.
Yeah. Now, big picture here. You know, if Larva, if Larva just keeps attacking and Snow eventually takes the upper left and the top center, Larva can end up running out of resources.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if Snow's thinking about that for now, but just...
Right now he's just thinking about, can I hold this high ground? Can I just take this high ground back? And I don't think it's going to work.
Yeah, I think that Larva's just barely got enough. And... yeah, maybe not, actually.
Well, the DT is doing some work here, at least.
Here's a shuttle. Just watch it from above. He's got his pom-poms out, rooting for Snow.
It's going to take some of the Mutalisk slaves.
Use your Dragoons to save. Oh. Okay, another Storm here. I think Larva's just got it. When you see a supply lead like this against a Protoss, it's like the Zerg is owning.
Yeah, Snow doesn't mean
GG.
So that means we go on to game 3.
Yeah.
Where the
Long,
Scourge will meet
great
the
night.
Corsairs. Yeah. Very, very good series tonight.
Well, this has been just a lot of fun. I look forward to this final PvZ here.
Yeah, yeah. Which map? It was Escalade, wasn't it?
I think so. So wasn't that our first map?
No.
Never mind. Yeah, then it has to be that, yeah.
Well, it doesn't have to be.
It has to be. There's no other way. It is Escalade.
Okay. I am excited.
So let's get these guys in the game. Let's get it on!
All right. Who do you think takes it after all the games you've seen?
Snow. My boy Snow. That's right.
You think Snow takes it?
Yeah.
It's Larva series.
Ever since I saw that nasty Storm, I knew this guy means business.
Yeah. If he's gonna bring a Storm like that to a children's TV show, you better believe he'll do anything to win.
Yeah, man. You don't bring a gun to a Storm fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
ASL 시즌 9 게임 준비 완료. 에스컬레이드에서 게임을 시작합니다.
Ooh, cross spawns once again.
Yeah.
This is what I want to see.
So, I don't know. You know, it seems like today Snow's really tried to go for these long-run games. I mean, especially in Game 1 we saw, and it's not usual you see the Protoss outlast the Zerg. That's a pretty exceptional ending in PvZ. You know, usually you see the Zerg just eventually swarm over the Protoss, or Protoss gets a killing move off, whether it's through early on harass or through some kind of pretty impressive push. And occasionally, I mean, there's like storm drops and stuff like that, but you know, usually that's how it goes. But in that game, it was Snow just getting enough bases up and exhausting the Zerg. In Game 2, that looked a little bit more like a more standard Zerg win, where the Zerg gets the lead and eventually Zergs it up, runs, you know, just overwhelms the opposing side, and there's no hope for the Protoss. So I'm curious on this map how this is going to play out. We were talking about this before, that in the past we've seen Larva snag another natural and then take the main for the 4th.
Yeah, he didn't.
But he's not doing it today.
Yeah, and I think especially because of the spawns being cross spawns, it's more likely he takes a closer by 3rd. You don't want your base that's like less defended, less hatcheries there to be too close.
By the way, this is overpull for Larva. I think we're going to have good old Nexus on 11.
Yeah. Well, I hope he's not just forgetting to make. Oh, okay, there it is. I guess it's just going to be a forge.
He sends a probe there to make the cannon and goes, no!
Yeah, he'll go forge, I guess, right?
Nexus.
Oh, never mind. Because he started probe 12 and then he canceled.
Now, let's see.
You know what? I think he starts probe 12 in case he has to make the forge based on scouting top right. It's funny, actually, watching the way Snow scouts. If you went for a Zergling rush from the bottom left, but you didn't send your Overlord in the correct scouting direction, you'd kill him.
Well, this is what I'm wondering is can Overpool just get this? I mean, especially for kids online where it's like they get a ladder game and, you know, all the cool kids have already watched this, are getting copied the builds.
Yeah.
Can you just actually get an easy victory?
Well, if everyone starts doing
If everybody just starts 4-pulling on this, you're going to beat some high MMR players.
Well, 4-pull is so bad.
Not against this Artosis. Shows up and
well,
just kills the Protoss.
Well, if you scouted it, you just throw down the forge and then pylon in your main, right? And then I think you hold and you're fine.
It's not as easy as that, Artosis.
Oh, no. 4-pull is like...
It's pretty bad, you're right.
Sometimes 4-pull will get into my base and kill half my SCVs, and I'm still like, no, I'm fine.
Yeah.
It's like...
It depends on how good you are controlling probes.
You have nothing.
So we've got the gateway coming down too.
Yeah, and he takes that close by third once again.
Yeah.
I'm really hoping for another epic game.
Yeah, me too.
These games have been great tonight. Did he go gateway cannon or cannon gateway? Okay.
Cannon gateway for sure. If you see them though, like go for like hatchery on 12 or 11. Oh, Artos.
Mini would have made a cybernetics core than the cannon.
Yeah.
He'd have the money the whole time too. He's just like, no.
Yeah, he's like, I'll just get everything I need. No, it's crazy. I mean, you can just go ham with tech. So he sends another probe out here to do some scouting. And let's see. I mean, is it going to be that Muta into Scourge play? I mean, maybe. Larva does sometimes seem to show up with a certain style that he's just really refined and he's ready to just bring that every game, you know? It's quite different from, like, for instance, Sulky just kind of does all sorts of weird stuff. He's really just good at doing everything. It's one of the reasons why it seems like he's basically the most feared Zerg. Not just that, but he's got this dirty play to it too, you know?
That's a lot of lings. Right? That's a lot of lings. He has like 16 lings or something right now.
Yep.
So,
well, actually, hold on. Let's see what comes out of these over here.
He's
yeah,
just
he stopped mining gas.
That's it.
Wow.
I wonder if he's going to bring drones to mine out that mineral patch.
What?
See the mineral patch?
Yeah, see the cannon?
Yeah, but if you're attacking the front with lings, you have to retarget the cannon onto the drones.
Do you think that's actually a thing?
It's a possibility, yeah.
Really? I don't think. I think Artos. I think he's just going to run in here with lings, man.
Yeah, that's.
I think you overthought
maybe.
this. Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
but
well,
if
no
he does,
drones are coming, but he should have brought them.
So the thing is, you can't stop this gateway from dying.
What can you do?
Well,
is this just an unbeatable strategy?
Well, if he controls it really, really well. Oh!
What?
Oh, that was so sick. Insta Forge. Yeah. This is so sick. Hold on. Lings are still flooding through. He's pulling the rest. He's going to probe drill onto that mineral patch.
Oh, my God. There's so many more lings coming right now as well. He needs to get that wall back up.
He needs to hold this position.
Oh, my God.
He needs to get you know, he's not really mining minerals.
This is really rough right now. You're right. He doesn't even have minerals to make another cannon.
This is so crazy. This is so down and dirty. This is...
Oh, the lings coming in and get on top of the cannon.
He's trying to save it. It does go down. That's it, GG.
That's it.
Evil wins. There is no God. The Zerg moves on with an ling all in.
That's
wow. Great play by Larva. That was awesome. Let me tell you something, man. It's hard to control those probes and stop that when your cannon goes down.
When he got that forge up, I thought that there was going to be a chance.
Taking out an ASL finalist, Starfoot Zerg Gamer. What's his name?
Starfoot Gamer.
Starfoot Gamer.
Starfoot Star Gamer. Or
just
Zerg One Top Larva.
Let me tell you, sometimes that's how you got to do it. Sometimes you say, a layer, question mark? Say it with me, Artosis.
A layer? Question mark?
A Hydralisk dead?
I tell you.
An evolution chamber?
I think his only mistake there was not bringing drones.
What he should have done is made 2 spawning pools.
Yeah.
Wow. I love the forge being spammed out there. I think, honestly, he should have pulled the other probes at the natural. When he saw that the gateway was going to go down, he pops out that forge.
시즌 9 16강 비조경기 모두 함께
Where's our audio?
하셨습니다.
Okay, here we go.
오늘 정말 고생한 두 번째
Larva moves on in Group B.
선수 만나보겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
Congratulations. Wow.
정말 고생 많으셨습니다. 와.
What a tough series you had.
경기 수도 정말 많았는데 마지막에 저글링 올인으로
You had to go through so many games to finally come out on top today.
진짜.
But in that last game, what a crazy win. You just ran him over with Zerglings. How do you feel? Honestly?
이제 준비했던 과정이 더 힘들었었거든요. 진짜 좀 컨디션이 너무 안 좋아가지고
I put in so much preparation,
마약성
but I
진통제까지
felt like I put so much more
먹으면서
prep in than the way it showed today.
연습했었는데 진짜 떨어지면 너무
I had to
억울할 것
take a
같은 거예요.
painkiller.
그래가지고
He had a surgery just
열심히
recently, guys.
빛을 봐가지고 기분 좋습니다.
If I got eliminated today,
사실 송병구
I was going to be really
선수와의
bummed
두
out, so I'm
번째
so glad I
장기전,
won.
그리고 장윤철 선수와의 또 장기전,
네.
장기전마다 정말 처절하게 이몽규 선수가 버티고 또 버텨줬는데
So you had some
결과는
long games
안타깝게도
against
좀
Snow,
패배로
and as well as the long
돌아갔습니다.
games
그럴 때마다
against
좀 마인드 컨트롤
Bingsu.
하기가 쉽지가 않으셨을 것 같아요.
병구 형.
But it seems like whenever you had these long games, you actually managed to really pull it together. How are you keeping a calm mindset during those matches?
졌었던 경기를 또 져가지고 이번 16강에서는
So the match
그런
against
모습 보이면
Stor,
안 되겠다 했는데 또 똑같은 모습을 보여줘가지고
I thought I was going to actually win
되게
that.
멘탈적으로 힘들었어요. 근데
But this has happened to me in the past.
연습했던 거 생각하면서
Sometimes when I have matches
게임
against
하니까
Stor, I just have a hard time performing against him.
와, 사실
Anyways,
첫
it
번째
feels
세트
like
장윤철 선수와의 경기 졌을
it
때만
seems like history
해도
repeated
많이
itself in that regard.
안타까웠는데 두 번째 세트에 럴코를 조금 빠른 타이밍에 진출을 시키면서 좀 해답을 찾아가신 것 같아요.
네.
그리고 마지막 세트 어떻게 이 절체절명의
So,
순간에 이런
You had an
빌드를
incredible
쓰실
positional
생각을
play with the
하셨는지.
lurkers in Game 2 against Snow.
서치로 대각으로 갔다가 이제
Can you tell us about your build you used back there?
상대가 없는 거를 확인했을 때 진짜 나는 오늘 안 되나 이
So
생각을
I
했었는데
scout in diagonal spots. So I thought maybe he's not on my side of the map. I think I'm getting confused
사실
here.
뭐 이경민 선수와의 경기에서도
Anyways, somehow I
그렇고,
managed to win.
초반에 거의 좀 부유하게 가는 판단을 많이 하셨어서 이렇게 좀 마지막에 올인성 전략이 나왔을 때 조금 더 굉장히 드라마틱하지 않았나 싶어요. 이 초반에 좀
It seems like
부유하게
you played
갔던 걸
greedy
오늘
at
좀 어느
times, but
정도
at the end it was
생각해 오신
pretty wild to see you do a
이제
complete
제가
reversal there
원래는
and do an incredible all-in.
부유하게 하는
Was that
플레이를 되게
premeditated?
좋아하는데 대회에서
Yeah.
항상 좀 가난하게 출발을 하거나 아니면 맞춤을 당해가지고
I intentionally wanted to open up with greedy play in my other games.
이끌어나가는 게 있더라고요. 근데 이제
But a lot of players already have seen my style and seen me stream like that.
정말 다시 보기도
So I was recently watching Sulky's play a lot and studying his games.
챙겨보고 정말 그러면서 이제 저만의 스타일과 민철이 형의
I was
스타일을
also
합쳐봤는데
analyzing frame by frame how Sulky plays.
정말 3토스 조에서 살아남은 유일한
And I'm trying to combine my play into Sulky's and incorporate that, and I think it worked today.
바라보는 가족들도 굉장히
I
마음이
can see
아팠을
that
것
clearly.
같아요. 가족들에게도
You clearly put a lot of effort into your preparation today.
이번 시즌을 조금
Oh, sorry. Any words to your fans? He says,
좀 육아에도 전념을 하고
especially this season,
다른 쪽에서도
I really
전념을 하려고 하는데
worked really hard to show some awesome games.
가정의 품으로 돌아갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
남은 ASL 시즌 9에서도
I'm also trying to be a great dad and a great husband.
보여주시기를
So I'm giving it my all everywhere.
다시 한번 축하드립니다.
Hopefully I
자,
can
그럼
keep
함께
going
경기
forward.
결과 봐야죠. 경기
All
결과.
right, well, congratulations again. Thank you.
And there you have it. Stork and Larva advance in first and second place. Snow, last season's runner-up, is out right away.
So bummed. Snow is my favorite player, but you know, that all in at the end there from Larva. I mean, you know, when you're a Protoss player and you see those links come, it's happened so fast. I thought it was a really smart move from Larva. I certainly didn't think we were going to have any all-ins from Larva, especially for all the games. You know, most of this today was just Larva playing games and us casting it.
Yeah.
So pretty smart move to pull out that trick at the end there. Guys, so next week, Sunday and Tuesday, 7 p.m., we have Group C as well as Group D, and that'll be it for the round of 16.
Yeah, and Group D, of course, considered the group of death. That is going to be absolutely amazing 1 week from tonight. And Group C, it's kind of the Zerg heavy group. We have one group each of one heavy race. That's going to be very interesting to see who actually comes out of there. A lot of people are going to...
Action.
Well, you might be right. You might be right, but don't underestimate Brain. And Chosun Zerg is Soma.
Group D, Bisu, Sharp.
It's that simple, huh?
It's that simple.
I tell you, Best is pretty good at StarCraft as well.
It's as easy as 1, 2, nasty storm.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Cannot wait. Cannot wait.
Let's just keep the slide up for a little bit longer. What do you say?
Yeah,
you
well,
know.
just so you guys can really
guys,
suck that in.
Quick reminder, guys. StarCraft 2 finally will be casting that for you guys tomorrow on Super Tournament. We have an announcement to make. If you are going to watch GSL Super Tournament, you have to watch it on this YouTube channel.
Or
on AfreecaTV.
That's right.
And it is only on those channels.
Yeah, making it completely
Somebody
clear
clip
it's
that.
not on Twitch.
Yeah, and if you're wondering why it was Artos's idea, so yeah. He refused to do it unless it was just on YouTube and Africa TV. So, you know, what are we going to do? I mean, you know, he's a real monster. But yeah, so we'll see you guys there. So if you're watching on this channel now, bookmark it and tune in tomorrow because we'll be there. And again, nobody can come to the studio yet, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that will be at the old studio, which is not really old.
We have 2 studios now. I know some of you thought that since we have this new huge studio here in Jamshul that we must have, you know, sold the other one. We didn't.
Yeah, we got all the studios.
2 studios.
We got all the studios
that you can't come to yet because we're in the midst of the apocalypse. But once the apocalypse is done, come on back.
Yes,
come to the studio.
Yeah, and we'll let you know when that comes finally, but it's just going to be great to have some StarCraft 2 back, to have GSO return, Super Tournament tomorrow starting at 5 p.m. KST. We have
2 hours earlier. 2 hours earlier than we normally start. Thanks so much for watching, guys. We love you. Have a good morning, afternoon, or night, wherever you are, and stay safe and wash your hands.
Mysterious, you are bacteria, infection serious. Your blood is colder than an Arctic polar bear, just beating faster than 200 BPM. No one believing ya, ego anesthesia. It's selected memory, yeah, you got amnesia.